will be the next chief minister. So we have tons lined up for the next one now.
Absolutely. Will it be Eknath Shinde or Devendra Fadnavis is the big question as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and also re-imaging of the cities from all the way from Mumbai to Gurgaon is what the Prime Minister has spoken of. So we are going to be focusing on what urbanization could mean for these cities. But first, let's get you the headlines. The winter session of the Parliament begins today, and during which 3 key bills are scheduled, coming on the heels of the NDA's massive history in Haryana and Maharashtra. The session is likely to see the government on a stronger wicket, and the opposition is to bring up the crisis in Manipur as well as the issue of the Waqf bill.
3 people were killed and at least 30 police personnel were injured in clashes on Sunday after a survey team showed up at a mosque in western UP Sambhal to carry out an inspection in line with the local court's direction.
And after that massive victory in the state of Maharashtra on Saturday, the partners in the Mahu alliance, the BJP, Shiv Sena and the NCP are holding crucial meetings. This is regarding the post of the Chief Minister. Who will be the next Chief Minister is the big question.
Focus reimagining our city's future of urban planning. Prime Minister Modi, after victory in Maharashtra, says we have set out to build a country, not a government, highlighting the importance of urbanization of cities.
And Delhi's air quality remains in the poor category at 278 points, and it's the Supreme Court that will decide on the continuation whether GRAP 4 measures will remain in place or not, given the fact that the weather conditions are not really improving.
Mega IPL auction. LSG splurge record 27 crore for Rishabh Pant. With this, Rishabh Pant becomes IPL's most expensive bid. All right, big story today. Winter session of Parliament begins, during which 3 bills are scheduled. Divya, in fact, winter session expected to continue till December 20th. It's going to be a stormy one for sure in this session. Waqf Amendment Bill and Disaster Management Amendment Bill, among others, are likely to be considered for discussion.
That's right, Radhika. Lots coming up this morning. As far as the floor leaders of the India bloc, they will be holding a meeting in the Parliament, and the House is going to be deciding. As far as the opposition strategy is concerned, the opposition, of course, is expected to bring up the Waqf bill and also the crisis in Manipur. So those are the big, issues that the opposition is going to be focusing on. And we have my colleague Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, the government to focus on 16 bills during the session. The Waqf bill is been listed by the government for this session as well. And the opposition, of course, like we discussed, is going to bring up not just the Waqf bill, but also the Manipur bill, while Kiran Rijiju has gone on to say that they're ready to discuss any sort of topic while calling for a peaceful session.
Well, certainly it is. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister yesterday during the all-party meeting stated that they are ready for discussion, but discussions needs, the approval of the Business Advisory Committee, and any opposition party who want to participate in discussion, they should first reach out to the BAC, and then the government will decide whether to list it or not. Remember, the opposition parties have claimed that they wanted to discuss on the issue of Manipur, on the issue of air pollution, of the terrorist activities and rail accidents as well. But yesterday, during the all-party meeting, almost 42 leaders from 30 political parties attended this. And it was a tentative list that was given by the government that will be comprising of 11 bills that will be tabled for consideration and passing, while 5 bills will be there for introduction. Now, very important, of course, is the Waqf Amendment Bill. As I mentioned, that Kiran Rijiju had stated that if earlier the House has decided that the JPC had to submit its report before the last day of the winter session of Parliament. And if the JPC wants some extension, then they should approach the House, and the House will decide whether that there will be an extension or whether there will be more days that can be given to them or not. But certainly a fiery session expected, because the opposition parties, the India bloc, is meeting inside the Parliament House, and they will be strategizing as to how to proceed in the upcoming winter session. And all eyes will be on the Prime Minister as well, as he will be speaking sharp at 9:30 a.m., a customary speech before any session begins. And of course, he will be once again requesting the opposition to have a peaceful winter session with more positive outcomes.
While calling for that peaceful session of the Parliament, all eyes on that crucial address of the Prime Minister that will start at about 9:30 this morning. Aishwarya, we will be coming back to you for more on that. But switching to more news, and that is after securing that massive victory, Radhika, in the Maharashtra Assembly polls on Saturday, the partners in the Mahu alliance, the BJP, as well as the Shiv Sena and the NCP, they held these crucial meetings amid the discussions as to who will be the next Chief Minister. Now, this after Mahayuti's stellar performance in Maharashtra, all eyes on the Chief Minister and a series of meetings that have taken place yesterday. Radhika, will it be Eknath Shinde again, or will it be Devendra Fadnavis is the big question.
Absolutely, that is the big question, which is why a series of meetings are taking place. There could be a joint meeting between Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Ajit Pawar. We know for a fact that Eknath Shinde held meetings yesterday along with his party workers and party leaders. In fact, he was elected as Shiv Sena leader by his party MLAs. He has, of course, been receiving overwhelming support. And there was an event, Ladki Behan Yojana Mukhyamantri Maji, which saw a lot of women enthusiastically chanting slogans in his favor. So it is Ladki Behan Yojana that worked wonderfully well for Mahayuti, is what several pollsters and several of the leaders within Mahayuti have also been saying. So yes, all eyes on these meetings. There is a possibility that Amit Shah could also be a part of several of these meetings in order to come up with a decision. So is it going to be Chief Minister Eknath Shinde once again, or will Devendra Fadnavis take up the top job? Because Fadnavis has been instrumental, Divya, as far as this massive success of Mahayuti and this win is concerned. Of course, hardly any seats lost, just about 10 to 15 seats lost by the BJP. More than 130 seats won by, BJP, and it is an impressive strike rate as far as Devendra Fadnavis. So for that matter, even BJP is concerned. Let's go straight across to Anuj. Anuj, a lot of developments taking place post Mahayuti's win, multiple meetings, leaders in a huddle. There are deliberations as to who is going to be the next Chief Minister. What can be expected today? Will a decision be taken today? And any word on when the oath-taking ceremony will be? Looks like it may not happen in the next couple of days.
A very interesting thing happened yesterday. The day started with all the three parties, all the three Mahayuti parties holding their own meetings and choosing their own govt neta, as it is called in Marathi, or the leaders of MLAs in Vidhan Sabha. And it was a formality for all the MLAs to come together and speak in unison. In the morning, we saw that the NCP Ajit Pawar faction came together. And of course, there were a few voices who were willing of having Ajit Pawar as the chief ministerial case. But the NCP faction is well aware of the fact that, the party does not have that kind of an importance in Mahayuti alliance for them to push for their leader to be the chief minister, which makes this competition mostly bipolar between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. And Devendra Fadnavis was also holding a meeting at the same time, just a few meters away from Ajit Pawar's bungalow, that is in Sangal. But what happened late at night at Taj Lands Ends Hotel is more interesting, because a meeting was expected to take place there at around 4 to 5 p.m., which was later postponed, and it ended up happening at 9:30, where Chief Minister was there with a majority of his MLAs, and a meeting was held. Two things happened there. Firstly, the Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, he was chosen as the leader of Shinde Shiv Sena in the Vidhan Sabha. And secondly, all of them made it very clear that they want Eknath Shinde as their chief minister. While responding to that, Eknath Shinde was also clear, where he said that he is trying his best to get that. Now, these developments become very interesting because, it is entering into the last stage, all of these discussions. All the three leaders are expected to travel to Delhi, and the final validation or the final stamp on the name of the chief minister will eventually be given by the top heads of the NDA, that is Amit Shah and Narendra Modi. But then all these discussions and deliberations which are happening in Maharashtra are also very important. And more so because the Bharatiya Janata Party, although it comes very close to forming a majority by itself, it does not exactly have that number. It is at 132, which means that it needs over a dozen of MLAs to form the government by itself. And these 12 plus MLAs is a huge number. So yes, in all likeliness, we might say Devendra Fadnavis taking the topmost position, but we're also hearing about how the Shiv Sena faction, the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena, is also willing to have at least a split tenure. Now, this is something that Uddhav Thackeray talked about in 2019, which according to him was not followed or was not, kept. The word was not kept by Home Minister Amit Shah. And this time around, we are seeing this rumor going around about how Shiv Sena leaders would either want their leader to take the full term or at least a term for 1.5 years, which means that our next chief minister to start with would be Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde, if that is accepted. But there are several forces which are trying their level best to have Bharatiya Janata Party's chief minister. That does not only include the BJP cadre or the BJP workers, but of course the RSS, which has played a very instrumental role, in this election. They've gone around across the state, village to village, and has worked very hard to get Mahayuti this success. Would want BJP to have their chief minister because they've not really had a chief minister since 2019. So yes, things are expected to spice up a little in the next couple of days, and due to certain constitutional technicalities, we may not see the oath-taking ceremony taking place today or tomorrow, and in all likeliness, it might take place on Thursday or Friday. And the first oath-taking ceremony would only have mostly the chief minister and the two deputy chief ministers taking the oath. But what are the exact details of all of these positions, what will be the cabinet distribution be like, is something that is still quite unclear.
Right. Anuj, all eyes on the state of Maharashtra, and of course that victory close on the heels of that in Haryana has of course restored as far as BJP's dominance is concerned, which appeared to be slightly shaken by the outcome of the general elections. However, whoever becomes a chief minister, the dynamics when it comes to the alliance has been decisively transformed in the BJP's favour, and we didn't really beat Eknath Shinde back again in the post of the chief minister. Highlight for us, Radhika, the role that he's played, of course, as far as winning this election is concerned, and his journey that started off as a rickshaw driver.
Absolutely. Eknath Shinde is, of course, one of the top contenders for chief ministerial post. As you mentioned, of course, his beginnings were very humble. But after he became the chief minister, there have been multiple welfare projects that he started. Of course, Ladki Behan being one of the most successful ones. And besides that, of course, infrastructure development projects under him. So he is, credited for many of these projects that have been started in Maharashtra, especially over the last couple of years, ever since he became the chief minister. So Divya, let's get you this report on Eknath Shinde, his inspirational journey from being a rickshaw driver to being the chief minister of Maharashtra.
The Maharashtra elections weren't just about winning the state, it was also a prestige battle between Uddhav Thackeray against Eknath Shinde. This election was an opportunity for them to settle the debate of who actually led the Shiv Sena. Was it Uddhav Thackeray or Eknath Shinde for the Shiv Sena? From auto rickshaw driver to Maharashtra Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde's journey has been quite inspiring.
असा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीत करून.
Born in Satara district, Eknath Shinde's political journey wasn't a meteoric rise. His political journey began in 1980s when he was introduced to politics by Anand Dighe, the then Thane Shiv Sena president, when he emerged as a prominent Labour leader. Eknath Shinde's success in local politics paved the way for his entry into the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly and held several key positions. First elected to the Assembly in 2004, he was appointed as the Thane district head of Shiv Sena a year later. Over the years, Eknath Shinde's political influence continued to grow with his re-election in the Assembly in 2009, 2014 and 2019. From 2014 to 2019, he served as the Minister for PWD and was also the Guardian Minister of Thane district. He was later appointed as the Minister for Public Health and Family Welfare in 2019 and also served as the Minister of Urban Development and Public Works and Acting Minister of Home Affairs in late 2019. Once again, Eknath Shinde is at the forefront with Mahayuti winning the Maharashtra elections, scripting history.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है। अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था। तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है। ऐसा कैसा है?
Things turned turtle when in 2022, Eknath Shinde led a revolt within the Shiv Sena, pushing for a breakup of the Adani and a re-establishment of ties with BJP. This episode had witnessed a lot of drama with allegations of horse trading and betrayal coming from the Uddhav faction. However, with the support of 40 MLAs, Shinde with top BJP leaders were successful in forming the government and the Balasaheb loyalists taken the CM's chair from the Thackeray's side. Eknath Shinde was sworn in as the 20th Chief Minister of Maharashtra in June 2022 with BJP's Devendra Fadnavis as the Deputy Chief Minister. After assuming the Chief Minister's post, Eknath Shinde staked claim to the party name and symbols, feuding with Uddhav Thackeray. The matter was taken to court and the Election Commission of India recognized Shinde's faction as the official Shiv Sena. Under Eknath Shinde's leadership, the Shiv Sena managed to win only 7 seats during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, on the other hand, won 9, hinting at a potential political renaissance ahead of the assembly elections. Now, with a massive win, Eknath Shinde and other Mahayuti leaders have credited the Ladki Bahin scheme and development work. But with BJP's stunner performance, all eyes are on what will be in store for Eknath Shinde. NDTV Bureau Report.
Let's move on now from Maharashtra to Jharkhand. Divya, after registering a decisive victory in Jharkhand Assembly elections, Hemant Soren is all set to take oath as Chief Minister on November 28th. And despite facing a fierce challenge from BJP-led NDA alliance, which mounted an aggressive campaign, JMM managed to secure 56 seats in the 81-member assembly, surpassing BJP's 24, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. Hemant Soren, who had faced political turmoil, do you remember in this previous year, of course, he has, that included a legal battle and an arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. He's emerged stronger than ever in the recent polls. And it's Hemant Soren who met a Jharkhand governor yesterday to resign as the Chief Minister and stake claim to form the government. Let's listen into what Hemant Soren had to say.
प्रक्रिया में आज राज्यपाल महोदय के पास हम लोगों ने अपना वर्तमान सरकार से इस्तीफा देते हुए आगामी सरकार की गठन की रिक्वेस्ट और निवेदन और दावा हम लोगों ने पेश किया है महामहिम जी के समक्ष और उन्होंने हमें कार्यवाही मुख्यमंत्री का भी जिम्मा सौंपा है और सरकार बनाने का न्योता भी उन्होंने हमें दिया है.
And of course, we have our colleague Manish joining us to get us more on this. Manish, unlike Maharashtra, the swearing-in ceremony for the state of Jharkhand has been decided. And Hemant Soren, despite that turmoil during the previous term, has established his ground and emerged even stronger. He'll be taking oath as the Chief Minister of the state on the 28th.
Yes, of course, not only he will be taking oath, but also all the cabinet colleagues, because Jharkhand has a quota of 12 ministers. So out of that, 6 will go to JMM, 4 to Congress Party, and also 1 seat to RJD. And besides that, Hemant would like to keep 1 seat vacant because he would like to offer CPIML to join the government. But CPIML, whether it's Bihar or Jharkhand, they have made it very clear that they are going to extend the outside support. And apart from that, Hemant Soren is trying to make the whole entire oath-taking ceremony as a grand gala event. So he has already invited invitation to all the India Alliance leaders. So now it is, it is to be seen that who attends. But as of now, it seems that the Congress top leaders, besides that, the Chief Minister of West Bengal is likely to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Hemant Soren on Thursday.
All right. Thank you, Manish, for getting us all those details. So certainly, Hemant Soren is going to be the Jharkhand Chief Minister, but modalities of who will be his cabinet colleagues is something we'll have to wait and watch out for. But let's move on now. Divya, this is on Sambhal incident. 3 people were killed and at least 30 police personnel were injured in clashes on Sunday after a survey team showed up at a mosque in western UP Sambhal to carry out an inspection in line with a local court's directive, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. Chaos had erupted when a court ordered the survey of the Mughal-era Shahi Jama Masjid led to violent clashes between the locals and the police. The mosque is at the center of a contentious legal battle over claims that it was built on the site of a Hindu temple. The protesters also set some vehicles on fire and pelted stones at the police, who used tear gas in order to disperse the mob. It was Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav who alleged the violence was in a way orchestrated by the BJP, the government and the administration, only to divert attention from malpractices. We have my colleague Shubhang joining us to get us more on this. Shubhang, when we talk about the internet services that have been suspended, schools have been shut, and this is after 3 people were killed in the violence. Take us through the details. Any change on the ground as far as the tension that remains as far as Sambhal is concerned?
Well, according to the police, now the situation at the ground is under control. Well, there seems to be nothing as in violence that has been seen yesterday. But for now, 24 hours, the internet services have been shut down, schools are shut down, the markets are shut down. But because this is a weekly off for all the markets, well, according to police, people are free to leave their houses. They are free to roam now. As per the situation on the ground is under control. Well, police have been making patrolling, continuously have been patrolling around all the areas of this very place. And in fact, they have been talking to the people as well, letting them know that all the situations, everything is under control. There's no need to panic or worry at all. As per the senior police officials, the DIG Moradabad, just a few minutes back, he talked to us. He said that everything is under control. Drones have been used yesterday to make the CCTV footages. The other DVR systems were also taken. So everything has been done. Now it's completely about the police investigation. For till now, more than 20 police officers were injured yesterday, and they have been being treated. Some of them got the first aid and they were back on duty. Well, on other hand, there were 3 people who were killed. The last rites of all the 3 people have been done. So everything is under control for now. Back to you.
Before. All right, thank you for getting us those details. Of course, situation certainly tense. Very disturbing incident happening in Sambhal in UP, Divya. Let's move on now. This is on a special focus on cities, reimagining cities. After victory in Maharashtra, Prime Minister in fact said on Sunday, the aim is to urbanize cities from Gurgaon to Mumbai. Divya, we've set out to build a country, not a government. Prime Minister Modi told, in fact, the importance of urban India and infrastructure. In fact, he said victory and defeat will continue in democracy. Elections will come and go. Our aim is not just to form governments. Aim is to make a developed India.
Absolutely. Developed India is what the Prime Minister has spoken about, emphasizing on how infrastructure and re-imaging of cities all the way from Gurgaon to Mumbai. He spoke about urbanization and infrastructure that is absolutely necessary. The development gives strength to the villages. Our cities have come in the list of the best cities in the world is what the Prime Minister spoke of. He said that the BJP NDA governments are working towards this very goal. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say.
जब मैं पिछली बार भाजपा मुख्यालय आया था तो मैंने हरियाणा से मिले आशीर्वाद पर आपसे बात की थी। तब हमें गुरुग्राम जैसे शहरी क्षेत्र के लोगों ने भी अपना आशीर्वाद दिया था। अब आज मुंबई ने, पुणे ने, नागपुर ने, महाराष्ट्र के ऐसे सभी बड़े शहरों ने अपनी स्पष्ट राय रखी है। शहरी क्षेत्रों के गरीब हो, शहरी क्षेत्रों के मिडिल क्लास हो, हर किसी ने भाजपा का समर्थन किया है और एक स्पष्ट संदेश दिया है। यह संदेश है आधुनिक भारत का, विश्व स्तरीय शहरों का। हमारे महानगरों ने विकास को चुना है, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को चुना है और सबसे बड़ी बात, उन्होंने विकास में रोड़े अटकाने वाली राजनीति को नकार दिया है। आज बीजेपी हमारे शहरों में ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। चाहे मेट्रो नेटवर्क का विस्तार हो, आधुनिक इलेक्ट्रिक बसें हो, कोस्टल रोड और समृद्धि महामार्ग जैसे शानदार प्रोजेक्ट हो, एयरपोर्ट का आधुनिकीकरण हो, शहरों को स्वच्छ बनाने की मुहिम हो, इन सभी पर बीजेपी का बहुत ज्यादा जोर है।
All right, we have guests on this discussion. Pooja Narayanan, Director, Architecture and Urban Design, NBMA, Delhi, and Chandrasekhar Prabhu, Architect and Urban Development Expert. Thank you to both of you for joining us on this discussion. Pooja, to you first. Of course, you know, this is the vision of Prime Minister Modi. We just heard him there with growing population metros. I just want to find out from you, what innovations in urban planning can we expect to see in the near future? What is going to be the future of cities? Of course, smart growth, smart cities is Prime Minister's vision. But how is sustainable urbanization possible? What are the innovations that one could bring forward as far as urban planning is concerned?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. I think that in terms of innovation and various ways in which cities are growing, there are problems which are local, there are problems which are global. There are cities all over the world which are struggling with similar problems. And depending on what part of the world people are in, what the microclimates are, there are different things which gain momentum. Like you see a lot of green roofs and a lot of urban greening, which is coming up as a solution to losing of urban habitats for animals and plants. There's a lot of stress on solar, where it's going beyond just residential usage of or commercial usage of solar panels to using them in urban infrastructure, where there's talk of roads being able to incorporate solar panels. So it's, electricity generation at a very large scale in that sense. There's also, I think, in our learning from our cities currently, there's a very, very strong focus that is required on water management, where we are struggling with water sources getting depleted, getting polluted in urban centers, where we have problems like there are in Bangalore. And there are, the rivers in our cities which are suffering because of pollution. So I think there's a number of fronts at which innovation is required. There are a number of fronts in which we need to go back to perhaps thinking about the basics of how historically cities were laid out. Historically, cities were laid out using water almost like a compass. You know, cities were laid out on the banks of rivers. They were laid out based on water sources. They were laid out based on environmental elements close to them, whether they were forests or whether they were rivers, or topographically how a city was laid out in terms of what parts of the city were higher. So there was a natural course of drainage, the way the old cities of Delhi were laid out. So there are a lot of things that there is it's great that the government is pushing for more urban centers, and they've gladly already identified a line along which they're going to be developed. And I think that from here there's a macro way of what are important things in city design, and then there are micro things in once you have the major things in play, how do you tweak things so that the cities become more livable, more enjoyable, and they have an identity. We identify cities so often in our country as a heritage city, or a lake city, or a river city, or a ghat city. We have Jaipur, which is a pink city. And when new cities come up, you see that the cities that flourish, the cities which grow, are cities that have an identity.
Right,
Where the
that's so
people
crucial and so
identify their
important.
city.
Right, absolutely. We also have Chandrasekhar Prabhu with us. The world is taking notice of how the face of India has changed, especially the NRI community that's seeing the development when it comes to India. But what are the lessons that we can learn perhaps from our past mistakes going forward?
Our mistakes have been absolutely glaring. For instance, we have an entire reversal of roles. All over the world, it's infrastructure which comes first. And once the infrastructure comes, then development is permitted commensurate to the infrastructure. We have rural lands being usurped by the builders and creating of gated communities. And first, these gated communities come, and the urban planning evolves after the gated communities trying to regularize them, which is what has happened in Gurugram and other places. First the big builders take huge chunks of land. They develop their lands as oases in the midst of rural areas. Then the city struggles to provide infrastructure in between them. So we are a reversal of all the norms of planning that we have followed. Now, having said that, this is historically what's happening to us. All our cities are chock-a-block full, and the threshold areas outside the cities are now being urbanized indiscriminately because there is no planning. So what needs to be done is first augmentation of infrastructure to the existing city, taking care of the requirement of the existing residents, creating a surplus, and then extending this infrastructure to threshold area so as to permit increase of cities in a very planned manner. Now, this can be done if planning is understood in its right context and a planning principles are followed, which we don't, because we are a builder-driven economy. The political system is driven by builders, and we all know that builders take the decisions, and then that is how cities grow. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens there. Now, having said this, we have this legacy of builder-driven cities. I mean, builders dominating cities, big builders in whatever way take the lands away from the farmers, convert that into NA, and then create these monstrosities. Now, we have landed ourselves with these. Now what we need to do is we need to go further and ensure that the living becomes more sustainable.
Right.
For instance, in Mumbai, we have 2.5 million tenants who have paid pagdi for their houses. I mean, pagdi is not known elsewhere in the world or elsewhere in India. Pagdi is the full amount for the house which is paid to the landlord. If the house is worth, say, 1 crore, that 1 crore is paid to the landlord,
Right, sir.
and yet the person moves in as tenants. They are being evicted. So we need to protect them. We need every part of the city, every community. City minus citizens is ghost towns. So we have to protect the citizens, and our aim is to cater for infrastructure for the citizens.
A lot of lessons that can be learned from our past mistakes, given the fact, especially when it comes to cities like Gurugram and Noida, Radhika.
Yeah, absolutely. As gentleman was pointing out, developing existing ecosystem is, of course, in the front. And, of course, another factor is seamless integration of transport to ensure proper connectivity. Are metros enough? Are monorails enough? Or should there be more sustainable transportation? These are, of course, questions. But thank you, Pooja Narayan, as well as Chandrasekhar Prabhu, for joining us on this important discussion. We'll move on now and stay with National Capital. Divya, this is once again on pollution woes. Supreme Court will today, in fact, examine whether or not to continue with emergency measures under stage 4 of graded response action plan to deal with air pollution in Delhi. In fact, Apex Court directing more checkposts should be set up to monitor all 113 vehicle entry points to Delhi. Divya.
Right, of course, when we talk about urbanization also, you know, the last mile connectivity, I mean, we talk about metros and taking public transportation when it comes to the northern part of the country where pollution is a big problem, and of course that infrastructure development, but last mile connectivity will play such a crucial role when it comes to, you know, enhancing the public, you know, transportation in the country and taking off the burden when it comes to the, you know, roads of Delhi in terms of private vehicles. Now, a bench of justices have also directed the Delhi NCR states to constitute immediate teams for monitoring actions which are required under it. The Apex Court also has expressed dissatisfaction with the Commission for Air Quality Management, the CAQM, for waiting for the AQI to breach the threshold in order to enforce GRAP 3 and GRAP 4 protocols. Do remember that, you know, GRAP 3 was implemented after Gopal Rai, the Environment Minister of Delhi, had in fact in the morning had come out and say GRAP 3 will not be implemented, and by the evening, after getting so much flack as far as why GRAP 3 wasn't implemented, is when he you know, introduced GRAP 3 measures which came into place from the morning of the next morning at about 8 o'clock, and now GRAP 4 measures are in place. So we are seeing a slight improvement, but of course, Radhika, when we talk about the weather conditions that are playing a very crucial role in order for the sun to come out, for the winds to pick up speed, for the pollutants to, you know, disperse. And of course, we've been in the severe category, but right now we're in the poor category, just a little under 300 points. What is the situation like in Mumbai?
Well, in Mumbai, the situation is not as bad. It was bad, you know, a couple of days post Diwali, and since winter is setting in Mumbai as well, the situation is not as good, but we are looking at you know, certain places with poor AQI, especially places such as BKC, Ghatkopar, even some places in South Bombay where we are seeing average to poor AQI, but it hasn't gone to severe yet. Let's go straight across to Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, of course, top court is hearing pleas with respect to air pollution. Of course, it continues to be between poor and severe category. Some directives were also issued in terms of whether or not to continue with GRAP 4. Take us through what can be expected today.
Well, I think what's up for review today in the Supreme Court is the reduction from GRAP 4 to whatever GRAP 2 or whatever they determine. I think that's uppermost in their mind, because as there have been pleas from parents of you know, special needs as well as poor and others that was pointed out, even casual workers, you know, laborers who are dependent on day-to-day wages in the construction industry are suffering to a great deal. All that was pointed out to the Supreme Court, and they said that they will assess the situation today. They have also appointed 13 court commissioners to see about vehicular traffic that is entering the National Capital Region, to see how effective the police has been all those points will be considered before they get into the various nitty-gritties of various other aspects, be it stubble burning or, a permanent ban on firecrackers and other issues. So I think somewhere down the line, the Supreme Court will definitely ease measures today. That's what is expected. Unless there has been some last-minute change, we should expect some relief for the people and the residents of the National Capital Region.
All right. Thank you, Sunil, for getting us those details. So, top court to review grabbed for measures. Staying on with the story, Divya, air quality index continued to fluctuate between severe and very poor categories in Delhi, I believe. And at NDTV, we continue with our campaign against pollution.
Right, our fight against pollution will carry on, and it is going to be not just during the pollution season or the winter season. And, this is something that we need to speak about on a daily basis, because this is affecting the citizens. And of course, when we talk about the pulmonologists, the medical fraternity on the precautions and why there's such a huge spike when it comes to pollution-related health cases by the end of the year, shouldn't there be measures in place all year round in order to ensure that this doesn't really happen? My colleague Shubhangi spoke to a top pulmonologist.
I'm being joined with one of the most senior doctor, Dr. S.K. Chhabra. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. My very first question to you would be, are you seeing an increase in air pollution cases?
Well, this is a story that gets repeated every year, and this has been the case for almost 20 years, So we can break it down into two kind of scenarios. One, patients who have a pre-existing lung disease, like asthmatics, patients with chronic bronchitis. So these patients suffer more symptoms in this phase, and this usually lasts from November till end of February, where our AQI often exceeds 400, even touching 500.
Right, we saw, yeah.
So these patients have more symptoms. Sometimes they require emergency visits. They need to take more medicines. Same is also true for those with cardiac problems.
Right.
Patients may have more angina episodes, more evidence of heart attacks, even strokes. So it's a major problem both for lungs and the heart and brain. Plus, even if people don't have a pre-existing disease, even then they have symptoms like irritation in the throat, some irritability, cough, breathing difficulty. So these are affecting a large segment of the population, and especially the vulnerable section. That includes children below 5, elderly, pregnant women. So the implications are very wide if we consider the size of our population. So a huge number is exposed to these problems.
Right. Just a follow-up question, as you have just rightly mentioned, like the most impacted people, I would say, are the children, elderly and pregnant women.
Exactly.
What precaution exactly would you give to these people in terms of food, lifestyle, wearing mask, anything of that such?
Precautions, one is personal protection, right? That is what an individual can do.
Right.
And that requires a lot of change in behavior, and that is a very important aspect. Our population needs to get involved in this control activity. They need to realize that clean air is our fundamental right, even if it's not written anywhere.
That's right.
It's our fundamental right. So that awareness is required, and that comes from education, which like a program like this and through other channels this can be done. So personal protection begins with staying away from those areas, wearing masks, and a very important practice that needs to be followed is that one should not do any exercise outdoors when the air quality is bad. Because when we breathe, our respiratory rate increases, we breathe more air. So we are more exposed. See, we should plan our activities so that if one has to go out, like today it's better, the sun is out. So this is the time to go for a walk, not very early in
So
the
how
morning.
is your hospital prepping up for these patients? Do you have this special team who are monitoring especially pollution related cases?
We have a full-fledged department of pulmonary medicine, and our primary job is to look after these cases only.
Right, right.
So we are always geared up 24/7 to deal with any kind of emergencies. We do get patients in the outpatient with a bit of problems, and like I said, patient education is very important.
Right.
So we teach them how to cope with these problems so that problems don't get aggravated to that extent that they have to be hospitalized.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. Thank you for making out the time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And it is the national capital that continues to choke, even though, we can see the sun now, we can see some improvement as far as the data figures are concerned. But, the air quality remains poor. So we should rejoice that we are seeing AQI over 200 points, just a little under 300 points. Growing concern, in fact, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, they will be taking up the matter in order to decide, like Sunil was mentioning, whether GRAP 4 measures will be revoked or not. And the Congress demanding a discussion as far as Delhi's pollution issue is concerned, something that, the centre and the state government have been worrying on, Radhika.
That's right. In fact, some of the places that have recorded highest AQI in the national capital is Shadipur, Munka. In fact, respiratory problems, unfortunately, on the rise. The doctor there also speaking about it. Delhi NCR, as we've been mentioning, poor category with AQI of 279, and as Divya had been pointing out, there is slight improvement, but that's not enough. NDTV's campaign against pollution, of course, continuing. Absolutely no respite from pollution in the national capital. For more on this, let's go straight across to Shreya, who will give us the ground reality. Shreya, where are you standing at the moment? Give us a sense of the air quality at this point, and also, how severely has it been impacting people of Delhi, especially over the last several weeks?
Well, Radhika, let me tell you, I am on the Akshardham flyover right now. The sun is out, but yet the entire area from here, you can see it is engulfed in a thin layer of smog. Although we have seen the air quality improving substantially since what it was last week, from severe plus category to now poor category. Of course, there is a certain level of respite because of the GRAP implementation, although the implementation of GRAP has been quite questionable, because we have seen construction work going on unabated, people bursting firecrackers without a care in the world. So we cannot really attribute the improvement in the air quality to the GRAP measures, but definitely due to favorable meteorological conditions and due to certain measures that were taken, we can see a clear sky, comparatively a clear sky. Although it is not entirely clear, you can see it is filled with a light layer of smog. And we also know that today the Supreme Court will be deciding whether the GRAP 4 will remain in place or no, and the Delhi government will also submit a perpetual plan on whether there will be a perpetual ban on the use of firecrackers, because we know that Delhiites are very big on the weddings, and right ahead of the wedding season we see people bursting firecrackers endlessly, and the buying, storage and manufacturing of firecrackers is ideally on paper illegal, but still there is no enforcement, no on-ground monitoring, and people are bursting firecrackers, which will, of course, we will see the impact of it, the environmental effect of it in the future. And we are already facing it. We can already see the grey skies, the smoke-filled skies. But the Delhi government is supposed to give a plan as to what one should do about this firecracker ban. This is what the court had demanded earlier from the Delhi government. And apart from this, we know that the schools and colleges that have shifted online because of the GRAP 4 measures will remain in place until further court orders. So everybody will be tuning into this court order today, because it's going to be a crucial one, because of course we know that the court had also acknowledged how drastic some of these grab 4 measures are, especially this kind of online education, online classes. It definitely impacts children with special needs, children who do not have as much digital resources, and also this ban on construction work can delicately affect the daily wage laborers. So we know the drastic nature of these grab 4 measures. So the court will definitely take this into consideration now that the air quality has slightly improved, although the pollution hotspots in the national capital remain in the very poor category. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Shreya, for getting us those ground details there. Of course, Supreme Court, Divya, to review the situation today. In fact, as Shreya had been pointing out, despite Delhi's average AQI remaining in very poor category, several areas still recording severe category of air pollution. In fact, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं।
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID. I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our
Welcome back. Let's get you some sports news now. And it was day 1 of the IPL auction yesterday, and Indian players have been making big bucks at the auction ceremony. We were talking about Rishabh Pant, who shattered Shreyas Iyer's record to become the costliest cricketer in the history of the IPL auction. Radhika, get us details of the kind of money that had to be dished out.
And so the player will remain with the Lucknow Super.
Certainly, record-breaking bids there. It was an action-packed auction. Day 1 of IPL. Pant was bought by Lucknow Super Giants for a mammoth amount of rupees 27 crore. In fact, earlier in the auction, Shreyas Iyer was sold to Punjab Kings for a whopping rupees 26.75 crore.
Day 1 of the Indian Premier League player auction witnessed some expensive buying and new records as Indian wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant became the most expensive buy after Lucknow Super Giants bought him for a massive 27 crores. The IPL team splurged over 460 crores and 72 players were auctioned on day one. Not to forget, it was the season of the Iyers. Shreyas Iyer was bought by Punjab for 26.75 crores. Meanwhile, Venkatesh Iyer was bought by Kolkata for 23.75 crores. Moving on to the Pacers now, Mohammad Siraj was sold to Gujarat at 12.25 crore as he was not retained by RCB. Meanwhile, Mohammad Shami was sold to Hyderabad at 10 crore. Avesh Khan was bought by Lucknow at 9.75 crores and Prashadha Krishna and Harshal Patel were sold to Gujarat. Among all the other IPL teams, Punjab made the big buys because they had the big money, the big purse. Punjab got both Arshdeep Singh and Yuzvendra Chahal for 18 crore rupees. On to the IPL stars returning home. Jofra Archer had returned to Rajasthan, while it was homecoming for Ravichandran Ashwin and Devon Conway. Trent Bolt also returned to Mumbai. Top Aussie stars get low bids, starting with Glenn Maxwell, who was sold for just 4.2 crores to Punjab because RCB didn't fight for him. Mitchell Starc was picked by Delhi at 11.75 crores. Remember, he was the most expensive player in the history of IPL last auction. David Warner was unsold on day one of auction. And finally, it was a big win for the uncapped players. Rasik Dar was sold to Bengaluru for 6 crores, while Naman Dheer was sold to Bombay for 5.25 crores and Nehal Vadera was sold to Punjab for 4.2 crores. The likes of Faf du Plessis, Sam Curran and Prithvi Shaw will be up for grabs at the start of day 2. This is Sejal Gupta for NDTV.
That's all we have on Breakfast Show today. We'll be back with more tomorrow. Divya, meanwhile, news continues on the other side.
Right, of course, Radhika, it's day 2 of the IPL auction and big names going under the hammer. So we'll get you all those details. We'll be back tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
3 people have been killed and at least 30 police personnel have been injured in clashes that took place in Sambhal in Uttar Pradesh after a survey team showed up at a mosque in Sambhal to carry out an inspection in line with the local court's direction. After securing a massive victory in Maharashtra, the partners are now holding a very crucial meeting in order to decide who will be taking on the role of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And air quality as far as national capital is concerned is coming in at 278 points, still in a very highly toxic as far as the air that we're breathing here in the national capital, while the Supreme Court today will decide whether GRAP 4 measures will continue or will they be revoked. The mega IPL auction with the Lucknow Super Giants there splurging 27 crore rupees for Rishabh Pant. This is Rishabh Pant has become IPL's most expensive bid. Day 2 will continue today.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers. The winter session of the Parliament begins today, during which 3 key bills are scheduled to come up on the heels of the NDA's massive victory when it comes to Haryana and the state of Maharashtra. The session is likely to see the government on a strong wicket, while the opposition is going to be bringing up the issue of the Waqf bill as well as the situation in Manipur. 3 people have been killed and at least 30 others have been injured. We're talking about police personnel who have been injured in clashes on Sunday after a survey team showed up at a mosque in western Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal to carry out an inspection in line with the local court's direction. After securing that massive victory in Maharashtra, the partners are now deciding as to who will be the next chief minister of the state. And it is Delhi that continues to be breathing very toxic air. We're talking about air pollution count coming in just a little under 300 points this morning. However, it is the Supreme Court that will continue to decide today whether grab for measures are going to be in place or not. Do remember the Supreme Court had said that they cannot revoke the measures unless or until a nod is given by the Supreme Court. The mega IPL auction, in which it is the Lucknow Super Giants that have splurged 27 crore rupees to get Rishabh Pant, who's now become the IPL's most expensive bid. Day 2 of auction will continue today and big names will be going under the hammer.
No, they would not, and so the player will remain with the luck.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the winter session of Parliament that's about to start today, which is going to come, in that winter session. There are going to be 3 key bills that have been scheduled. And we're talking about that winter session that's expected to continue till the 20th of December. In this session, the Waqf Amendment Bill and the Disaster Management Amendment Bill is among the bills that are likely to be considered for discussion. Now, this morning, the floor leaders of the India bloc will hold a meeting in the Parliament House in order to discuss and decide the opposition strategy. To remember that the opposition is going to be bringing up that situation in Manipur that's going to come up in the Parliament session all over again. And of course, also, we're talking about the Waqf bill, and that is something that the opposition is going to be bringing up in this Parliament session that is starting as of this morning. And just before that, it will be the Prime Minister's address that's going to take place at about 9:30. That courtesy message by the Prime Minister just before the start of the parliamentary session. In order to get to know more on this, we have my colleague Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, take us through the key bills that are expected to come up in the course of the session that's going to last till the 20th of December. The Prime Minister will be speaking minutes from now, but also, talk us through about the issues that the Parliament, that the opposition is going to be bringing up.
Well, the tentative list for the winter session of Parliament has come out yesterday after the all-party meeting. It was stated by the government that there would be almost 11 bills that would be tabled for considering and passing, while 5 bills will be tabled for introduction. Very important ones, of course, the Railway Amendment Act, the Haryana Videhayak 2024, and also the Waqf Amendment Bill, which is listed this time in the winter session, which was point of a contention between the opposition parties and the Treasury benches as well. Remember the statement given by the JPC chairperson Jagdamba Pal, who stated that the report is almost completed with several consultations being done with the minority commissions, with the state Waqf boards, and also with the ministries as well, and they are ready to present it before the Parliament. But yesterday, Kiran Rijiju, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, stated that if the JPC wants some extension, wants some delay, then the JPC has to approach the House, because earlier in the House it was decided that till the last day of winter session of Parliament, the JPC had to submit its report on the Waqf Amendment Bill with all its consultation, and final report needs to be submitted. Whether that will take place by this winter session or not is something that remains to be seen. But yesterday the opposition parties who took participation in the all-party meeting where almost 43 leaders participated with 30 political parties. It was stated by the opposition parties that the deteriorating situation of law and order in the state of Manipur is something that they will raise in the parliament in the winter session. And of course, a statement will be demanded from the Home Ministry as far as what steps had been taken to restore peace and normalcy in the state. Apart from it, air pollution is one of the major issues today as well. There are several Congress leaders who have moved the adjournment motion as far as the air pollution is concerned. They wanted to discuss this issue as well. Train accidents, terrorist activities is also something that opposition will be wanting to rake up. But very importantly, it is also yesterday decided that 26th of November, that is tomorrow, is a very important day as the government will commemorate and celebrate the adoption of 75th year of the Constitution of India. And this celebration will take place just not from tomorrow, but throughout the year. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, will be addressing the central hall in the old Samvidhan Sadan, which is the old building of Parliament as well. And the celebrations will take place. Very importantly, of course, it would be Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a short while from now. In a customary speech, as the tradition states, before every session of the Parliament, Prime Minister comes and urges the government and the opposition parties that the session should be fruitful, there should be no ruckus, and that's what is expected from the Prime Minister as well. Yesterday as well, Kiran Rijiju stated that they want all the parties to take part in the discussion. If any issue needs to be taken up, then they have to approach the Business Advisory Committee first, and later the BAC, if approved, then the government is ready to take any issue, whatever the opposition parties wants to raise up. So clearly, a fruitful session is something that the government is ready to take from here. But whether the opposition parties who had already made its mind that first they need an answers on Manipur issue, which is a major issue as far as the law and order situation is concerned, whether that will be given or not, or a fiery session is something that we will look upon, is something that remains to be seen.
Right, Aishwarya, of course, you mentioned Kiran Rijiju, who's gone on to say that the government is ready to discuss any topic while calling for a very peaceful session of the Parliament, something that the Prime Minister is going to be urging from all members of the House. Now, this time around, there's going to be a slight difference when we talk about Lok Sabha members. They can now mark their attendance using a digital pin. This is a pen on electronic tabs that's going to start from today as part of this initiative to make Parliament paperless.
Well, the Parliamentary Affairs Ministry is closely looking to make changes in the parliamentary democracy as far as the signing of those attendance is concerned of the members. Now, remember, in the last session there was no numbering because it was the early sessions of the new government. But this time the markings has also been done of different members who will be sitting at different places. Today, remember, Priyanka Gandhi along with other MP who will be also taking oath as the Lok Sabha member, and therefore the numbers had been designated to them. They can mark their attendance. Technology is something that Parliamentary Affairs Ministry is closely looking to adopt in the parliamentary democracy, and therefore such changes had been made. Of course, a good and welcome step as far as different MPs are concerned. They have stated that they welcome this step, and more changes will be required in the upcoming time. Time and again, they had been giving these suggestions to the government itself as to what changes they need to make in the new building of the Parliament as well. The sitting arrangements, the attendance system, which was a bit of chaos last time as well during the session, and it was raised by many political leaders, many member of parliamentarians to the Lok Sabha Speaker as well. And with a welcome move, the Lok Sabha Speaker had adopted these changes as well, and therefore the reason several changes will be seen in this session, as Lok Sabha Speaker in the last session itself has stated that whatever changes would be required for the comfort of the MPs, for the comfort of the visitors during these sessions, is something that will be taken into consideration as well.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. And of course, the government yesterday held that all-party meeting with the Defence Minister leading the government party and appealed to all parties to cooperate in order to ensure the smooth functioning of the Parliament, something that the Prime Minister is going to be urging as well. Let's go across to my colleague Maria Shakil joining us from right outside the Parliament. Maria, over to you.
A very good morning, viewers. Of course, it's a bright and winter morning, but what we are seeing is that there could be some heat generated inside Parliament. Parliament winter session begins today at 10 a.m. is when the Prime Minister will give his customary sound bite. During the all-party meeting, which was chaired by the government yesterday, the opposition did talk about its set of agendas. They did say that they have a number of issues that they would want the government to address in this session. The government on its part saying that they have a number of bills that should be cleared in this session. But all eyes will be on the BJP and how the opposition manages coordination, or should I say confrontation, on a number of issues. Let's not forget that on opposition's agenda is Manipur, on opposition's agenda is inflation, and what they say has been repeated attempt by the government allegedly on constitution as well, and how the government has gone ahead and compromised constitution. I'm coming to you right in front of the Parliament. With me is Sajjan Kumar. We also have Zainab Sikandar joining us, and Pooja Tripathi of the Congress party, and Sushil Vyas of the Shiv Sena Shinde faction. Before I bring in others, let me get a word from Sajjan Kumar here. Sajjan, you know, this is a winter session which is almost predicted to be stormy in nature. But the fact is that here is the Treasury bench which is entering this session with a lot of confidence and fillip also, I would say, because of the results of Maharashtra polls.
Yeah, certainly the Treasury benches on the Maharashtra buoyancy and the high spirit they are having. Certainly we are expecting them to show a different sort of body language, as was expected in the aftermath of the Lok Sabha verdict, wherein the opposition was more aggressive. Now, going by the electoral verdict, since the voters have given every party something to celebrate upon, Jharkhand to the opposition, Maharashtra to the Treasury benches. So ideally the kind of aggression index, if we map that, should be slightly low. But nevertheless, there are issues like Manipur, as you said, charges against Adani in US, along with the Waqf Board bill, which is considered to be quite polarizing. But nevertheless, we do expect that what was the scenario in the aftermath of the Lok Sabha verdict, this time I think compared to that, the aggression index is expected to be slightly low or slightly less aggressive, if aggression is the kind of expected outcome.
Okay, Zainab, what's your assessment of how this winter session is going to be in terms of aggression? Of course, we are prepared for what could be a potential washout, but the government, as we have seen in the past, will be ensuring passage of a number of bills. We'll be also joined by my colleague Aishwarya in just a bit, and also Sunil Prabhu, who will be giving their perspective and what they have gathered vis-a-vis the opposition and Treasury benches. But a word from you, Zainab.
See, it's very obvious that after the aftermath of Haryana and now Maharashtra, obviously we will see the opposition being, at least if they're smart enough, they will try and put in points that actually make sense instead of just shouting and creating a ruckus in the parliament. So, but I do still think that the opposition will have the cheek to, go, on a limb and start, if you have to use the word aggressive, be a bit aggressive on issues like Manipur. The main issue that will be discussed in this winter session is obviously the Waqf bill. And that will be interesting to watch, because it is the Waqf bill, I think, which everybody will be waiting to speak to. Because if you see the other bills that are being tabled, because some are going to be introduced and the others are going to be considered and passed. So if you see all of them, they seem very, business-like, and there's no issue when it comes to discussing them. It is mainly the Waqf bill that will have a very interesting take. So I would like to see how the opposition is actually taking that up, and how they will speak about it, as well as how the BJP will defend it. So it will be an interesting session. Aggression, in my opinion, will be somewhat similar, not as much or high pitched as it was last time, but I think the opposition will think that, creating eyeballs in the parliament is something they should continue doing, even if they've lost in the recent elections.
Okay, is that what opposition thinks? A word from the Congress spokesperson here. Pooja?
Bringing up accountability and asking questions on Manipur and Adani's indictment by the Department of Justice is, shouting on our limb and is trying to make a scene, then we would make it. I want to assure Sajjan that there would be no dilution of aggression when it comes for asking questions from government, when it comes for fixing accountability, because it's high time.
Just hold on to your thoughts. We are going to cut across to NDTV Profit because the live reports are coming in of the markets. Are the markets cheering as there has been a stupendous landslide victory of the Mahayuti? Let's cut across to it.
But I want to pull up sectoral indices for a second because Nifty IT, like we said, IT stocks will also keep benefiting. But it is Nifty Realty that is right on top. The PSU banks as well, PSU banks, Realty, public sector banks, oil and gas, all of them really contributing to the sea of green this morning. The India VIX though, quite, very benign, 8% down. So it's a beautiful screen. Let's pull up the heat map very quickly before Samina, of course, talks about the broader markets. All in the green, apart from a JSW Steel, because of its exclusion from the Sensex. That's the only reason we can think of. But look at what's right on top. M&M, the stock that everybody has been talking about. Mahindra and Mahindra called by Motilal Oswal, by a whole host of brokerages actually very excited about M&M. Shriram Finance doing well, so is BEL. Adani Enterprises bouncing back about 4% up. State Bank of India, ONGC. So the companies that you would expect, Adani Ports also makes it to the first line. RIL having another strong move. So no real sulkers today. I would say a bit on the pharma side, which are, I wouldn't even say they're sulking, they're all in the green actually, but relatively not showing that much strength, nor is Infosys. Is this holding up though? That's the test, isn't it? Samina, the next 10 minutes becomes very important, or next half an hour or so becomes very important to see if you're holding up.
Yeah, and I think if you hold up, see a little bit of consolidation in the market, becomes a lot more attractive to go long in. But so you will get that pause, and that is market dynamic, right? Your call premiums have jumped up significantly, which is again not coming as a surprise because of the massive gap up the street has done. I'd highlighted for you a few sectors that become incremental for trade or long trades this morning, and anything that was Modi in that nature that has been doing exceptionally well over the last few years and has corrected significantly in the last few months are the top movers today. So railways, defense, shipbuilders, PSU. So anything PSU, you go out and go long on. That pretty much was the simple trade if you had that opportunity on Friday maybe, or of course if you get that opportunity over the course of the next couple of minutes. Well, a few stocks that I'll highlight may not be big movers, but this is where the news flow really is. Zomato becomes one of them. That has replaced JSW Steel in the BSE. But remember, they've also got an approval for their fundraising plan. Now, this could lead to equity dilution for existing shareholders, so may not be significantly positive in that sense, but what is positive is the fact that they've now replaced JSW Steel. So passive flows will pick up on the counter. The stock is seeing a 6% up move in trade today. Railway stocks become a sweet playing field. So RVNL also has an order win to the tune of 800 crores, which I had highlighted this morning. It's a LOU that they've signed. So on back of the LOA that they've signed, on back of which the stock is up 9%. It's not just RVNL, it's a railway stock, which means it's PSU, so they're all doing well. The likes of a RailTel are also surging in early morning trade. I would put the Adani stocks as a good block that becomes a long trade. Not for any particular reason, but just because they've sold off so significantly last week. Friday, we saw them recovering quite well. Today should be no different. So from Adani Enterprise to Adani Green, all those counters should continue with their recovery journey in today's day of trade, largely bouncing back in terms of their technicals, looking fairly encouraging as we see it. Consumption stocks, I put them out, but of course, it's a lot more long trail in that sense. They are muted this morning. The space has been very impacted recently because of the slowdown in urban consumption. I am still trying to gauge how the policy action by the government is going to spur urban consumption, which has been declining. No direct correlation just yet, but maybe sentimentally some of these counters will see a positive up move. Apart from that, real estate, anything Bombay-based, anything realty, along with POC names becomes a good place. Again, the reaction is good. Oberoi is your big bet there, 4% higher. Sony highlighted this too, and Macrotech is up another 3%. Defense stocks showed up on my list at 8 a.m. this morning, and they continue to look like a good play. So anything in defense, like, yeah, we said Bharat Dynamics up 6%, Cochin Shipyard should be doing well, Garden Reach should be doing well. All those counters seeing a 5% up move. So anything Modi, guys, is the trade. These stocks are down 40% in the last 6 weeks. So I think if you just blindly put your bets on this poker table, I think anything railway, defense, PSU, banks becomes the top trading ideas. So if you listen to us this morning, you'd have probably bought those stocks.
I mean, add Zomato to that list, about 6% up in the opening trade because of the Sensex inclusion. So it's not just the government kind of push. That's definitely there, but reality, Zomato, some of those counters really doing well. I just want to pull up all the Adani Group stocks, and of course, standard disclaimers here that you're watching NDTV, that is owned by Adani Media Group. But look at all of the stocks and the kind of bounce back that you've seen. Adani Enterprises 2.5% up, Adani Green 4% up, Adani Ports, all of those. ACC and Ambuja actually had seen quite a bit of recovery on Friday itself, but Adani Power also up this morning. So you are seeing that kind of a bounce back. I want to see Adani Green actually once again. Let's just pull up Adani Green once again, because that was a company in the eye of the storm, and there have been a lot of statements from management coming in over the last 48 hours. Adani Green about 4.5% up. But let's get first views coming in after the markets have opened. And I think it's a sane response, Kush, I would say. It's a good response, but it's a sane response. It's a steady and positive response. It's not a blowout where you will see a cool off very quickly.
And quite heartening to see this, because if we would have had that gap up, about 150 points more from here, then the risk reward ratio for a long trade would have gone out of the window. So we spoke of, going long around 24,100, 24,200 kind of zones. That still remains. Also before the show, we were, before the start of the market rather, we were talking about whether we would see that kind of a dip. There is a likelihood that we might. Who would have thought that we'll be using the term overbought or overheated, just about 2 days ago, up until 2 days ago. That's what the PCR is showing. If you see the Nifty PCR, it's about close to 1.2. The Bank Nifty also similar range. With this kind of gap up opening, the PCR will move closer to 1.3, 1.35, typically from where we've seen some sort of profit booking. So any kind of pullback right now should be taken as a buying opportunity. The risk reward ratio becomes attractive. The momentum indicators will now see a positive uptick. So with a stop loss of 23,900 for targets of 24,500 and 24,800, the levels that we discussed, in the morning, a long trade on Nifty is, is still very much on.
Long trade on Nifty is on, but is it on right now? Kush, are you buying 24,238 on the index? So not for today. Thursday is expiry, so please be mindful of that too. It will be volatile.
So positionally, yes, I'm glad that you gave me that leeway of not today, because you see, positionally, we need that kind of a confidence in the market. Even right now, if you see, even if the Nifty is sustaining, some stocks, are seeing that BTST pressure and are starting to cool off a little. So if you give me that leeway of, 2, 3 days, 4 days, then yes, positionally, Nifty is a long from these current levels. Yeah.
Parag,
So markets begin in green, reasons to cheer after the BJP and Mahayuti won India's economic heart, that is Maharashtra, one of the most influential states and also the second largest state. Let's not forget that in terms of their strength in parliament, after Uttar Pradesh, which sends 80 MPs, it is Maharashtra, which sends 48 MPs. You wanted to make your point, Pooja Tripathi. Please go ahead, and then I bring in others.
Accountability, asking questions on the woman, a mother of 3 who was raped, abducted and killed, raising questions and asking accountability from the government for a 8-month-old baby whose body was found floating in Kachar River is not something we'll be, it's not something akin to making noises in parliament. Government needs to answer why has it turned blind eye, why CM has not resigned. Government needs to answer what is doing its stand on the Adani indictment issue rather than jumping the gun and taking press conferences in favor of a corporate house. Government needs to answer that why is Delhi
Sushil Vyas, do you think? Yes. Absolutely. I think the toxic air issue is absolutely palpable. Even while we are sitting here, we can see that thick blanket of smog, you know, Pooja, that is there right here. And this is the scene across the national capital region. So NCR continues to have air which is unbreathable, yes, and also at the same time this thick blanket is leading to increased you know, people visiting hospitals as well because of lungs issues. But there's a piece of breaking news which is coming in now. The India bloc leaders will be holding a meeting in Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber at 10:30 a.m. My colleague Aishwarya is bringing that piece of news. Let me go straight across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, what else can you tell us? India bloc, is it unitedly raising all these issues, or are there some disagreements, particularly post Maharashtra results? We saw what was the word that came in from the Trinamool Congress, which said that the Congress should learn to give more space to other members in India bloc.
Well, yesterday, in fact, during the all-party meeting, Trinamool Congress was not present. They boycotted this all-party meeting. The reasons perhaps had not been stated officially by the AITC, but on the other side, it was the opposition parties who had stated that they are going to raise the Manipur issue, air pollution issue, the railway accidents issue, and many more. But it is sharp at 10 a.m. First, the India bloc leaders will be meeting, in which, remember, Aam Aadmi Party is also the part of it. Apart from it, at 10:30, there would be a separate meeting of the Congress MPs that will be held at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers. Now, several bills that the opposition parties will be opposing. Of course, one of the major point is of contention is about the Waqf Amendment Bill. Yesterday, it was stated, remember, by the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju that the House had stated earlier that till the last day of the winter session of Parliament, the JPC can submit its report. And if they want an extension, they can ask the House, and then there could be a delay in that as well to submit that report. Now, whether that will happen in this session itself, because that was something that was in the tentative list of business during the winter session of Parliament as well.
And on government's agenda is also a very interesting and important bill which has to do with nominees, you know, which will be a discussion on banking bill. A word on that, Sajjan. What sources are saying is that this ease of banking business bill is likely to come up. This is the bill which allows multiple nominees for FDs, which individual does, and account holders can propose up to 4 nominees, and there is a move to address difficulties that are faced by families. I think this is a very crucial people-centric bill.
And also something which was much in demand for a long time to reform the banking systems. Along with that also there are things for the railways, ports, so many bills that have the colonial roots. So they are being updated, I mean keeping the sentiment and the need of the contemporary times. So certainly it is going to be made more people-centric, more people-friendly. And that is where we think that these are the bills I don't think will witness any opposition. Government will try to focus the session primarily around those bills, and it is between the policy and the politics.
I think that's actually very well put there. Zainab, if the government is pushing a bill such as this one, where it is about banking reforms, ensuring that individuals who get troubled with multiple nominees not being added in their FDs, that is going to be finding a solution in the process of a law. So why should any party oppose it? Do you think those policy decisions will have lawmakers come together? It will be a unified decision that will be taken by the winter session.
Absolutely. There are many bills in this session. I was going through them when I was researching for the show. And there are many bills that I think will be absolutely non-contentious. Like I said, they will, it'll be like, usual business, and everybody will stand together on it, especially the banking bill that you're talking about. I think it's a very people-friendly bill, and I think there should be no opposition to it. Like I said, the session will see a lot of heat when it comes to, the Waqf bill. And besides that, when discussions will happen either on Manipur, the pollution and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to pollution in Delhi, I think the BJP will actually favor such a conversation, because the elections are coming next year in Delhi, and this is one of the reasons that they want to actually show how Aam Aadmi Party has failed in Delhi, in keeping things right. So this is something that they will actually promote, I feel, in terms of talking in the parliament when it comes to the pollution. And Manipur is something that I think Congress will take up hard. And, the initial question was because the Congress spokesperson said that, we're talking about noise, but we're actually not talking about noise in the parliament. Look, when there is a parliament session, people like us, we are also common citizens, we expect a fruitful conversation or a fruitful debate, even if it's aggressive. What is not appreciated is that every time, the session is disrupted. That is something that is not appreciated even by people. For sure, take up all matters, as strongly as possible in the parliament. Show as much aggression as you want, but as long as, it makes sense. If there are only disruptions and there are only protests and there is this, in chorus, speaking, loudly, I just think that is not appreciated anymore because there are many sessions that are disrupted because of this. This was the earlier point that I was trying to make.
Okay, I'll get a word from Pooja, but before that, Sushil Vyas has been waiting very, very patiently. He's from the Shinde Sena. They have, of course, much reason to cheer because of the results that have come in, but we really do not know whether it will be Eknath Shinde who will be the chief minister or whether the BJP will have its own chief minister. But one thing is clear, that the name of the chief minister will become clear by late tonight because the swearing-in ceremony is likely to happen tomorrow. So, Sushil Shinde ji, Sushil Vyas ji, the question certainly is that will we be seeing a very, very united treasury benches? Because, that position of allies as far as the BJP is concerned has also meant now that after this entire victory of Mahayuti, where the BJP was certainly doing the heavy lifting, the allies will also be now rallying behind BJP on almost all issues. Mr. Vyas, if you heard me.
Good morning, Maria ji. Okay. I say it is a very known fact. Everybody knows that the recently held Maharashtra Assembly elections were fought under the dynamic leadership of present Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and we won unitedly. And then everybody, all allies, including rank and file of three parties, they worked together unitedly and very smoothly. We have won about 234 seats out of 288 seats. So there is no reason to suspect or think that we will not be united in future also. Whosoever be elected as the chief minister will be decided, as you said, today or tomorrow. And then we will be unitedly serving the people of Maharashtra. For the faith deposed in us, we will be... there will not be any infighting for any post, including chief ministership. That you can take it from us.
And you're also saying that there'll be no difference of opinion among allies on legislation also in parliament.
Last 2.5 years, we are working as a unit and we are successfully running this government. I don't think anybody has seen any differences for last 2.5 years. So why we should believe that in future also there will be a difference? There will not be.
Okay. Fine enough. Fine enough. Om Birla, the Lok Sabha Speaker, has spoken. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
नियम परंपराओं से मैं आचरण को बदला नहीं जा सकता। नियम परंपराएं एक दृष्टिकोण देती, दिशा देती है। इसलिए बाबा साहब ने उस समय कहा था कि संविधान को मानने वाले और संविधान को एग्जीक्यूट करने वाले लोगों पर निर्भर करेगा। आज भी संविधान हो चाहे संसद हो, उच्च कोटि की मर्यादाएं, उच्च कोटि का आचरण हमारे व्यवहार में होना चाहिए। जितना हमारे व्यवहार चिंतन में उच्च कोटि का व्यवहार होगा, आचरण की शुद्धता होगी, उतनी ही हम बेहतर संस्थाओं की गरिमा को बढ़ा पाएंगे।
Om Birla there, who has been facing multiple questions from opposition, some direct ones as well, Zainab, where we have seen, some direct jibe being thrown at the role of the speaker, which happened in the earlier monsoon session, something which was not taken very well by him. Several Treasury benches, MPs came out in support of the Lok Sabha speaker. The speaker's chair is supposed to be completely bipartisan, but what we have seen increasingly after the soon after the formation of the 18th Lok Sabha, that there was direct charge that was leveled against, Om Birla by not one but multiple leaders in the India bloc.
It's unfortunate, but, that tends to happen. This is not the first time that a speaker has been accused in the history of Parliament. And, it's just that now, because of social media and, how much information is broadcasted, we get to see these things more. So they seem to be more offensive. But the seat of the speaker is sacrosanct. And I think we should continue to look at it like that, because then, everything can be questioned, from EVMs to democracy to everything. So I think at some point we need to, stop being so harsh when it comes to, chairs in positions, and especially constitutional positions that are sacrosanct, and just, see that these are just, sort of problems that come with the daily workings of the Parliament. And of course, they will be attacked. There have been previous speakers also who have been, called, bipartisan, who've been called biased, but I don't think these things should be taken too seriously. I think what should be, given more importance is that important matters are taken up, in the sessions of Parliament, and also discussions should be made that are for the people and for better governance. I think that should be the main priority.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and for people-centric, decisions, one decision that we are expecting and one bill which will be taken up is focus on ease of banking. But before I bring in Aishwarya on that particular legislation, let me get a word from Sajjan on the role of Om Birla, the Lok Sabha speaker. Very, very tough, particularly when we are seeing that there is no effort at cooperation.
Yeah, precisely.
It's a complete point of confrontation between the opposition and the Treasury benches.
Yeah, and that has been the trend, and I do not see a kind of a hope that it is going to improve in the future also, because what you see that the political jargons and the chemistry between the top leaders also is something which has taken a hit. And therefore, after both Congress and BJP had their solace in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, it was expected that the temperature will cool down and perhaps some sort of improvement will happen. Now, particularly for the Congress, despite Priyanka Gandhi's landslide victory at the Wayanad, it has been since Jammu, Haryana and now Maharashtra, and even in Jharkhand, it was primarily the regional party, there has been an underwhelming performance of the Congress.
Yes.
And therefore this confrontationist attitude inside the Parliament should also be reflected into a very assertive, performative, performance, in the elections and outside also.
Yes.
So this colossal gap doesn't augur well, and I think it is for the Congress, which leads the India Alliance, to, kind of pause, have a restraint, and try to think about some sort of a policy cooperation with the BJP, because I think the Treasury benches at this point of time will certainly hope that there has to have some sort of understanding. And this post of Om Birla, it was attacked not only by the opposition but by the prime leaders also.
Yes.
So one must remember Somnath Chatterjee, who went against the wishes of his own party to uphold the high tradition of the chair. So chair is sanctimonious, it is sacred. The person who is sitting, you may criticize outside, but when he is sitting in the chair, this is something which is which the opposition benches has to kind of take into cognizance, and therein I think the Congress responsibility is more than the others.
Yes, and this is a very special session also, because 3 Gandhis will be in attendance this time around. Sonia Gandhi and her son and daughter Priyanka Gandhi's parliamentary debut will happen, and it will happen in this session only. So we'll talk about this in just a bit, but before that, a word from Aishwarya Jain, who continues to be with us on that very crucial bill. In fact, now we can see some movement also happen here. We are at Vijay Chowk in the national capital. Some VIP movement will begin any moment. Barricades have been put in because Prime Minister's cavalcade will be moving. In fact, the cavalcade of union ministers have started going inside Parliament at 10 a.m. sharp is when the Prime Minister is expected. Aishwarya, a word on this crucial bill.
This bill was introduced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman back in August last year, and certainly this will make several changes and an overhaul change in reforms as far as the banking for public is concerned. A huge public interest in this, and the brief given by the Finance Ministry clearly states a few major changes. Of course, this aims to alter the tenures of directors for the cooperative banks as well. This bill will be to expand the provisions for the settlement of unclaimed amounts. They will add, any individual can add nominees for the fixed deposits as well. This bill seeks to improve the audit quality of the public sector banks as well, which was much raised by several opposition MPs in the past as well. That audit is something that needs to be regularized. Changes also proposes to increase the tenure of directors in cooperative banks, excluding the chairperson of whole-time directors from 8 to 10 years. And this bill will enable banks to attract and retain high-quality audit professionals. A very important one, in fact, the brief also states by the Finance Ministry that this will ensure the better protection of depositors and investors as far as the improving quality of the audits is concerned in public sector banks, and increase of tenure of directors other than the whole-time directors in the cooperative banks. So a complete change with the banking sector. Huge public interest in this, and as far as the Finance Minister is concerned, she stated in the last session as well that these reforms will be just not in the banking sector but in cooperative banks as well, and of course this will be ease of banking, something that government had been looking very, very closely to. This bill will be working towards that.
All right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for getting us that update. Let's also tell our viewers that at 10:30 a.m. is when the core group of the government will happen inside Parliament, which has the Prime Minister chairing it and senior ministers, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, also the Parliamentary Affairs Minister in attendance, and also the head of the leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha. But that meeting is around 10:30 a.m. Now a word on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and for that I'll bring in Pooja Tripathi. I mean, it's a very unique situation when all three Gandhis will be in Parliament. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra won that by-election from Wayanad, a seat which was vacated by her brother with a significant margin. Now you have Rahul Gandhi, MP from Raebareli, and also Sonia Gandhi in the Rajya Sabha. What is it that the Congress is hoping that this troika of the Gandhis will be able to achieve in Parliament?
I think, Mara, we all knew that Priyanka is a gifted orator. Priyanka is somebody who takes head-on Prime Minister Modi and his policy. So we are looking forward to Priyanka's performance in Lok Sabha. We are very excited to have her here after 3 decades of her political campaigning and her political work. She has finally made her political debut. We wish her all the best, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of heated and arguments, and as I said, the aggression level won't go down. But I want to point out, and it's not like that opposition wakes up and they decide, let's go and disrupt the Parliament. I was listening to all the discussions here, and when we say that policy and politics are married to each other, opposition, when they, dissent is not defiance in parliamentary proceedings. Right to question, right to criticize, and right to ask accountability is the bedrock of democracy. And it definitely provokes thought, it sparks discussion and makes speculative changes. The whole point of Waqf bill being sent to JPC was because opposition raised a voice. The whole point of IT Amendment Act being called off was because opposition raised a voice. The whole point of LTCG amendments in tax slabs was because opposition raised a voice. So I think it's very, very important. Nobody comes with the idea of, let's
Point very well taken. Point very well taken. Absolutely. Absolutely, Pooja. You know what is being said by analysts here, both Zainab and by Sajjan is essentially that yes, opposition should seek accountability. That is the role of the opposition, and they are very, very critical, bedrock in a functioning democracy. But can that be seen with great degree of cordiality? How is not letting the House function something that's a raising question? That is the point that is being made. But a word on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra from both Zainab and Sajjan. Zainab, all eyes will be on Priyanka Gandhi's debut speech. What will it be? We'll wait and see, but there's no denying that she is a brilliant orator. And what role will she be playing? The fact that both the brother and the sister are in the Lok Sabha. So will they be doing Jugalbandi, complementing each other, something that we saw between, Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, and perhaps now continuing with an addition of Priyanka as well?
Absolutely. Without a doubt, it's going to be extremely interesting to see both the brother-sister duo, because as we've seen in many of their, rallies, they have this sort of chemistry, the perfect sibling chemistry that you can imagine. It's a very loving, funny, naughty one. And of course, I expect professionalism in the parliament and a certain decorum. But yes, they are going to be absolutely a formidable duo to see. Of course, when it comes to the BJP, they can pick on the fact that, look, their entire family is now sitting in the parliament, and the whole point of Parivarvad that they keep talking about. But reality of the matter is that Priyanka Gandhi is a formidable, personality. She's very, everyone knows that the minute you see her, she reminds everyone of Indira Gandhi. So the minute you see her in parliament, it'll also be a very emotional sort of an image, if you come to think of it, which Congress can really cash in on, because her personality within the parliament, her voice, her look, it is so reminiscent of Indira ji that, it's going to, many people are going to just watch it, and I'm sure her videos will be circulated on social media just because, it is Priyanka Gandhi in parliament for the first time, and she's a brilliant orator. I can't wait to watch her, speak and take up matters.
And yeah, so all of us, Zainab, will be watching and waiting for her to make that debut speech. Because debut speech of any parliamentarian is of great importance and significance.
Precisely, and what a better moment when the women has emerged as the X factor and the game changer.
Absolutely, in election after election.
And Priyanka Gandhi kind of making her debut. And more than that, what is expected of her is the change. Not, change just within the Congress, but also giving a new direction. And the cordiality is one thing, because Rahul Gandhi has his own persona, has his own way of, tackling the politics and reaching out to others. Priyanka Gandhi is a better orator, compared to Rahul Gandhi. And also in both bilingual English as well as Hindi also. But more than that, what would be expected of Priyanka Gandhi is to address not just the partisan issue of the Congress and the India Alliance, but also how she, in her debut, will she be laying down a new vision for the Congress, for the opposition, and for the parliamentary system also. Because this is the time wherein being a woman,
you can give a new direction, perhaps. That's needed at the moment. It cannot be confrontationist.
That has been the talk for the last 10 years, that with Priyanka, at least in Congress, there has been a subtext that something will change. Now that she is there, it will be the time.
Let's see. Let's wait and watch for this big change that observers have been waiting for. Thank you so much for joining us, Pooja Tripathi, Zainab, Mr. Sushil Vyas, Sajjan here, and of course Aishwarya Jain. We'll continue with this broadcast, a quick break, and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And this is the social media message of the day, and we're talking about Prime Minister Modi, who has posted about his Mann Ki Baat episode in which he spoke about Oman. He's talked about commendable efforts in Oman, which chronicles the experience of Indian families who settled in Oman centuries ago.
And it's right there, Mahu rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spread करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं।
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Welcome back. Now let's just get you the latest from Sambhal in Uttar Pradesh, where 3 people have lost their lives and 30 others. We're talking about police personnel who have been injured in clashes that took place in Uttar Pradesh on Sunday. This is after a survey team that showed up at a mosque in western Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal to carry out an inspection in line with a local court's direction. Chaos had erupted when that court ordered a survey of the Mughal-era Shahi Jama Masjid, led to violent clashes between the locals and the police. The mosque is at the centre of a contentious legal battle over claims that it was built on the site of a Hindu temple, and the protesters also set some vehicles on fire and pelted stones at the police. My colleague Shubhang has the details.
Brawl ignited on an early Sunday morning when a team of lawyers, advocates, and court commissioner and police personnel reached the Sambhal's Shahi Jama Masjid. Well, as the public got aware about the survey, they started gathering outside the masjid, and later on, around 9:30, first round of stone pelting by the miscreants over the police personnel was done. The survey was conducted around, the survey was complete around 10 a.m. But because of the situation that got tense over there, it was difficult to get the survey team out. But police personnel did that. They took them out safely, and later on, using the gas shells and police force, they overpowered the miscreants, and the situation got normal. Well, till now the situation is under control, but as we know now, because it's a Monday morning now, but 24 hours internet shutdown has been done. The schools have been shut down for today. Well, it is important because there were communal tensions yesterday in the morning. But as of now, the situation is quite under control. The police personnel are in fact deployed at every corner of that masjid area. Well, it is important to also know that the political tensions have been arising, but the situation on the ground seems to be under control now.
Thank you so much, Shubhang, for getting us those details and telling us that there seems to be a sense of calm that has returned to that particular area of Sambhal in Uttar Pradesh. Moving on now, after securing a massive victory in the Maharashtra Assembly polls on Saturday, the partners in the Mahu alliance of the BJP, the Shiv Sena and the NCP were holding crucial meetings yesterday amid the discussions over who will be taking charge as the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. Now, after Mahayuti's stellar performance in Maharashtra, all eyes are as far as when will that decision come about and when is the swearing-in ceremony going to take place? From what we're hearing is that the decision could be out as soon as tonight, and the swearing-in ceremony perhaps could take place as early as tomorrow. Now, a series of meetings have taken place yesterday, and it's Eknath Shinde that has been elected as a Shiv Sena leader by his party MLAs. Earlier, Eknath Shinde had received an overwhelming support as far as an event was concerned. This is in regard to the Ladli Behen Yojana, with the women enthusiastically chanting slogans in his favors, clicking selfies with him. Now, it is going to be a tough choice between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, but that choice is going to be made, and that announcement is expected to come about as soon as tomorrow.
The day started with all the three parties, all the three Mahayuti parties holding their own meetings and choosing their own Gatt Neta, as it is called in Marathi, or the leaders of MLAs in Vidhan Sabha. And it was a formality for all the MLAs to come together and speak in unison. In the morning, we saw that the NCP Ajit Pawar faction came together. And of course, there were a few voices who were willing of having Ajit Pawar as the chief ministerial face, but the NCP faction is well aware of the fact that the party does not have that kind of an importance in Mahayuti alliance for them to push for their leader to be the chief minister, which makes this competition mostly bipolar between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. And Devendra Fadnavis was also holding a meeting at the same time, just a few meters away from Ajit Pawar's bungalow, that is in Sangal. But what happened late at night at Taj Lands Ends Hotel is more interesting, because a meeting was expected to take place there at around 4 to 5 p.m., which was later postponed. It ended up happening at 9:30, where Chief Minister was there with a majority of his MLAs, and a meeting was held. Two things happened there. Firstly, the Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, he was chosen as the leader of Shinde Shiv Sena in the Vidhan Sabha. And secondly, all of them made it very clear that they want Eknath Shinde as their Chief Minister. While responding to that, Eknath Shinde was also clear where he said that he is trying his best to get that. Now, these developments become very interesting because, it is entering into the last stage, all of these discussions. All the three leaders are expected to travel to Delhi, and the final validation or the final stamp on the name of the chief minister will eventually be given by the top heads of the NDA, that is Amit Shah and Narendra Modi. But then all these discussions and deliberations which are happening in Maharashtra are also very important.
And switching tracks to its Constitution Day tomorrow, and ahead of that, the government has planned a number of events. Several union ministers were seen participating in the Samvidhan march this morning. Let's take a look.
संविधान यात्रा है। प्रधानमंत्री 2010 में संविधान यात्रा शुरू किया था गुजरात में। अब देश भर में आगे चल रहे हैं। 75 वर्ष पूरा हो जाएंगे इस साल, इसीलिए संविधान यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं।
संविधान को जो हम सब लोगों का स्वाभिमान भी है और भारत के विकास का अधिष्ठान भी है। भारत के हुतात्माओं का, जिन्होंने भारत की आज़ादी के लिए अपने आप को समर्पित किया, उनका सम्मान भी है। तो मेरा संविधान, मेरा स्वाभिमान, मेरा सम्मान और भारत के विकास का अधिष्ठान, उसके 75 साल पूरे होने के इस अवसर पर हम इस युवा शक्ति का सृजन करके भारत को विकसित बनाने के नरेंद्र मोदी के संकल्प को, और जो यात्रा संविधान की उन्होंने आज से अनेक वर्ष पहले गुजरात में प्रारंभ की थी, उस यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सब एक साथ एकत्रित हुए।
बहुत ही उत्साहित माहौल है। भारत के संविधान के 75 वर्ष इतने जोश से हमारी युवा शक्ति मना रही है। हम सब के लिए गर्व है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार से 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को संविधान के साथ जोड़ा है, संविधान के मूल्यों के साथ जोड़ा है।
And today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and a pledge for men and boys to respect and protect the women is turning into a movement. The idea is to bring about an attitudinal change. This is among men and boys quite early on in life, and that is what actor Revati is attempting to do. Let's take a look.
And the pledge is very simple. It says, I pledge to oppose all forms of violence against women. I promise to respect, support, and listen to women in my community. Together we can create a world where everyone feels safe and valued. I think that is very important, to be valued. So everybody, every male takes a pledge, and every woman asks their male friends or male companions to take the same pledge. If every man respects and safeguards the women around them in the community, or at least supports them and lets them, gives them the space to speak, automatically the world will become a very safe place. World will become a space where there is gender equality.
And also promote fairness, treat sons and daughters equally in terms of opportunities, discipline and praise. Avoid favoritism or imposing different expectations based on gender. These small, consistent actions can help create a home environment where respect and equality are.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world.
The winter session of Parliament begins. The government has listed 15 bills, including one to amend the Waqf law and 5 new ones for the winter session of Parliament. Ahead of the session, the Speaker reiterates that members must maintain dignity of the House. In fact, in the winter session, the government's focus is on ease of banking. A bill to allow multiple nominees for bank deposits is expected to come up. Opposition huddles ahead of the winter session of Parliament. The India bloc leaders will be meeting, followed by a meeting of Congress MPs at the Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha's chambers. Deliberations and discussions on Maharashtra Chief Minister selections will continue. The top contenders include Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. They are likely to reach Delhi today to hold meetings with Amit Shah. Delhi's air quality remains in the poor category at 278. That's where the AQI stands. The Supreme Court is expected to decide on the continuation of GRAP 4 measures. Well, the Nifty and Sensex open higher this Monday morning. Adani stocks trade higher, led by Adani Energy. It's 10 a.m. The winter session of Parliament has begun, and coming on the heels of the NDA's massive victory in Haryana and Maharashtra, this session is likely to see the government on a stronger wicket. But the opposition, though, is expected to raise the Waqf bill as well as the crisis in Manipur. Maria Shakil now joins us from Parliament. It's over to her for the latest updates on the winter session.
Hello viewers, I'm coming to you live from Vijay Chowk near the Parliament of India, very close to the old Parliament building. With me is Aditi Fadnis, senior journalist, and all eyes will be on what the Prime Minister has to say when at 10:15, 10:30, roughly around that time, he gives his customary sound bite. 11 a.m. is when the winter session of Parliament begins. On government's agenda are crucial legislations. On opposition's agenda are there questions seeking accountability and answers from the government. But first up is a very fascinating bill which is going to come up in this session of Parliament, which is with regards to the Banking Amendment Bill. This bill allows multiple nominees for FDs. It also means that the overall, court cases would go down if the number of nominees are increased. Aishwarya Jain is tracking the story for us. He joins me live. A word on banking bill, Aishwarya, and then we look at other politics around policy.
Well, this bill was introduced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in August last year, and certainly Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in several of the briefings has stated that after this bill will come, there will be several reforms that will be changed. Of course, the brief that we have got from the Finance Ministry states about a bill which seeks to improve the audit quality of the public sector banks as well. Bill also makes changes and intended to improve governance in standards, enhance consistency in banks reporting to the RBI, also changes proposes to increase the tenure of directors in cooperative banks, excluding the chairperson and the whole-time directors from 8 to 10 years. The nominees for the FDs will be also increased multiple folds. Bill will also enable banks to attract and retain high-quality audit professionals. Certainly, this will also ensure the protection of the depositors and investors, improve audit quality in public sector banks as well. A complete overall change in the banking sector as far as this bill is concerned. Several bills were also introduced and they were pending, and this of course in this winter session we have been told in the tentative list of government's business, 11 bills are there for consideration and passing, and 5 bills are there for the introduction. Amongst the consideration and passing, banking bill is a major one which today Finance Minister will be tabling in the Lok Sabha.
Okay, and this is crucial from the point of view that issues that are faced by the family members after the death of an account holder, that will be addressed as well if there are multiple nominees. Aditi Fadnis is with us. She is the political editor with Business Standard. Ma'am, how are you looking at this crucial legislation? Of course, the government could have done it with an executive order, but they are going ahead and bringing about amendments in this bill.
The amendments have to be brought because the system of nominees has to be changed. As you know, succession and probate is a very complicated procedure. It requires court hearings, and if you don't have a nominee. And all banks, when you open an account, have lately been encouraging you and in fact forcing you more or less to name nominees, so that if in the unfortunate event of your death, you do have a chain which lays claim to your accounts, whatever sum they may have. Now the number of nominees, so that it's a kind of a kind of a modification of the whole system of leaving a will. So you, while you're during your lifetime, can name more than one nominee. Right now you were asked to name only one. Name more than one nominee for the funds that are in your accounts. So directly speaking, for you and me, for ordinary people, this is the most important element in the banking bill.
Yes, so it's a people-friendly bill, and that is the reason why on day one of the winter session, we will be seeing Finance Minister table that legislation in the Lok Sabha. We will try and connect across to Profit in just a bit to get details of how the markets are faring after the victory, a landslide victory of Mahayuti. We have other guests also joining us. Aarti Jairath, senior journalist, is with us. All eyes will also be on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as she makes her parliamentary debut. Aarti, coming in, when do you expect the first speech of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra?
You know, if you've watched Priyanka Gandhi Vadra over all these years, she has always been very careful not to overshadow her brother. You know, she's always stayed behind him. So I think everything depends on when Rahul Gandhi gives her the signal to speak. And I don't know when that will be. So maybe on a women's issue, you know, that might be the kind of, you know, positioning she would like to give herself, the positioning that Rahul Gandhi would like to give herself. So, so let's see. I mean, but certainly, you know, what I'm waiting to see is how much of fire Rahul Gandhi breathes this time after the losses of the Congress in these last two rounds of elections, and how the BJP is able to I'm sure Rahul Gandhi is going to, you know, breathe fire, but I think the opposition is going to be equally aggressive, unlike what they were during the monsoon session. So that's going to be an interesting kind of tussle to see the way they shut Rahul Gandhi up.
Yes. And yes, and how will the sibling chemistry be playing out when both of them are members of parliament now? And of course, will we be seeing more aggression on the part of opposition, or after the debacle in Maharashtra, will there be a subdued opposition? All that and much more we'll be watching out for. But because the markets have opened and this is the first market listing happening after the resounding victory of Mahayuti in Maharashtra, let's bring in Puneet now. Puneet, how are the stocks faring?
Very positively, up about 1.5%. The Sensex is up about 1,100 points today in session. And while the Nifty is also up about 300 points in session today. When you look at the sectoral indices, there are three big sectors that are buzzing in trade today. The Nifty PSU Bank is the first one. It is up about 4.5% and it's led by some stocks such as Indian Bank, UCO Bank, as well as the Central Bank as well. Apart from that, we're seeing the Nifty Oil and Gas Index also buzzing very well today. It's up about 3.5% in trade today, led by stocks such as BPCL, ONGC, as well as IOC. And finally, the third biggest sector is Nifty Realty, where we're seeing stocks such as Godrej Properties buzzing on trade today. So the infrastructure as well as the FMCG stocks were in focus post the election as well. But these three sectors, specifically the PSU Bank, Oil and Gas, as well as the Realty Index, is seeing very positive market reaction today.
Okay, and what about the overall stocks that we are seeing of Adani Group of Enterprises?
Well, the Adani stocks are definitely buzzing in trade today as well. We have seen, multiple flashes on our channel and NDTV Profit as well, where, the cash level to the gross debt is also at around 20%. But overall, most of the stocks are buzzing, where the net debt is also comparatively at a manageable level now, post the pandemic as well. And there are multiple triggers for each of the stocks, Adani Green, Adani Ports, as well as, where they've given guidance for the next 4 to 5 years as well. So overall, most of them are buzzing in trade today, and backed by strong fundamental reasons as well. While we are seeing most of them, very active in trade today as well.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for that quick update of the markets. Aditi Fadnis continues to be with us right here. And thank you so much, ma'am. I forgot to thank you by saying that, you made the effort to come all the way to, Parliament, and how the Parliament reporting in itself has changed over the last few months and years. And still you managed to come here. So a word now on what are your expectations and what will you be watching out for as a political journalist from the session, that is the budget session which happened, because that was the first session of the Modi government, 18th Lok Sabha, to now. Things have changed. There has been a Haryana victory and also a Maharashtra victory.
So today, Maria, in the very, very short term, today I don't expect much to happen. There will be obituary references in both houses, and I think no sitting MP has passed away.
Yes.
So the houses will continue after making the obit references. Bills will be introduced. I know that in Rajya Sabha, where I've got the agenda paper, the civil aviation changes in the civil aviation bill in terms of maintenance and import of aircraft and a whole lot of changes which have come actually after almost 3 decades. those changes will be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. So there will be a debate there. I'm assuming that
the larger power dynamics.
I'm assuming that because of the larger power dynamic, the victory of the ruling coalition in Haryana as well as in Maharashtra, you will have a very strongly vocal treasury benches. But equally, because of the victory in Jharkhand and a general sense that some of the US and Canadian action has impacted badly on India's image abroad and at home. You will have a very strong, very vocal opposition which will insist on answers on many of these issues.
Rohan Gupta of the BJP joins us. We also have Sujata Paul of the Congress party. Rohan Gupta, is the Treasury bench ready to accommodate and be more of a patient listener to all the concerns of the opposition?
See, absolutely. It is a responsibility of a ruling party to ensure that all the issues are taken up and Parliament functions and there is some objectivity and some results as far as the sessions are concerned. But at the same time, it is responsibility of opposition parties also to ensure that the functioning is proper. There has to be objectivity in discussion and not just, you just are taking Parliament by storm just for political motive. At the end of the day, people expect a lot from all the parliamentarians, all the political parties, that after the session, there should be some positive outcome for the people. You can disagree with many points, you can oppose the government, you can ask answers, all these things are fine. It is part of democracy. But at the end of the day, the objectivity should be positive. And if that is the case, I think a government is responsible and accountable for all the questions being asked by opposition parties.
Okay, since you have used the word positive approach, is the opposition ready for a positive approach here, Sujata Paul?
Maria, the opposition
and you positively
is
raised all the questions that you wish an answer from the government.
Yes, we need positive answers from the government. The government hasn't answered so many of our questions. And of course, as far as Manipur is concerned, that is still off the radar of the Prime Minister. And that is something that concerns the entire nation today because it is destabilizing the Northeast. In fact, we are seeing some instances happening in Nagaland as well. And therefore, the government really needs to answer. The government needs to answer on a lot of issues, the manner in which the Adani group should be held accountable and why the BJP spokespersons have been working as Adani group's spokesperson is beyond me when they have their own spokespersons. However, the fact is that today is a day when we are starting with the winter session of Parliament and we will see whether the government, which talks a lot, but when it comes to actually delivering on the ground in Parliament, it's very different because all they can do is attack the opposition rather than give answers. So we will just wait and watch whether they have a positive approach towards the opposition, because we know that the Prime Minister, his favorite pastime and hobby is to attack the opposition.
Okay, so both sides are sounding positive. But Aditi Fadnis and Aarti Jairath, veteran watchers of parliamentary politics. Aarti, what will you be watching out for? Because, the realities of 18th Lok Sabha have changed. Let's not forget that. From the budget session to the winter session, 6 months, and we will be seeing a far more aggressive government as well. Something we saw even in the first session of the 18th Lok Sabha, but perhaps not as much. And both sides being equally aggressive, then how will the parliament function? I mean, there has to be some meeting point, and who will be bringing that meeting point?
I think, Maria, you've raised a very valid concern. And despite all the pious statements we've been hearing from party spokespersons on the channel today, I frankly don't see very much happening in Parliament. Because one side will attack, the other side will attack back, then the other side will attack, then the other side will attack back. And so it will go on, like we have seen session after session after session. yes, certain bills will be passed because bills these days are being passed without discussion. They're being passed in the din. So certain bills will be passed. I don't know what the fate of the Waqf bill will be, whether that will be passed in the din or whether that will, sort of be, I don't know, go, sort of fall by the wayside. I don't know. But, the unfortunate thing about Parliament is that, communications seem to have really broken down between the opposition and the government. And both sides are now on the in attack mode rather than in, sort of accommodation mode. And I think this is what is happening. This is what is happening in Parliament today, that a Parliament that used to be a forum for discussion has now become a forum for battle.
Okay, so a parliament which was once upon a time a discussion for, good debates. We have heard so many of them, and we used to look forward to parliamentary debates. That platform has now become about aggression, attack, and more of disruptions.
Well, I wouldn't say that. On certain days, at certain times, of course, disruption is a part of parliamentary procedure, and you saw a lot of that in the 1980s and 1990s also. But debates have also been held. It's not that they haven't. And some fantastic speeches have also been made. So this time, I guess, all the eyes will be on Priyanka Gandhi's maiden speech.
Yes.
And what she will say, on what she will speak, these are all very carefully chosen, carefully calibrated political moves. They're not just random, you can't just get up and say something.
Yes.
So that's one part of it. It will be her first speech ever as MP. I have heard her speeches. Some of them she has spoken quite well. So let's see what she says. Other speeches to look out for will be the Prime Minister's speech.
Prime Minister's speech, yes.
And also...
And Prime Minister's speech tomorrow, which is Samvidhan Divas, on that day, when he is addressing both the joint session of Parliament.
We do know that there has been a background of
the entire discussion around
the Constitution and the changes that the government is supposed to have brought without actually saying so. And the government's very, very strong defense that we have never tried to change the Constitution to take away the rights of anybody, and we will not do it in the future also.
I think that Constitution debate doesn't mean that it has been settled after the Maharashtra results, because, even in these elections, the Congress did raise it, and Rahul Gandhi was seen flashing that red book, which is the pocketbook of the Constitution of India. Of course, this entire discussion around Constitution, has that been settled in the People's Court electorally when the BJP has won the Maharashtra polls in particular with the kind of victory margin that they have had? A word now from Aishwarya Jain, if he is continuing to be with us. Aishwarya, I want to understand from you, the opposition and the Treasury benches did speak about a lot of cordiality in the all-party meeting which happened. But the JPC on Waqf, they have completed their report. It is likely to be submitted in this session. Is there going to be a discussion on it? Will it be submitted in the first week itself? That is the week that is starting today?
Well, in fact, yesterday after the all-party meeting, we spoke to Gaurav Gogoi as well. When we asked him that whether Congress will be attending tomorrow's mega event of the government of adoption of 75th anniversary of the Constitution, the answer was that it's not an official stand. Congress has not yet decided that whether they will be attending tomorrow or not. But on the Waqf Amendment bill, of course, the JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal has stated that almost all the consultations had been done with 6 ministries, with several stakeholders, with the state Waqf boards as well, and they are ready for the final report and they are ready to submit it before the House. But very important statement also made by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju that in case the JPC asks for further extension, then the JPC has to approach the House, because House has earlier decided that the JPC had to submit its report till the last day of the winter session, and if they asked extension, then of course the House will think so and can give the extension. So whether in this session of Parliament as well, the Waqf Amendment Bill JPC report will be submitted or not is something that will remains to be seen. But of course, as we are also mentioning about the changes that are being done in different Parliament session, one very important update also coming in as far as Om Birla's initiative is concerned to make Parliament paperless. Today, from today onwards, it will be members of the Parliament who will be given an electronic pen, and they can sign it on their tablets as well to make it efficient for the attendance of the MPs as well, and that will happen from tomorrow. Of course, 4 counters have been kept. The register attendance system will continue in this session, but to make it paperless, this is something an initiative had been taken by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, and that has been welcomed by all the members of the Parliament as well.
Okay. Aishwarya, continue to be with us. I would request all the panelists to be with us. Any moment, Prime Minister is expected to enter the Parliament, and we'll be cutting across to that customary bite. So on that note, let's take a quick break and I'll be back.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic
The winter session of Parliament begins. The government has listed 15 bills, including 1 to amend the Waqf law and 5 new ones for this session. Ahead of the session, though, Speaker reiterates that members must maintain dignity of the House. And in this session, the government's focus is on the ease of banking. A bill to allow multiple nominees for bank deposits is likely to be tabled. The opposition huddles ahead of the winter session. India bloc leaders meet, followed by a meeting of Congress MPs at the Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha's chambers. Deliberations and discussions on Maharashtra Chief Minister selections will continue. The top contenders, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, are likely to reach Delhi today to hold meetings with Amit Shah. Delhi's air quality remains dismal. It's in the poor category with an AQI of 278 as we speak. The Supreme Court will decide on the continuation of GRAP 4 measures. Nifty and Sensex open higher this Monday morning. Adani stocks trade higher, led by Adani Energy.
Prime Minister Modi there entering Parliament for the winter session. He will be giving his customary bite, setting the tone of this session any moment. Simultaneously, there is an important India bloc meeting happening at the residence of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge.
नमस्कार साथियों, शीतकालीन सत्र है और माहौल भी शीत ही रहेगा। दो 2024 का ये अंतिम कालखंड चल रहा है। देश पूरे उमंग और उत्साह के साथ 2025 के स्वागत की तैयारी में भी लगा हुआ है। साथियों, संसद का ये सत्र अनेक प्रकार से विशेष है और सबसे बड़ी बात है, हमारे संविधान के 75 साल की यात्रा, 75वें साल में उसका प्रवेश, ये अपने आप में लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत ही उज्जवल अवसर है। और कल संविधान सदन में सब मिलकर के इस संविधान के 75वें वर्ष की उसके उत्सव की मिलकर के शुरुआत करेंगे। संविधान निर्माताओं ने संविधान निर्माण करते समय एक एक बिंदु पर बहुत विस्तार से बहस की है और तब जाकर के ऐसा उत्तम दस्तावेज हमें प्राप्त हुआ है। और उसकी एक महत्वपूर्ण इकाई है हमारी संसद। हमारे सांसद भी और हमारी संसद भी पार्लियामेंट में स्वस्थ चर्चा हो, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग चर्चा में अपना योगदान दें। दुर्भाग्य से कुछ लोगों ने अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए जिनको जनता ने अस्वीकार किया है, वे संसद को भी मुट्ठी भर लोगों के हुड़दंगबाजी से कंट्रोल करने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उनका अपना मकसद तो संसद की गतिविधि को रोकने से ज्यादा सफल नहीं होता है और देश की जनता उनके सारे व्यवहारों को काउंट करती है और जब समय आता है तो सजा भी देती है। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा पीड़ा की बात यह है कि जो नए सांसद होते हैं, नए विचार, नई ऊर्जा लेकर के आते हैं और ये किसी एक दल में नहीं, सभी दल में आते हैं। उनके अधिकारों को कुछ लोग दबोच देते हैं। सदन में बोलने का उनको अवसर तक नहीं मिलता है। लोकतांत्रिक परंपरा में हर पीढ़ी का काम है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को तैयार करे, लेकिन 80-80, 90-90 बार जनता ने जिनको लगातार नकार दिया है, वे न संसद में चर्चा होने देते हैं, न लोकतंत्र की भावना का सम्मान करते हैं, न ही वह लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का कोई महत्व समझते हैं, उनका उसके प्रति कोई दायित्व है वो कोई समझ पाते हैं। और उसका परिणाम है वो जनता की उम्मीदों पर कभी भी खरे नहीं उतरते हैं और परिणाम स्वरूप जनता को बार बार उनको रिजेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है। साथियों, ये सदन लोकतंत्र की 2024 के पार्लियामेंट के चुनाव के बाद देश की जनता को अपने अपने राज्यों में कुछ स्थानों पर अपनी भावना, अपने विचार, अपनी अपेक्षाएं प्रकट करने का अवसर मिला है। उसमें भी 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव के नतीजों को और अधिक ताकत दी गई है राज्यों के द्वारा और अधिक बल प्रदान किया गया है और अधिक समर्थन का व्याप बढ़ा है और लोकतंत्र की यह शर्त है कि हम जनता जनार्दन की भावनाओं का आदर करें, उनकी आशा अपेक्षाओं पर खरा उतरने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करें। मैं बार बार खास करके विपक्ष के साथियों से आग्रह करता रहा हूं और कुछ विपक्ष बहुत जिम्मेदारी से व्यवहार करते भी हैं। उनकी भी इच्छा रहती है कि सदन में सुचारू रूप से काम हो, लेकिन लगातार जिनको जनता ने नकार दिया है, वे अपने साथियों की बात को भी दबोच देते थे, उनकी भावनाओं का भी अनादर करते हैं, लोकतंत्र की भावनाओं का अनादर करते हैं। मैं आशा करता हूं कि हमारे नए साथियों को अवसर मिले। सभी दल में नए साथी हैं, उनके पास नए विचार है, भारत को आगे ले जाने के लिए नई नई कल्पनाएं हैं और आज विश्व भारत की तरफ बहुत आशा भरी नजर से देख रहा है, तब हम संसद का समय का उपयोग वैश्विक स्तर पर भी भारत के आज जो सम्मान बढ़ा है, भारत का प्रति जो आकर्षण बढ़ा है, उसको बल प्रदान करने वाला हमारा व्यवहार रहना चाहिए। विश्व के अंदर भारत को ऐसे अवसर बहुत कम मिलते हैं जो आज मिला है, और भारत की संसद से वो संदेश भी जाना चाहिए कि भारत के मतदाता, उनका लोकतंत्र के प्रति समर्पण, उनका संविधान के प्रति समर्पण, उनका संसदीय कार्य पद्धति पर विश्वास, संसद में बैठे हुए हम सबको जनता जनार्दन की इन भावनाओं पर खरा उतरना ही पड़ेगा। और समय की मांग है, हम अब तक जितना समय गंवा चुके हैं उसका थोड़ा पश्चाताप करें और उसका परिमार्जन करने का उपाय यही है कि हम बहुत ही तंदुरुस्त तरीके से हर विषय के अनेक पहलुओं को संसद भवन में हम उजागर करें। आने वाली पीढ़ियां भी पढ़ेगी उसको, उसमें से प्रेरणा लेगी। मैं आशा करता हूं कि ये सत्र बहुत ही परिणामकारी हो, संविधान के 75वें वर्ष की शान को बढ़ाने वाला हो, भारत की वैश्विक गरिमा को बल देने वाला हो, नए सांसदों को अवसर देने वाला हो, नए विचारों का स्वागत करने वाला हो। इसी भावना के साथ मैं फिर एक बार सभी माननीय सांसदों को उमंग और उत्साह के साथ इस सत्र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए निमंत्रित करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आप सब साथियों का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
So the Prime Minister there delivering his customary sound bite, where he spoke about healthy debates in Parliament. He also spoke about few people have self-centered agenda as well. The larger questions certainly should be putting the spotlight on the people-centric agenda. He also said that opposition has been rejected by the people multiple times. They should let the parliament function, and he also targeted and questioned the opposition's role in how they are perhaps not in sync with the expectations of people, the larger sentiments of people. Aarti Jairath, Rohan Gupta and Sujata Paul continue to be with us. Aarti, if the tone is anything to believe or to go by, it's very clear that the government will not be giving any elbow room to the opposition. There is a lot of buoyancy on the part of the government, particularly after Maharashtra results.
Absolutely. And this was expected, Maria. I mean, the Maharashtra victory has been so overwhelming and so decisive that it was expected. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, though, how, because I think that the opposition would also like to make its mark. They would like to make up for the fact that, particularly the Congress, I think, would like to make up for the fact that it's been beaten so badly in these elections, because even in Jharkhand, although the alliance won, the Congress's own performance was quite poor. So I think the Congress would like to make up for it by, raising issues to put the government in a spot. And I think at the top of the agenda are various issues like Manipur, the kind of actions that the American government and the Canadian governments have taken, the Waqf bill, and all those issues. And also the recent violence, by the way, in UP, in Sambhal over the mosque. So I think that they would like to raise these issues and try to put the government in a spot. But you can make out from the Prime Minister's tone that the government has no intention of giving them any room, any elbow room, unlike last time when, they were able to do it. I think this time the government is going to stand like a very firm wall, to stop the opposition.
Absolutely. Aarti, look, I mean, in the last 10 years, we did not see a single bill go to the JPC. JPC demand was also by members of alliance of the government itself. So JDU wanted it. So did, LJP. All their alliance partners were asking for it. So was the opposition. And that is the reason why, for the first time in 10 years, that a bill was sent to the JPC. But now it's a changed reality. From the first session of 18th Lok Sabha to now, in 6 months, because of the electoral victories, one after the other, the BJP is certainly entering this session with lot of enthusiasm, and they will not be giving any scope to opposition to try and corner them. That is the big message that is coming in from the Prime Minister in that soundbite. Let's cut across to NDTV Profit and get details on how the markets are doing.
Well, Maria, thanks so much for that. Well, Indian stock markets have rallied this morning. Our NDTV Profit team has been tracking all the details very closely. In fact, I must inform you that the Nifty and Sensex opened more than 1% higher this Monday morning. So the key equity benchmarks traded with strong gains in early trade amid the outcomes of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections. Additionally, macroeconomic indicators, including the GDP and infrastructure output, will garner significant attention. But the Nifty and Sensex have opened higher this morning. Meanwhile, Adani Group stocks posted significant gains during morning trade. Adani Energy is leading the rebound, is what the markets say so far. The Adani Group stocks have risen. There's a strong recovery, is what analysts are saying, by the Adani Group companies. And as I mentioned, Adani Energy is leading the rebound as we speak. My colleague Anushi Vakharia joins us from NDTV Profit at the moment. Anushi, now in the past, the Adani Group had announced plans to invest more than 8 lakh crore rupees across portfolio companies in the next 10 years. What's the status? What's the state of affairs at the moment? The stocks are rallying nearly 8% higher.
So for Adani portfolio, let's just break this down in different brackets. Now, first we are seeing about how the EBITDA, about the cash flows, about the debt levels, and what this could mean for the business forward. So firstly, over the last 12 months, we are seeing an EBITDA growth of about 17% to $10 billion, which means strong EBITDA growth levels have sustained over the last 4 quarters that we are looking at. This has translated into the cash flows, also $7 billion of cash flows for the last 12 months, a 30% growth that we've seen in the last 5 years. So growth in cash flows from operation is strong and has also sustained, as we've mentioned about EBITDA. So net debt to EBITDA now, if you look at, that has remained in the 2.46 times, which is lower than what the company has given its guidance for. So this suggests reasonable levels for asset-heavy infra companies. That is what we are looking at for. Liquidity position also across the portfolio companies remains strong, with sufficient funds to cover all the debt repayments within the next 12 months that we are looking at. So healthy liquidity to cover the debt repayments. Now, these debt is to be repaid for each year until FY34 is less than the cash flow for the last 12 months. This means that even current cash flows are assuming no growth at these levels should be sufficient enough to cover all these debt payments that we are looking at. Asset base, if we look at, that has increased by $9 billion to $60 billion in H1 FY25. That's the first half of fiscal year 25. During the same period, gross debt has increased by over $2 billion. So we are seeing a significant increase in asset base as compared to the debt levels. So 80% of this base is funded through internally and not through debt also that we are looking at. Equity now counts for about 63% of total debt, showing about lower dependence on debt that we are looking at. Now, if you are to see the exposure to the Indian banks, at USD $11 billion, this is 42% of today's debt. So companies have cash of about $6 billion, most of which is parked with Indian banks. So this means net exposure to Indian banks is much lower than what is perceived in the market, since more than 50% of the debt is cash lying in the Indian banks. So this is the overall update that we are looking for the Adani portfolio.
Thanks, Anushi, for joining us with that update. The Adani Group has touted the financial and credit details of its portfolio companies to investors, as Anushi has just highlighted for you, showcasing its robust profits and cash flows that can sustain growth without reliance on external debt. With that, let's get you all the Parliament action. The winter session has kick-started. Well, Maria Shakil joins you with the lowdown outside Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you, Parma, for getting us all the latest from the market there. But that excitement in Adani portfolio is certainly visible. Markets overall cheering the Mahayuti victory in Maharashtra polls. What happens inside Parliament? Will the opposition realize that when it comes to the people's mandate, they have much to really think and introspect about? Today, even as we speak, there are two crucial meetings happening inside Parliament. In Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber, the entire India bloc is meeting. And there is also a core group of ministers meeting which is happening inside Parliament, being chaired by the Prime Minister, something which has been almost a tradition of sorts, which has been happening. What we are being also told that the BJP MPs are likely to give a huge welcome and applause to the Prime Minister when he enters the Lok Sabha. So let's wait and see when the House, opens up at 11 a.m. But crucial bills lined up. The opposition is sending a message that they are going to corner the government. The government says the opposition should be aware of the sentiments of the people. And these elections are an indication of how the people of India are thinking. First Haryana and now Maharashtra, two states which have given an overwhelming majority to the BJP and its alliance partner, that is Mahayuti in Maharashtra, and a complete landslide to the BJP in the state of Haryana. So the realities of Parliament has changed as well. Sujata Paul continues to be with us. We also have Rohan Gupta. Sujata, the message from the People's Court should also be read. Is the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister?
First of all, there is a message from Jharkhand as well. And the Prime Minister, when he talks about the responsibility of the opposition, he forgets that the responsibility of running the Parliament is the responsibility of the government. And they have failed miserably at that. And you yourself mentioned that in the last 10 years, no bills were sent to the JPC. And of course, we saw a spate of ordinances in the last 10 years, and make no mistake, the opposition is not going to be yielding. But when he was talking, he spoke about Janta Janardan ki bhavna ka aadar karna chahiye, because there are people from outside watching, and paschatap karna chahiye. Now look at the language that he's using, and he's using this particular platform to target the opposition outside Parliament. He should be saying all this inside Parliament if he really wants to. But the fact is that our Parliament is for our country. He might think that he is the Vishwa Guru, but as far as the country is concerned, the issues of the country are going to be discussed inside Parliament. But the Prime Minister definitely does not want to do that.
I'm of the opinion the issues of the people, Sujata, issues of the people should be raised inside Parliament. And that's what I got a sense also from the Prime Minister's customary soundbite, because where he said clearly that, the issues should be concerning people. And one of the bills which have been listed in the Lok Sabha today is a people-centric bill. Rohan Gupta, a word from you, and then we wrap up this segment and wait for the Lok Sabha to begin.
See, if opposition can find negativity and want PM spoke now, I think we know how the Parliament is going to run. See, Malay, we have to understand that, as rightly told, what is the pulse of people? What does people want from the opposition? I think opposition has completely forgotten that. They have completely lost the pulse of people. Yes, you can definitely question government, but you cannot dictate the government. This is the way you have to perform. Number one, you are playing at the hands of foreign forces. You can definitely question the government, but the way opposition party did press conference against in Adani issue against the government, that is wrong. It is for Adani to answer what has happened. Let the law take its own course. but you have completely lost the agenda of the people when you are opposing Waqf Amendment Bill. It means that new secularism for opposition party is appeasement. That is where people are against them. You need to understand, when you are in parliament, you have to take issues of the people. You cannot play at the hands of the foreign forces. That is a clear-cut message. Number one. Number two, what PM told is you have to show the positivity. I am there to listen to your issues. But if you detect the Prime Minister or BJP, that is not going to happen. It is your responsibility to raise the issues. Let us do debates. Let us discuss the issues. Let us find out the outcome. But questioning the government just for the sake of political motive, people are not liking that. And what PM rightly said, you need to give respect to the mandate of the people. I'm not questioning whether Jharkhand or Maharashtra, what does people want? There has to be objectivity. But when you question bills like Waqf Amendment Bill because of your appeasement politics, when you question bill like UCC because of your appeasement politics, people are not going to accept it. Definitely you question government on Adani issue, but there has to be
UCC is not listed, so it's unlikely that UCC is coming. But one thing is becoming clear. One thing is becoming. No. I get your point. I get your point. I've heard also from Sujata. Early morning.
But Maria.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Maria,
not 1 minute.
Yeah. But the BJP spokesperson is talking about the amendment bills and saying that you don't question. So what kind of, argument is that? You don't want any questions to be raised in Parliament. What is the Parliament for? Tell the government to just implement whatever they want. If there is a Parliament, there will be discussion, Rohan Gupta. You cannot
the JPC has held the discussion. Let's put the... Okay, all right. Rohan Gupta, Sujata Paul, early morning, no slugfest, please. Early morning, no slugfest, please. That's not how NDTV looks like. Early morning, especially. We are looking at the Parliament session, which is going to begin any moment now. But Aarti Jairath, as a veteran Parliament reporter, we have heard from the Prime Minister, the tone and tenor is very clear shift in the last 6 months, particularly because of the results of Haryana and Maharashtra. And now we'll be watching out for what is day one of winter session looking like. A quick word on that, Aarti. Do you think opposition will be a little subdued, particularly after Maharashtra debacle? Or no?
I doubt it, Maria. I really very much doubt it. I think the opposition has points to score. Just like the, ruling benches have points to score. So I'm afraid that, all these hopes of having a discussion, raising people's issues, letting new members speak, I really think that all those hopes are not going to happen. And let's see now, the opposition is not even clear about whether they're going to attend tomorrow's Constitution Day function, which I think is very sad because, it is a day to actually honor the Constitution and to, reaffirm our allegiance to it. And I would expect that the opposition should participate in the event. It's a very good thing, and it's a very good thing that the BJP is also reaffirming its allegiance to the Constitution, because in the past there have been these doubts about them wanting to review it, rewrite it, and so on and so forth. So, I would think that, I really don't see any kind of meeting ground, but it should start with tomorrow, with the Constitution Day function, with both sides coming together to reaffirm their
Constitution Day.
Constitution of India.
Yes. All right, Aarti Jairath, pleasure having you on the show this morning. And thank you to Rohan Gupta and Sujata Paul as well. We are slipping into a short break. 11 a.m. is when the Parliament functioning begins. We'll be cutting across to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7 and the Parliament session has begun, and live shots coming on your screens right now of the Parliament session that's begun today and will continue till the 20th of December. And this is resulting in the Nifty and the Sensex, the markets turning positive as well. Let's just first get you the headlines. So the Nifty and the Sensex, the markets are up this morning and they've turned positive on a monthly basis as they trade nearly 2% up. And there's a surge in the Adani Group stocks with a strong recovery by the Adani Group. And the Adani Group has gone on to say that there's growth without debt, and it is stable as far as the last 12 months of the growth is concerned, and that they've grown 17%. And the winter session of the Parliament begins with the Prime Minister targeting the opposition ahead of the Parliament session, saying that people have rejected the opposition multiple times. The opposition not in sync with what the expectations of the people are, is what Prime Minister Modi said in his address just before the starting of the Parliament session. And opposition huddles ahead of the Parliament session with the India bloc leaders to push for debates as far as the Manipur issue, the Waqf bill, and even on the pollution in the national capital. Those are the issues that will be taken up during the winter session. And the government focus as far as the ease of banking bill is concerned to allow multiple nominees for bank deposits. That is going to be the key focus as far as the winter session is concerned. And deliberation and discussions on the Maharashtra's Chief Minister's selection that continues, and top contenders are Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde that are likely to reach Delhi today in order to hold meetings with Amit Shah. And Delhi's air quality stays under 300 points, just a little under that at 278. However, there are certain pockets of Delhi where the pollution is completely out of hand, and it is the decision of the Supreme Court that's expected today. As far as the GRAP 4 measures are concerned, will they continue or will they be revoked is the big question. And the winter session of the Parliament has started, and during which 3 key bills are scheduled. The winter session is expected to continue till the 20th of December. And in this session, the Waqf Amendment Bill and the Disaster Management Bill is among the bills that are likely to be considered for discussion. We have my colleague Maria joining us from right outside the Parliament. Maria, the Prime Minister there addressing the nation ahead of the Parliament session, saying that it's been 75 years since we adopted the Constitution, and he's hoping for a healthy debate and participation and contribution from the maximum members of the Parliament, urging people, to have a very peaceful session this time around.
Yes, that's right. And during that customary bite, he also had a message for the opposition that they are disconnected with what is the pulse of the people or the larger sentiments of people because of the election results. Of course, that great, enthusiasm or buoyancy, as we say, in his tone was because of the sweeping victory that the BJP-led Mahayuti has had in the Maharashtra polls. And before that also was a landslide victory in Haryana. So 2 states which have gone in favor of the BJP, very crucial states, which gives the BJP the reason that perhaps the Lok Sabha results, where they were below 272 at 240, they needed allies in Nitish Kumar's JDU and TDP, was an aberration. And the truth is that Prime Minister Modi's personal appeal remains intact, and the BJP remains the party which is being favored by the people of India. But having said that, about the bills that you spoke about, one of the bills is also a very people-centric bill, which has to do with increasing the number of nominees in the FDs that individual does. Remember, there has been a lot of court cases and succession battles which have played out when an individual dies without having one or two a number of nominees. That is going to be settled with the bill which is going to be introduced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the Lok Sabha today, which has to do with amendments to the banking laws. So that's a crucial bill. We'll be putting a spotlight on it, but all eyes will be on what the Prime Minister has to say tomorrow, because tomorrow is the Samvidhan Divas. BJP and the entire government is celebrating it with a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. We have seen a lot of press conferences which will be addressed today as well. So first, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said before entering the Lok Sabha.
हर पीढ़ी का काम है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को तैयार करे, लेकिन 80-80, 90-90 बार जनता ने जिनको लगातार नकार दिया है, वे न संसद में चर्चा होने देते हैं, न लोकतंत्र की भावना का सम्मान करते हैं, न ही वो लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का कोई महत्व समझते हैं, उनका उसके प्रति कोई दायित्व है वो कोई समझ पाते हैं, और उसका परिणाम है वो जनता की उम्मीदों पर कभी भी खरे नहीं उतरते हैं, और परिणाम स्वरूप जनता को बार बार उनको रिजेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है।
देखिए, 2 महत्वपूर्ण बातें हैं। ये पहला दिन था
Lok Sabha being adjourned till 12 p.m. One would say on expected lines. But tomorrow is crucial because tomorrow is the Samvidhan Divas, and Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the joint session of Parliament, which will be happening in the old Parliament building. The Parliament of India has witnessed several historic debates, and tomorrow will be one such occasion where we will be hearing all political parties, and whether the opposition will participate in it or not is still not clear. But one thing is clear, that the government and BJP in particular is trying to bring the constitution debate back into its own domain. Something that did cost them a number of seats in the Lok Sabha polls, because the opposition built that narrative that the government of the day has compromised the constitution and institutions which are governed by the constitution. Okay, we'll be cutting across to Nitin Gadkari now, Union Minister, who is addressing a press conference in Nagpur.
ऐसे गायक, वादक, नर्तक, अभिनेता, कवि, आध्यात्मिक गुरु, इनको सबको हमने आमंत्रित किया है और उद्देश्य मनोरंजन तो है ही, पर मनोरंजन से ज्यादा लोक प्रबोधन कैसे हो, हमारा इतिहास, संस्कृति, विरासत सब लोगों के सामने कैसे आए, ये कोशिश थी और इसलिए मनोरंजक, वैचारिक, उद्बोधन पर, देशभक्ति पर, धार्मिक, आध्यात्मिक ऐसे अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन हुआ। कला, संस्कृति, परंपरा, साहित्य, इसमें तो इसका सबका संगम था ही, पर इसमें संगीत, नृत्य, नाट्य, वादन, गायन, कीर्तन, प्रवचन, कवि सम्मेलन और लोक कला का संगम था। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज अगर कोई थी, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि बाल कलाकार, महिला, युवक, ज्येष्ठ नागरिक, हमने ट्रांसजेंडर का भी एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम किया था, दिव्यांग, आदिवासी, ऐसे सभी कलाकारों को हमने कार्यक्रम के द्वारा उनका सहयोग किया था। अभी तक इसमें 18,000 स्थानिक, राष्ट्रीय, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कलाकारों ने अपनी कला प्रेजेंट की है और करीब डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट लोग 4 से 4.5 लोग इसका आनंद लेते हैं और सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से पूरे विश्व में ये कार्यक्रम पहुंचता है और बाद में साल भर भी लोग कार्यक्रमों को देखते रहते हैं। आदरणीय श्री श्री रविशंकर जी, सदगुरु चक्की वासुदेव जी, गौर गोपाल दास, डॉक्टर पूज्य ज्ञानेश्वर स्वामी, सतपाल महाराज, इनके सत्संग का भी सबने बहुत अच्छा फायदा लिया है। विशेष रूप से हमारे बॉलीवुड में जो लोकप्रिय कलाकार हैं, सलमान खान, अनिल कपूर, जॉकी श्रॉफ, संजय दत्त, नाना पाटेकर, अभिनेत्री और नृत्यांगना हेमा मालिनी, इनका तो हर साल कहीं ना कहीं सब लोगों ने आकर इसको और अच्छी तरह इसका वैभव बढ़ाया है। जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल के गायक थे, शंकर महादेवन, हरिदेवन, हरिहरन, कविता कृष्णमूर्ति, श्रेया घोषाल, पॉप सिंगर विकास सिंह, अमित त्रिवेदी, मोहित चौहान, सुखविंदर सिंह, कैलाश के, नाम स्वामी, पीयूष मिश्रा, ये संगीतकार की जोड़ी सचिन परंपरा, मनोज तिवारी, अक्षरा सिंह, भोजपुरी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की और ताल।
Right, of course, also as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned, that meetings after meetings that are taking place in order to decide as to who will become the next chief minister of the state after that victory that took place on Saturday. The BJP batting for Devendra Fadnavis as the next chief minister. As the Maharashtra leaders that are going to be travelling to Delhi today, that includes Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar to meet with the Home Minister Amit Shah. It's Ajit Pawar who is going to be supporting Fadnavis for the seat of the chief minister, is what we're hearing from our sources, and their discussions that are carrying on as far as the chief minister's face is concerned. Do remember, this was a decision they had said that once the results are out, is only then they'll make this decision as to who will be the chief minister. Ajit Pawar there backing Fadnavis for the seat of the chief minister. BJP leaders pitching for Devendra Fadnavis. Do remember that right now we don't know whether it'll be Devendra Fadnavis or it'll be Eknath Shinde back in the role of the chief minister. That decision that's going to come about as early as tonight, and perhaps when the oath-taking ceremony could perhaps take place tomorrow, is what we're hearing from our sources. So there's a lot of deliberation that's likely, to continue as far as the chief minister's role is concerned, and there could be, a chief minister on rotation. That could be something that they might be considering, given the fact that it's happened in the past, that perhaps for a year and a half or two, have one person in that role and then followed by the other. And of course, the top contenders, like we do know, are of course Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. So it is there are meetings that are taking place, and both these leaders along with Ajit Pawar are expected to be here in the national capital to have that final meeting with Home Minister, and that is when they will discuss as to, and that announcement that could come about as soon as tonight as to who will be taking on the role of the chief minister. Decision that wasn't taken earlier. They were asked many a times as to who's the front runner as far as the alliance is concerned. But this is a decision they said that they will not take up until the time they win the elections, or up until the time the results are out. As far as the assembly elections of the state is concerned, there you can see Eknath Shinde there. Also, from what we're hearing is that all of them backing Devendra Fadnavis for now. So Devendra Fadnavis could be taking on the role of the chief minister of the state of Maharashtra. This after many meetings that have taken place as of yesterday, meetings on meetings in order to discuss as to who could be in that role of the chief minister. So is it going to be one chief minister, or the chief minister is going to be on rotation is the big question. Who can be? Of course, it will be one of these two is what we are hearing from our sources, and something that the alliance is keeping close to its chest at the moment. From what we are really hearing is that it is Devendra Fadnavis who seems to be getting the support and backing of Ajit Pawar as well, and this is something that we are hearing as well as Eknath Shinde, who seems to be batting also for, this is something that we just have to wait and watch as to who will then finally emerge as the chief minister of the state of Maharashtra. So it is Shiv Sena saying that Shinde's welfare schemes, they've been the reason why they won with such a huge majority. This is the reason why the key factor when it comes to the winning the assembly elections as far as Maharashtra is concerned. So there are deliberations that are going on within the alliance in order to finally come up with that announcement, an announcement that everyone is waiting to know as to who will now finally emerge as the chief minister. Will there be one chief minister, or will there be two chief ministers, those two top contenders in rotation? So a very crucial meeting that's coming up here in the national capital, and this crucial meeting that is going to be regarding the government formation as to who is going to be the leader of this alliance in that landslide victory as far as the Mahayuti alliance is concerned, that have gone ahead and secured 235 of the 288 seats in the Maharashtra assembly elections. The Maha Vikas Aghadi, the opposition bloc, which comprises of the Congress, the Shiv Sena and the NCP, they won only 49 seats. The BJP 131 seats that they contested in, with the Shiv Sena and the NCP winning 57 and 41 seats for the NCP in the assembly elections. So at the moment, of course, discussions that continue in regard to will it be Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis taking on the role of the Chief Minister, or will it be Eknath Shinde back in the role of the Chief Minister for a second term, is the question that everyone is asking, the question on everyone's mind. It is Mr. Fadnavis and other leaders who were welcomed by Nitin Gadkari, of course. It is a meeting that's going to be held today in the national capital by Home Minister Amit Shah, who will then finally be taking that decision. Of course, from what we are hearing at the moment is that it is Ajit Pawar who's completely backing the idea of Devendra Fadnavis taking on that very role of the Chief Minister. Radhika joining us. Radhika, what are you hearing from your sources? What's the very latest? Is there, we do know who the two top contenders are. Could it be one of the two, or may perhaps both in rotation?
That's right. A lot of deliberations and discussions going on as far as chief ministerial post is concerned. Yes, they are considering a rotational post, but not entirely certain if that will be agreed upon by all the party leaders and members. We know for a fact that all three parties held individual party meetings yesterday. Eknath Shinde was chosen as the legislative party leader. Ajit Pawar also chosen as the legislative party leader of the NCP. And today, of course, Fadnavis will be chosen as the legislative party leader of BJP. However, who is going to be the chief minister is the next big question. We know for a fact that Devendra Fadnavis wields a lot of influence. He's instrumental in the kind of victory that BJP saw, few numbers short of a majority, and he'd been behind, the brain behind several of the schemes as well. At the same time, Eknath Shinde, a grassroots level leader, wields a lot of influence in both rural and urban pockets, again being credited for Ladki Behan scheme and several such schemes. So therefore, both are the front runners at this point. But what we are hearing is that Ajit Pawar is in support of Devendra Fadnavis being the chief minister. There is a possibility that there could be a joint meeting of all three leaders with Amit Shah, perhaps today or tomorrow. So there will be some sort of consensus reached, but all the party leaders are denying any sort of rifts, bickering or disputes as far as chief ministerial post is concerned. They say discussions and meetings are going on to come to some sort of understanding. Will it be Eknath Shinde
Will he retain the position, or will Devendra Fadnavis, who has been given the credit for Mahayuti's victory, once again take over as the Chief Minister, or will it be on a rotational basis? All this will become clear in a day or two.
Right, of course, Devendra Fadnavis, who had taken on the role of the Deputy Chief Minister in the previous term. Take us to the role that Ajit Pawar plays as to who will finally then emerge as the Chief Minister.
You know, as far as Ajit Pawar's role is concerned, it is very instrumental, of course, because in case there is some sort of bickering or dispute, we know for a fact that BJP is just a few numbers short of majority. So they clearly don't need both the parties in order to form the government. I mean, this is, of course, the extreme scenario. So if it's just BJP and NCP, they could still form the government without the help of Sena, if Sena is adamant that they want a chief ministerial post. Again, I'm talking about an extreme scenario. In that case, Ajit Pawar's role will become instrumental. If he supports Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister, then a government can be formed with the help of Ajit Pawar's leaders. And all three parties have performed exceedingly well in terms of strike rate, in terms of the number of winning candidates and so on. So yes, Ajit Pawar's role is very, very critical in this juncture. We also know for a fact that he may not be vying for chief ministerial post at this point because front runner certainly is Devendra Fadnavis, and then of course Eknath Shinde. They've been credited for Ladki Bahan scheme, all the infrastructure development schemes and several other guarantees promised and implemented by Mahayuti Sarkar. But Ajit Pawar, at this point, what we are given to understand is backing Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and we're seeing posters all around. There are Sena posters which is putting Eknath Shinde in the top post, and there are posters that have come up not just in Mumbai but also in Nagpur, which is Fadnavis's a place with posters of him being touted as the next chief minister. How things will pan out? Will they come to an understanding? Because we know that Eknath Shinde, through by way of sources, we are getting to understand that Eknath Shinde is not ready to step down, not ready to sort of vacate that position as yet. So,
Radhika, just hold that thought. We have breaking news coming in at the moment.
It will take a day or two before the decision is.
And the opposition MPs have written to the Lok Sabha Speaker. They are seeking more time, is what we are hearing. This is the breaking news coming in. They need more consultation as far as their stakeholders are concerned. And we have my colleague Maria joining us to get us more on this. Maria, take us through this breaking news of the opposition MPs writing to the Lok Sabha Speaker.
Yes, that's right. So they have sought an extension of the joint working committee, which is the JPC on Work Amendment Bill. It is said in that letter that the committee has held only 25 sittings, and that has included evidence presentations by various organizations and individuals, and they would need more time because it requires more expansive consultations. And a mere 3 months' time before the report is finalized is not only inadequate, is what they are saying, but may result in improper recommendations. And that is the reason why they are saying that in order for proper consultations and deliberations, the committee's tenure must be extended by a reasonable time. Is the chairman of this committee, who is Mr. Jagdambika Pal, in sync with this? That remains to be seen, but opposition MPs certainly seeking more time. They are of the opinion that this is a very crucial legislation which requires far more consultation, and because this changes in this will affect large sections of Indian population.
Right. Thank you so much, Maria, for getting us all those details in regard to the opposition MPs. They're writing to the Lok Sabha demanding and seeking actually more time in order to consult their stakeholders in this is in regard to this breaking news that has just come in. Switching tracks now to another issue that's going to be taken up as far as the Parliament session is concerned is the air pollution here in the national capital. That is something that the opposition is going to be taking up. But today it is the Supreme Court that will decide whether to continue or not with the emergency measures that are in place. And we're talking about GRAP 4 measures, the Graded Response Action Plan 4 measures that are in place as far as Delhi is concerned. We have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, of course, it is the Supreme Court that had, last time around said that it will be the Supreme Court that will decide whether these measures will stay in place and for how long these measures will stay in place. What can we expect from court today?
Well, the things that you can definitely expect is the fact that the Supreme Court is looking at lifting those emergency measures. The situation definitely has improved. The CAQM has also recommended it to be gradually brought down. And it's in that backdrop that, the Supreme Court has made it clear that they will look at those aspects. There is a fluctuation in some areas where it is very severe. In some places, it's poor, very poor, and we are happy with poor or very poor grades in terms of in New Delhi, because that's the kind of level the air quality is at this present juncture. So it's in this backdrop that the Supreme Court will hear and take a final call on this matter. Also, that there have been 13, court commissioners who are appointed to look at various entry points, the kind of monitoring that is taking place with trucks and vehicles coming into the city. So all that will be reviewed. Apart from, of course, at a later stage, they'll look at other issues. For example, the permanent ban on crackers, the stubble burning, and various other factors. But at present, the emergency measures, whether it should be lifted, which is most likely, so we can expect some kind of relief. But we'll wait for the Supreme Court to hear this matter in a few days.
Right. Sunil, the big question is, are we going to go back into the gas chamber, given the fact that this is perhaps on accord of those measures, coupled with the fact that the weather has, sort of improved in terms of whether the sun coming out or the winds picking up speed, etc. And of course, this is an issue that's going to be taken up in the Parliament as well. Let's listen into what Ranjit Ranjan had to say.
400, 500, 600 जो AQI है, एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है, हम दिल्ली में जहरीली सांस ले रहे हैं, जहरीला खाना खा रहे हैं और काम कर रहे हैं, पैसा कमा रहे हैं, लेकिन बदले में हम अपने आप को जहर दे रहे हैं, अस्थमा दे रहे हैं, बीमारियां दे रहे हैं. तो ये बहुत गंभीर विषय है और हम सब चाहते हैं कि इस विषय पर चर्चा ही नहीं हो, पॉलिटिकल विल होना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है कि अपने देश को एयर पोल्यूशन से बचाना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है.
And with that, of course, our fight for pollution will continue on NDTV. We will keep tracking that story and getting you the very latest. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and this is from the markets that are up. The Indian stock markets that rallied this morning on 2 consecutive days of gains, whether it's the Nifty and the Sensex, that's helped them turn positive on a monthly basis. This comes after both the Nifty and the Sensex recorded losses in the month of October. So the Indian stock markets rallied this morning after the BJP-led NDA secured that massive victory in the assembly elections in Maharashtra, which houses the country's financial capital, Mumbai. All 13 major sectors logged gains, and the broader, more domestically focused small and mid caps rose about 2% each. Adani Group stocks also posted a significant gain during the morning trade. We're talking about the Adani Energy leading the rebound. As far as the Adani Group stocks, they have surged. A strong recovery by the Adani Group companies, and there is Adani Energy that is leading the rebound, as well as from what most of the Adani Group stocks rose at open, with Adani Energy and Adani Green rising the most. And the Adani Group of companies touted the financial and credit details of its portfolio companies to investors, showcasing its robust profits and cash flows that can sustain growth without reliance on external debt. Equity now accounts for almost 2/3 of its total asset creation, a stark contrast to 5 years ago. And in the past 6 months, the group invested close to 75,227 crore rupees against a total debt increase of only 16,882 crore rupees. And my colleague Anushi has all the details.
So for Adani portfolio, let's just break this down in different brackets. Now, first we are seeing about how the EBITDA, about the cash flows, about the debt levels, and what this could mean for the business forward. So firstly, over the last 12 months, we are seeing an EBITDA growth of about 17% to $10 billion, which means strong EBITDA growth levels have sustained over the last 4 quarters that we are looking at. This has translated into the cash flows, also $7 billion of cash flows for the last 12 months, a 30% growth that we've seen in the last 5 5 years. So growth in cash flows from operation is strong and has also sustained, as we've mentioned about EBITDA. So net debt to EBITDA now, if you look at, that has remained in the 2.46 times, which is lower than what the company has given its guidance for. So this suggests reasonable levels for asset-heavy infra companies. That is what we are looking at for. Liquidity position also across the portfolio companies remains strong with sufficient funds to cover all the debt repayments within the next 12 months that we are looking at. So healthy liquidity to cover the debt repayments. Now these debt is to be repaid for each year until FY34 is less than the cash flow for the last 12 months. This means that even current cash flows are assuming no growth at these levels should be sufficient enough to cover all these debt payments that we are looking at. Asset base, if we look at, that has increased by $9 billion to $60 billion in H1 FY25. That's the first half of fiscal year 25. During the same period, gross debt has increased by over $2 billion. So we are seeing a significant increase in asset base as compared to the debt levels. So 80% of this base is funded through internally and not through debt also that we are looking at. Equity now counts for about 63% of total debt, showing about lower dependence on debt that we are looking at. Now, if you are to see the exposure to the Indian banks, at USD $11 billion, this is 42% of today's debt. So companies have cash of about $6 billion, most of which is parked with Indian banks. So this means net exposure to Indian banks is much lower than what is perceived in the market, since more than 50% of the debt is cash lying in the Indian banks. So this is the overall update that we are looking for the Adani portfolio.
And it's the winter session of the Parliament that started early this morning, during which 3 key bills are scheduled. Of course, at the moment, both houses of the Parliament are adjourned till about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The winter session will continue till the 20th of December. In this session, the Waqf Amendment Bill and the Disaster Management Amendment Bill is among the bills that are likely to be considered for discussion. It is the opposition that has, in fact, written to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha asking for more time. That is, they are seeking more time because they require more time on the matter. And just ahead of the winter session was the Parliament. It was the Prime Minister who addressed the nation ahead of the Parliament winter session. He went on to say that it's been 75 years since we adopted the Constitution. He's also urged everyone, and he's hoping for healthy debates and participation as well as contribution from maximum members of both the houses. The Prime Minister has also attacked the opposition in his address ahead of the beginning of that winter session, saying that they are blinded by self-centered agenda, hitting out at the opposition, saying that they are not in sync with what the expectations of the people really are. Let's listen in.
हर पीढ़ी का काम है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को तैयार करे, लेकिन 80-80, 90-90 बार जनता ने जिनको लगातार नकार दिया है, वे न संसद में चर्चा होने देते हैं, न लोकतंत्र की भावना का सम्मान करते हैं, न ही वह लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का कोई महत्व समझते हैं, उनका उसके प्रति कोई दायित्व है वो कोई समझ पाते हैं, और उसका परिणाम है वो जनता की उम्मीदों पर कभी भी खरे नहीं उतरते हैं, और परिणाम स्वरूप जनता को बार बार उनको रिजेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है.
Right, and of course, during this session and the Prime Minister's jibe at the opposition is concerned, well, it is the opposition that are saying, that's gone on to say that it's the latest poll results are not a referendum, and that the opposition also wants the smooth functioning as far as the Parliament session is concerned. But also Karthi Chidambaram pointing out that the recent results are not really a national trend, and it's the BJP that won a few states. But Karthi Chidambaram has gone on to say that even the Congress party has. Let's listen in.
Well, joining with me, Senior Congress Leader Karthi Chidambaram. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. Prime Minister, on the first day of the winter session of Parliament, stressed upon the smooth functioning of Parliament. He stated that some people are self-centric and they want to stall the Parliament. How do you respond?
I agree with the Prime Minister. We must have smooth running of Parliament, but in Parliament also, the opposition must also have the space to raise issues of national concern. While we give adjournment motions, not one adjournment motion is admitted. So if the government, while it has a number members must allow the opposition to have its say while they can have their way. But you must give us space also to raise issues of importance which we deem fit.
So he attacked the Congress party as well. He stated that now 70-80 times the Congress leadership had been defeated. It is now new people who wanted to bring their discussions in the parliament. They should be given space.
See, if the Prime Minister is alluding to the results of a day before yesterday, I hope he noticed the results in Jharkhand, and hope he noticed the results of the by-elections in Karnataka, and hope he noticed the results of the by-elections in Madhya Pradesh. It's been a mixed bag. We have won some, they have won some. There's no national trend. Each state votes differently. There are different issues in different states. There are different political grammars in different states, and people vote differently. In fact, there were 2 by-elections for Lok Sabha seats, and in both the seats, the Congress party has won. So can I say that is again a rejection of the government of the day, because we won both those by-elections in Nanded and in Wayanad? So there is no national trend. There are all state-specific issues, constituency-specific issues, which seem to have determined this election.
And at that very start of the Parliament session, well, it was TDP MP from Vizianagaram who wanted to put out a larger message when it comes to the air pollution crisis here in the national capital. In fact, he took a cycle to the Parliament. Let's listen in to what the TDP MP had to say.
Well, we are reporting from the Parliament, and just behind me you can see heavy smog and air pollution is at its peak. Parliament session begins from today, and this MP named Appala Naidu Kalisetti, he is from Vizianagaram, Andhra Pradesh, had taken his cycle out, and now he had taken his cycle and came to the Parliament. Sir, you have taken once again your cycle out and came to the Parliament. We are inside the Parliament and there is heavy smog, air pollution is at its peak. What message you want to give to the people in large who are using vehicles, who are using transportation that causes pollution in larger?
Yes, especially first and member of parliament leaders, all leaders and MPs and ministers, give me message public pollution. Firstly, cycle. Next, all public and using definitely message to speaker. Please, public, all public pollution control in Delhi.
Will your party also raise this important issue inside the Parliament of your
Yes, I am Telugudesam Party, Chandrababu Naidu ji. Definitely, my party symbol cycle. All issues, Parliament, Andhra Pradesh issues also.
And let's just also listen in to what Manikam Tagore had to say. Well, he has spoken about how it is a Congress who is going to be taking up that issue as far as the state of Manipur is concerned during this winter session.
Parliament is allowed by the treasury benches to function.
So what about the Waqf Bill amendment? How will the opposition, debate this in the Parliament?
We know that the Parliament joint committee has become a BJP committee, and the whole purpose of the committee has got destroyed because of the approach of the BJP, and we all feel that there is an attempt by the BJP to divide this country, spread hatred, spread anti-minority sentiments in the people's mind. Prime Minister Modi himself is leading that thing, but we will fight for those this kind of anti-minority and anti-Dalit stand of the government. We will continue to rise for those oppressed sections.
So you brought about the communal violence in Sambhal. Speaking about Manipur as well, if you could tell us, Manipur has been burning for so long, and how is the opposition planning to look forward to tackle into that matter as well? We
had been demanding for a Manipur discussion on Manipur, and the government previous session also, we asked the Prime Minister to visit Manipur. Prime Minister Modi was not ready to visit Manipur. Amit Shah ji has not gone after the recent violence also. It is very disturbing that Prime Minister and Home Minister is running away from Manipur's real issues. The hate in Manipur is an issue, and we continue to stand with this for the brotherhood and the peace in Manipur.
And there's clash as far as the Constitution Day is concerned. Mega celebrations, do remember, have been planned, but now it's the India bloc that has written to the Speaker asking for the opposition leaders, the leaders of opposition, to be invited for the event as well. And we have Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, a major event, of course, a major celebration planned for the 75 years of the Constitution, and it is, the Constitution Day, also known as a Samvidhan Divas Day, that's, always observed on the 26th of November, marking the adoption as far as the Indian Constitution in 1949 by the Constituent Assembly. And here it is the India bloc leaders now saying that they also want to be part of the event.
Absolutely, Divya. If you look at, the political developments in the last few months, ever since in the run-up to 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the Constitution has been a major point of contention, with each party saying that the other party is trying to undermine constitutional values. In fact, 2024 Lok Sabha elections was largely centered around who protects the Constitution better. And we saw the same thing play out in the Maharashtra elections also. But of course, the results were reversed here, with the BJP mounting a very aggressive campaign that it's the Congress that's trying to spread fake narratives on this. What is going to happen now tomorrow is, of course, a symbolic, mega celebration of the Indian Constitution, the kind of founding values, the kind of values our founding fathers centered it around. In fact, at 1 o'clock today, the centre will actually hold a press conference with the Culture Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Kiran Rijiju, Culture Minister, Gajendra Shekhawat, and they will reveal their plans to celebrate the ethos of Indian Constitution. But the opposition has also made it very clear that they also want to be part of this. That is why they've told the Speaker, they've requested the Speaker, they've urged the Speaker that the LOPs, the leader of opposition parties, should also be invited as speakers in this very important function. The other symbolic aspect of it is that it's happening in the old Parliament's central hall, which has for years been, symbolic and reflective of our democratic principles, the kind of space that the Parliament holds in Indian democracy. So clearly, tomorrow is going to be possibly one of the biggest flashpoints of the winter session of the Parliament.
Right, take us through, this event that's been planned as far as the central hall of the old Parliament building is concerned in order to mark the 75 years.
Absolutely. This function is going to happen in the central hall of the Parliament. We are told that they'll have speakers, who will talk about the importance of the Indian Constitution, the way it was framed. And remember, even in NDTV Samvidhan Summit yesterday, Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, talked about how the idea was originated by the Prime Minister's own thinking. In fact, he, as a young political leader, used to emphasize on the importance of Constitution. So this is something that the government holds very dear to itself. And at the same time, the opposition does not want to let go of its opportunity to showcase itself as the only party that only alliance that actually is capable of protecting the Constitution, especially when it comes to the reservation policy and the rights of the deprived sections of people.
Right, a commemorative coin and a stamp will also be released, Vasudha, on that very occasion to mark the 75 years. And of course, now the leader of opposition there writing to the Speaker saying that they would also want to be part of that event that's going to be taking place in the Central Hall at the old Parliament building. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us. When we, in fact, let's just also talk about Maharashtra now. And it is Praful Patel who has gone on to say that there is no problem when it comes to the alliance and that the same formula will stay in place of one chief minister and two deputy chief ministers. Let's listen into this exclusive interview with Praful Patel.
Well, joining with me, senior leader of NCP, Praful Patel. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us after the bumper victory in the state of Maharashtra. Now, can you put a pause on all those speculations that are going on the rounds about the chief minister's face not being decided amongst the three alliance partners?
See, we have comprehensively won Maharashtra as the NDA Mahayuti, and there is no difference between the three parties. We worked excellently. We had a little setback in the Lok Sabha for various other reasons, but this time all the three parties, all the workers worked with each other hand in hand, and we won the elections. We won the confidence of the people of Maharashtra, and this is a spectacular victory, unprecedented. That's why it puts much more responsibility on us to behave and act responsibly. I don't see any problem. The issue of formation of government will be resolved in the next few days.
Sir, Prime Minister today also spoke and attacked the Congress party specifically. They stated that a lot of the Congress leaders, the senior leaders, do not give opportunities to the new young MPs inside this.
Well, now, I have not heard the speech, so I don't want to say that. But I can also tell you, as a Congress party, in Maharashtra at least I have seen, it has self-imploded because, they just don't have the right leadership. They don't know the pulse of the people, and they are living in some kind of a la-la land and believing that, they were leading the pack to form the government. In fact, कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री ये फॉर्मूला हमारे लिए नहीं था, उनके लिए था जो काल्पनिक चुनाव अभी हुआ नहीं था, चुनाव के पहले ही उन्होंने अपने मुख्यमंत्री की बंदरबाट शुरू कर दी थी। तो ये तो हास्यास्पद बात है। वक्त और बताएगा कि ये और कहाँ जाएंगे।
Formula will be the same, one chief minister.
हमारे सरकार जो आज है उसमें एक मुख्यमंत्री, 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो स्वाभाविक है कि 3 पार्टी होने से ये फॉर्मूला लगभग हमारा आगे भी कायम रहेगा।
And the winter session of the Parliament that started this morning with 3 key bills that were coming up for discussion. Do remember that both the houses have been adjourned till 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is minutes from now. At the moment, the houses have been adjourned, but the winter session is expected to continue till the 20th of December, and of course it is the opposition party that is expected to bring about issues such as the situation in Manipur, also the Waqf bill, and of course it's the Prime Minister urging all members of the Parliament to participate in a very peaceful manner, and also the participation and contribution from the maximum members of the Parliament is what the Prime Minister has asked for, while taking a dig at the opposition party, saying that the opposition is blinded by self-centered agenda. We have my colleague Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, of course, both the houses have been adjourned, but take us through what the Prime Minister really said before the start of the session.
Well, in a customary speech before the winter session started, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who stated about the adoption of constitution and how tomorrow it would be celebrated across the country. But also attacked the Congress party and the opposition parties, took a dig at the Congress party as far as the recent Maharashtra polls are concerned, where they faced a huge setback. Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated that the Congress party and the opposition is blinded by self-centric agenda. New MP should be given an impulse to opportunities that is being taken away from some of the leaders of the Congress party. In fact, Prime Minister also stated that opposition are not in sync with people's expectation, and they have got the payback that they deserve. As far as the smooth functioning parliament is concerned, Prime Minister stated that few of the people have self-centric agenda and they want to stall the parliament. There should be healthy debates in the parliament, and a lot of attention went to the disruption in the earlier sessions, and that should not be done. Of course, we have to respect people's wishes in a democracy, and that's where Prime Minister clearly gave a strong message at the beginning of the winter session of Parliament. But of course, the opposition parties clearly has stated that if they submit the adjournment motions, that is a part of the parliamentary democracy, and there is nothing wrong into it. The nation's interest should be kept in mind as far as the adjournment motions are concerned, and the government should take up those adjournment motions if they are not. So yes, there are different opinions within the opposition bloc and these treasury benches as well. But how smooth the parliament functions works in this winter session as well is something that remains to be seen. But at the beginning of the winter session itself, we saw how on the day one there were opposition MPs who raised many slogans, and therefore the reason perhaps both the houses were adjourned. Rajya Sabha reconvened now, but Lok Sabha will reconvene at around 12 noon.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. And moving on now, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and a pledge for men and boys to respect and protect women is turning into a movement. The idea is to bring about a change as far as the attitude among men and boys is concerned, and for which we have popular star Revati talking us through promoting this initiative called PEN.
And the pledge is very simple. It says, I pledge to oppose all forms of violence against women. I promise to respect, support, and listen to women in my community. Together we can create a world where everyone feels safe and valued. I think that is very important, to be valued. So everybody, every male takes a pledge, and every woman asks their male friends or male companions to take the same pledge. If every man respects and safeguards the women around them in the community, or at least supports them and lets them, gives them the space to speak, automatically the world will become a very safe place. World will become a space where there is gender equality.
And also promote fairness, treat sons and daughters equally in terms of opportunities, discipline and praise. Avoid favoritism or imposing different expectations based on gender. These small, consistent actions can help create a home environment where respect and equality are the norm, providing a strong foundation for boys to carry these values into the broader world. Teach boundaries and consent from an early age. Teach boys to respect personal space and listen when someone says no. Model this behavior within the family, such as asking for permission or checking in on comfort levels.
And with that, we're taking a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Osama. Do stay with us. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party,
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
Nifty and Sensex turned positive, trade nearly 2% up after both the indices recorded losses in the month of October. The Adani Group stocks rally and rebound from the last week as well. The Adani Group portfolio companies posted a record first half in the ongoing financial year, as well as trailing 12 months performance led by its incubating businesses with limited net exposure to Indian banks. It is the first day of the winter session of the Parliament. Prime Minister Modi targets the opposition over the recent poll results. Prime Minister says that people rejected opposition multiple times. Congress, in the meanwhile, retorts, saying recent poll results are not a referendum. A big face-off over Constitution Day today as government plans mega Constitution Day celebration. Opposition rise to the Lok Sabha Speaker say that leaders of opposition must be invited for the event. Deliberations and discussions on Maharashtra Chief Minister selections to continue. Top contenders Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde likely to reach Delhi today to hold meetings with Amit Shah. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. There's a lot that is going on with respect to the markets today. The Indian stock markets, they rallied this morning 2 consecutive days of gains in Nifty and Sensex have helped them turn positive on a monthly basis. This comes after both the indices recorded losses in the month of October. Remember, Indian stock markets rallied this morning after the BJP-led NDA secured a massive victory in the assembly elections in Maharashtra, which houses the country's financial capital, Mumbai. All the 13 major sectors, they also logged gains. The broader, more domestically focused small and mid caps, they also rose about 2% each. In fact, I'm also currently joined by my colleague Maria Shakil, who's standing outside the parliament there. Maria, take it away.
All right, Osama, as you said, the markets are certainly showing a lot of confidence, and the fact that there has been a landslide victory of the BJP-led Mahayuti, which will ensure political stability in Maharashtra, is reflecting in investor sentiment also, which is showing that high in markets. The Nifty and Sensex both going up. There has been a jump in both the indices. But what is becoming clear is, why is this happening? Remember, Maharashtra is the economic heart of India and Mumbai is the financial capital. Maharashtra contributes the maximum to GST when it comes to the centre's kitty. And that is the reason why political messaging is actually leading to this kind of economic surge, or should I say investor sentiment going positive as well. One aspect of is the biggest conglomerate, among the big conglomerates, is Adani portfolio. How is that faring? Let me go straight to Harsh, who's joining us live. And we also have my colleague Himanshu, who tracks markets for us. But a word from Harsh first, and then I bring in Himanshu.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Maria, for that. Of course, markets buoyant today, and a few pockets which are doing relatively well in trade. I want to quickly mark them out. One is, of course, the Nifty Bank, which is up 2%, driving, therefore, markets higher. Mind you, the Fin Nifty also doing very, very well. Fin Nifty largely comprising 40% of the Nifty, and therefore, any traction there obviously reflects on the Nifty as well. Outside of that, in the broader markets, the Nifty Realty Index is doing very well, understandably so. More stability in the largest, or rather the financial hub, financial capital of the country, clearly indicating positivity for the real estate pack, because it will likely mean that real estate deals which have been closed will continue. There'll be momentum there. Infra deals which have been closed will continue. There will be momentum there as well. And that also percolating on the Adani group of stocks, which saw a bit of a muted performance last week. But this week, you're seeing good rebound across the board where the Adani portfolio is concerned. Why is that so? Because the fundamentals there remain solid. You've seen 17% kind of EBITDA growth, which is earnings before interest, depreciation, and taxes. That growth has come through on a year-on-year basis. In fact, when you're looking at free cash flow as well, which is the common metric that investors generally judge companies by, it's grown at 30% compounded annually over the last 5 years. And therefore, there is some bit of robustness where cash flows and visibility of cash flows is concerned. Last off, I want to touch upon debt, because that has been one concern, likely concern that the street has had. But brushing that off, the Adani Group has put out a release suggesting that till FY34, the debt repayments that are going to happen every single year are largely going to be covered by the current year cash flow itself. So the current year cash flow, even where there is zero growth for the next 10 years, should be adequate to cover year on year the debt repayments which are going out. So there's a lot of comfort with regard to debt repayments as well. And therefore, you're seeing that kind of strong performance from Adani Group stocks in trade today.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and getting us that quick update. Himanshu, a word on Adani portfolio, because healthy liquidity certainly means that there would be cover of debt payments, repayments, if I may say, and political messaging of stability, because across Maharashtra there was this buzz around stability. If there's a government which completes 5 years in office, it reflects on the markets, and that's what we are seeing today.
That's right. We saw in Maharashtra election campaign, both central leaders and state leaders, they campaigned together. And there was a message of unity among the Mahayuti camp. And I think that got the mandate from the people. And when a government, a party which is in power in Delhi and a party which is also power in the state, if they get such resounding verdict, it's a reflection of people's support. It's a mandate for continuing the governance reforms, the economic reforms. And as you very rightly said, that Maharashtra economically is the most important Indian state with the maximum contribution of GST to the centre's kitty. That essentially is a reflection now, what we see in stock market today, is a reflection of the support from investors. This verdict has assured the investors that this is a government, both in centre and state, they're going to work in unison and they'll work for the development of Maharashtra and the...
And this is the government which means business.
The government which means business, the government which has a track record of good performance in the last 11 years. India remains the fastest growing economy in the world. And there are projections that by 2025-26, India will be third largest economy. So this political stability essentially means that all these reform processes that have been initiated at the central and state level will continue. There will be continuity in that.
Yes.
The reflection of the fact that Adani shares have gone up is also very important because there have been allegations against Adani Group in US. And we have seen lots of politics here on this issue around it. But this surge in Adani shares, I will just give you some figures. When the market opened, the Adani Energy recorded the highest increase of 6.5%, Adani Green Energy 4.24%, Adani Total Gas 3.37%, and Adani Ports, I was just watching a few minutes back, was 4% increase. On the portfolio side, just 2 points I want to make. This is a reflection of the fact that companies' financial health is very strong. This is a reflection of the continuing investors' confidence in Adani companies' financial health. And just two things. Funds from operations at $7 billion for the last 12 months. I'm just reading some few facts. Growth at over 30% for the past 5 years. And importantly, the point that you made, the liquidity position across our portfolio companies remains strong with sufficient liquidity to cover all debt obligations, including refinancing for the next 12 months plus 1 day. What it means? Healthy liquidity to address debt. And this is a reflection that you see in the market.
Yes, and the fundamentals of this company is strong, and that is the reason why we are seeing this rebounding of sorts. Sanjay Asher is joining us. We also have Anant, who's the founder of Invest Aaj for Kal. Sanjay, coming to you, we are looking at some details here, and the fact is that the net exposure to Indian banking is lower than perceived. That's also a fact here. Why is it that it is seen otherwise with regards to Adani portfolio?
No, now the market has considered all the debt of the Adani Group, the domestic debt. They have studied what implications will arise out of the US litigation. They have understood as to what will happen going forward. And having regard to all the facts and circumstances, having regard to the external debt, having regard to the internal debt and the assets, market has studied all of that in the last 3 or 4 days. And then the results are what we can see today in the increase in the Adani Group share price. So the point which I'm trying to make here is that...
Okay, and Anand, Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Sanjay, go ahead.
I'm only saying that stock exchange is the barometer of an economy. Similarly, stock exchange is also the barometer for each of the company's health position as far as the growth is concerned, as far as debt is concerned, as far as assets is concerned, as far as profitability is concerned. So if there is a considered study and thereafter the share prices of all the entities, including the Adani entities, have gone up, that would mean that the health of Adani Group as also the health of other entities is quite healthy.
Anand, come in on this. The fact here is that the EBITDA growth has been strong as well. So when we look at, how there has been an entire shift in terms of growth without debt has been almost like the mantra of how this entire portfolio has been functioning. This particular barometer? How should that be viewed?
Hi, firstly, thank you so much for having me on the show. Due to compliance reason and compliance issues, I won't be able to comment stock specific and give stock specific advice or tip. I just have one line to say in this matter, that Adani Group's stock fell because there were some compliance issues in US. We still are waiting for some clarity from that side. As a trader, as an investor, do make sure that you study properly and then make any decision, because making any decision in haste won't be good for your portfolio. Due to compliance issue, I cannot give any stock specific advice or tip. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so when we look at, Anant, overall how the markets are faring today, and that is reflecting on multiple companies and across multiple sectors, that's also an indication of how there is a great degree of investor confidence post the results which have come in, which is in favor of the BJP, the party which is largely seen as investor-friendly, business-friendly.
Absolutely right. See, market has already corrected 10% from the top. Secondly, FIs were regularly selling. Market was looking for a trigger for bounce back, and having the same government as center is always good for the market as far as stability is concerned. Next few months, we don't have any major indication or any major event, and I personally feel that capex probably will be a key area which even government will be focusing on. And whenever there is capex in the market, I feel probably results even are better than expected. So my all eyes will be on the results of next quarter. And if we see good amount of capex, I am quite positive and looking forward to it.
Okay, so, Sanjay, coming back to you, one aspect and one of the important, highlights is that the asset base of this company has grown by nearly $9 billion. Do you think these are essentially about the fundamentals, how the base is solid, and that is what is being repeatedly seen in these kind of rebounds?
I would think so, because if the assets are robust and if there is a growth in the assets, then surely one can come to a conclusion that there is a strong foundation which is there, a strong fundamental which is there, and hence the market is paying for the strong fundamental or for the strong foundation.
And overall, the cash flow, when we look at it, there has been a growth in cash flow operations as well to this company. So all those, the concerns which have been there around that, how do you think those all have been addressed as well?
I would tend to think so, yes.
Okay. I'm going to come back to both of you in just a bit. Let me bring in Himanshu again. Himanshu, when we look at the overall, the surge in the markets, we'll wait, of course, on how markets close. But the fundamentals of the company are the drivers of that company. Despite the controversy one after the other, the company continues to register that surge and at the same time rebound after a major blip.
That's right. Even when last time when there was a Hindenburg controversy, we saw that market stood with the Adani group of companies. That was again a support for the strong fundamentals, that point that you're repeatedly making. And as we discussed, just to put some facts, the Adani portfolio, how it has performed in last 12 months. A note has been issued today, and I'll just put some facts before you to say why, despite all these allegations, the support of investors continues with the Adani Group. One, fund from operations at US $7 billion for the last 12 months, are growing at over 30% for the past 5 years. What it means is growth in cash flow from operation is strong and it has sustained. That means the growth in Adani Group of companies are sustainable. They've sustained in last 12 months. Now, the debt the burden is going down gradually as the profits go up. The cash flow is good, as it says. The liquidity position across all portfolio companies remains strong, with sufficient liquidity to cover all debt obligations, including refinancing for the next 12 months plus 1 day. What it means, healthy liquidity to address debt. Now, it also says that the asset base of the company has increased by $9 billion to $60 billion in H1 FY25. That is a very, very strong message that financial health of the company is very, very strong.
Yes. And Sanjay and Anand, a word now on what will you be watching out for in the next 24 to 48 hours? Because, you know, as market watchers and as investors, you would be watching the market for all the hours that it is up.
Hi,
Sanjay.
as far as I am concerned, I am looking out whether this rally is a bounce back rally or market is preparing for a fresh big rally, because today what we are saying is purely a bounce back. So that will be a key. And second important will be to see how FIIs are turning up now. I want at least they should hold on their sale. And are we seeing some stability from FI side? These two will be very important for me to look from short-term perspective.
I would tend to agree with Anand.
All right. From the short-term perspective, what about you, Sanjay? Yes.
I would tend to agree with Anand, and I only hope that it's a long sustaining rally. And I'm sure, keeping in mind the situation overall of the economy and of the country, I'm sure we are looking for another big rally in the market.
All right, Sanjay and Anand, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective. We'll be shifting focus now to the ongoing winter session, which began today. Winter session of Parliament has begun. The Prime Minister gave his customary soundbite and said that the opposition is perhaps distanced or not very clear about how the ground situation is, that it should be hearing the sentiments of the people from the ground. It is not reflecting its behavior according to that. So I think the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister, the tone clearly was that the Treasury benches is not ready to give any elbow room to the opposition on multiple issues that they are planning to raise. There was a letter that was written by Mallikarjun Kharge, who said that who has multiple issues to raise in this winter session, which begins today. Both the houses resumed, and then there was ruckus in Parliament, and then the adjournments followed. What are the reasons for these repeated adjournments? One of the issues is that the opposition MPs in the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Amendment Bill want that committee should be extended. They are of the opinion that this requires far more deliberations, a bill of which will have huge implications on a huge section of population must undergo several rounds of deliberations. And that is the reason why whether the JPC bill on Waqf will be submitted in this session or not is a big question mark. One people-friendly bill which is likely to come up and tabled by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is the Banking Amendments Bill, which will be seen as a big reforms in the banking sector, which allows more than one nominee, in fact 4 nominees for any bank account holder. But overall, what's the message? Politically speaking, there is a great degree of fillip in the BJP's mood, a clear shift from the first session of 18th Lok Sabha to now. In fact, we are seeing some movement happen as well, as we report from Vijay Chowk. The first session, because the BJP on its own was down to 240, it had not reached the halfway mark of 272, there was a concern. But all those concerns have shifted dramatically, first after the Haryana victory of the BJP and then a resounding victory which has come for Mahayuti in Maharashtra. A quick word, let's listen in now from what the Prime Minister said as soon as he entered Parliament, and also then Manikam Tagore speaking to my colleague Tanushka.
हर पीढ़ी का काम है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को तैयार करे, लेकिन 80-80, 90-90 बार जनता ने जिनको लगातार नकार दिया है, वे न संसद में चर्चा होने देते हैं, न लोकतंत्र की भावना का सम्मान करते हैं, न ही वह लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का कोई महत्व समझते हैं, उनका उसके प्रति कोई दायित्व है वो कोई समझ पाते हैं। और उसका परिणाम है वो जनता की उम्मीदों पर कभी भी खरे नहीं उतरते हैं और परिणाम स्वरूप जनता को बार बार उनको रिजेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है।
Parliament is allowed by the treasury benches to function.
So what about the Waqf Bill amendment? How will the opposition, debate this in the Parliament?
We know that the Parliament joint committee was become a BJP committee, and the whole purpose of the committee has got destroyed because of the approach of the BJP, and we all feel that there is an attempt by the BJP to divide this country, spread hatred, spread anti-minority sentiments in the people's mind. Prime Minister Modi himself is leading that thing, but we will fight for those this kind of anti-minority and anti-Dalit stand of the government. We will continue to rise for those oppressed sections.
So you brought about the communal violence in Sambhal. Speaking about Manipur as well, if you could tell us, Manipur has been burning for so long, and how is the opposition planning to look forward to tackle into that matter as well? We
had been demanding for a Manipur discussion on Manipur, and the government previous session also we asked the Prime Minister to visit Manipur. Prime Minister Modi was not ready to visit Manipur. Amit Shah ji has not gone after the recent violence also. It is very disturbing that Prime Minister and Home Minister is running away from Manipur's real issues. The hate in Manipur is an issue, and we continue to stand with this for the brotherhood and the peace in Manipur.
Well, joining with me, Senior Congress Leader Karthi Chidambaram. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. Prime Minister, on the first day of the winter session of Parliament, stressed upon the smooth functioning of Parliament. He stated that some people are self-centric and they want to stall the Parliament. How do you respond?
I agree with the Prime Minister. We must have smooth running of Parliament, but in Parliament also, the opposition must also have the space to raise issues of national concern. While we give adjournment motions, not one adjournment motion is admitted. So if the government, while it has its numbers, must allow the opposition to have its say while they can have their way. But you must give us space also to raise issues of importance which we deem fit.
So he attacked the Congress party as well. He stated that now 70-80 times the Congress leadership had been defeated. It is now new people who wanted to bring their discussions in the Parliament. They should be given space.
See, if the Prime Minister is alluding to the results of a day before yesterday, I hope he noticed the results in Jharkhand, and hope he noticed the results of the by-elections in Karnataka, and hope he noticed the results of the by-elections in Madhya Pradesh. It's been a mixed bag. We have won some, they have won some. There's no national trend. Each state votes differently. There are different issues in different states. There are different political grammars in different states, and people vote differently. In fact, there were 2 by-elections for Lok Sabha seats, and in both the seats, the Congress party has won. So can I say that is again a rejection of the government of the day, because we won both those by-elections in Nanded and in Wayanad. So there is no national trend. There are all state-specific issues, constituency-specific issues, which seem to have determined this election.
Meanwhile, as the winter session of the Parliament has resumed, the TDP MP, he rides a cycle to the Parliament. TDP MP's message to fight air pollution in Delhi.
Reporting from the Parliament, and just behind me you can see heavy smog and air pollution is at its peak. Parliament session begins from today, and this MP named Appala Naidu Kalisetti, he is from Vizianagaram, Andhra Pradesh, had taken his cycle out, and now he had taken his cycle and came to the Parliament. Sir, you have taken once again your cycle out and came to the Parliament. We are inside the Parliament and there is heavy smog, air pollution is at its peak. What message you want to give to the people in large who are using vehicles, who are using transportation that causes pollution in larger?
Yes, especially first and member of Parliament leaders, all leaders and MPs and ministers give me message or public pollution. Firstly, cycle. Next, all public and using definitely message to speaker. Please, public, all public pollution control and Delhi.
Will your party also raise this important issue inside the parliament of your party?
Yes, I am Telugudesam party, Chandrababu Naidu ji. Definitely, my party symbol cycle. All issues, parliament, Andhra Pradesh issues also.
Well, Sambhal, violence was also one of the agendas in the parliament during the winter session. Samajwadi MP, he in fact blamed the Uttar Pradesh police. He in fact said that the local authorities are responsible for the violence and that Sambhal MP was not even at the spot. He also pointed out to the lapses by the police and said that the victims should be compensated and that a probe committee should be set up. Listen in.
प्रोफेसर रामगोपाल यादव हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। सर, किसको दोषी ठहराते हैं संभल की घटना को लेकर?
जिला प्रशासन पूरी तरह से, क्योंकि 19 तारीख को सर्वे हो चुका था, शांतिमय तरीके से कोई बात नहीं थी। ये दोबारा पहुंच गए जाके सवेरे बिना किसी को बताए नारे लगाते हुए। भीड़ जब गई तो लोगों ने समझा ये मस्जिद पर कब्जा करने जा रहे हैं, इसलिए भीड़ इकट्ठी। कोई बात ही नहीं थी कुछ, ये तो कराना ही चाहते थे योजनाबद्ध तरीके से।
बीजेपी के कई नेताओं ने कहा है कि समाजवादी पार्टी
कोई सही बोलते हैं कभी? सिर्फ झूठ बोलने के अलावा उनका कोई काम है नहीं, झूठ की खेती कर रहे हैं।
सर, अब तो एफआईआर भी दर्ज हो गई है जो वहाँ के मौजूदा सांसद हैं जिया और रहमान।
वो तो जांच होगी तो एफआईआर करने वाले सब फंस जाएंगे। मौजूदा सांसद थे भी नहीं वहाँ पे।
आप कह रहे हैं वहाँ पे मौजूदगी नहीं थी?
वो तो बाहर थे भाई, ऑन रिकॉर्ड बाहर थे।
तो आप कह रहे हैं पुलिस प्रशासन के ऊपर सवाल खड़े होते हैं सर इस पर?
पुलिस प्रशासन की तो गलती है ही। वो गोली कौन चला रहा है? पुलिस प्रशासन। जरूरत ही नहीं थी कुछ।
अगर समाजवादी पार्टी को कोई डिमांड रखनी हो इस पूरे मुद्दे पर संसद के अंदर या बाहर,
तो हम तो रख ही रहे हैं, डिमांड रख रहे हैं। जिन लोगों ने गोलियां चलाई हैं उनके खिलाफ मुकदमा कायम होना चाहिए, हत्या का, और उनके कंपेंसेशन होना चाहिए पूरा, और एक पूरी एक कमेटी के जरिए जांच होनी चाहिए जिससे आइंदा इस तरह की घटनाएं न हो।
प्रोफेसर साहब, आखिरी सवाल, जब आज मुद्दा भी उठाया जा रहा था संभल का, लेकिन संसद नहीं चल पाई।
मुद्दा उठाने नहीं दिया गया तो संसद कैसे चलेगी?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज प्रोफेसर रामगोपाल यादव of the Samajwadi Party speaking to NDTV.
Well, the race to select Maharashtra Chief Minister, it is heating up. The Mahayuti leaders, they are set to travel to Delhi today. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, they are also supposed to meet the Union Home Minister Amit Shah today. Now, NCP MP Praful Patel, he said that the alliance partners are on the same page and that there is no problem between the alliance partners. He in fact said that we will go ahead with the same formula, one Chief Minister, two Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra.
Well, joining with me, senior leader of NCP, Praful Patel. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us after the bumper victory in the state of Maharashtra. Now, can you put a pause on all those speculations that are going on the rounds about the chief minister's face not being decided amongst the three alliance partners?
See, we have comprehensively won Maharashtra as the NDA Mahayuti, and there is no difference between the three parties. We worked excellently. We had a little setback in the Lok Sabha for various other reasons, but this time all the three parties, all the workers worked with each other hand in hand, and we won the elections. We won the confidence of the people of Maharashtra, and this is a spectacular victory, unprecedented. That's why it puts much more responsibility on us to behave and act responsibly. I don't see any problem. The issue of formation of government will be resolved in the next few days.
Sir, Prime Minister today also spoke and attacked the Congress party specifically. They stated that a lot of the Congress leaders, the senior leaders, do not give opportunities to the new young MPs inside the parliament.
Well, now, I have not heard the speech, so I don't want to say that. But I can also tell you, as a Congress party, in Maharashtra at least I have seen, it has self-imploded. Because, they just don't have the right leadership. They don't know the pulse of the people. And they are living in some kind of a la-la land and believing that, they were leading the pack to form the government. In fact, कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री, ये formula हमारे लिए नहीं था, उनके लिए था, जो काल्पनिक चुनाव अभी हुआ नहीं था, चुनाव के पहले ही उन्होंने अपने मुख्यमंत्री की बंदर बाट शुरू कर दी थी। तो ये तो हास्यास्पद बात है। वक्त और बताएगा कि ये और कहाँ जाएंगे।
फॉर्मूला विल बी द सेम, वन चीफ मिनिस्टर।
हमारे सरकार जो आज है उसमें एक मुख्यमंत्री, 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो स्वाभाविक है कि 3 पार्टी होने से ये फॉर्मूला लगभग हमारा आगे भी कायम रहेगा।
Well, the air pollution situation in Delhi and the national capital region, that also echoed in the parliament during the winter session. The Congress, it is said to raise the pollution issue. A Congress MP, he said that he had given notice to discuss pollution in the parliament, and that centre is not interested in order to discuss this situation. He in fact also added that the government's responsibility is to run the house.
Well, joining with me, senior Congress leader Ranjit Ranjan. Ma'am, आपने 176 पर नोटिस दिया था, एयर पोल्यूशन की आपने बात करी थी। लगातार आज रकस देखने को मिला पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, एक बार फिर से डिस्कशन नहीं हो पाया, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी गवर्नमेंट की होती है कि पार्लियामेंट कैसे चले। हम लोगों ने 267 भी पूरे विपक्ष ने दिया था। आपको मालूम होगा जो ब्राइब की घटना हुई है अडानी वाली, तो उस पर भी हम लोग चाहते थे डिस्कशन, और मैंने खुद 197 दिया था पॉल्यूशन पे, जो बहुत गंभीर मसला है। 0R भी था, 0R भी नहीं चला। अफसोस है, क्योंकि राजनीति हो, दुकान हो, सब तब चलेगी जब हम स्वस्थ रहेंगे। और आज की जो हालात है, दिल्ली तो बद से बदतर हो चुका है। पूरे देश में जो WHO की रिपोर्ट कहती है, उसमें सबसे खराब अगर एयर पॉल्यूशन है तो वो इंडिया का है। दिल्ली हर साल 70 लाख लोग मर रहे हैं, जिसमें 19,000 दिल्ली के लोग मर रहे हैं। तो ये बहुत ही जरूरी डिस्कशन है जो होना ही नहीं चाहिए, बल्कि इसके समाधान के लिए पक्ष विपक्ष को मिलकर सॉल्यूशन निकालना चाहिए।
मैम, कल किरण रिजिजू साहब ने भी कहा, पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, कि डिस्कशन के लिए वो रेडी है। आज सुबह प्रधानमंत्री ने भी अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में कहा कि स्मूथ फंक्शनिंग होनी चाहिए पार्लियामेंट की।
देखिए, आप बोल कुछ रहे हैं, कर कुछ रहे हैं। कथनी और करनी में फर्क है। पूरा हाउस को कंट्रोल करना, उसको चलाना, पूरी की पूरी जिम्मेदारी रूलिंग पार्टी की होती है, और विपक्ष का कर्तव्य होता है जब भी कोई इस तरह की ब्राइब की या किसी भी तरह की कोई भी आपकी नीति पर उंगली उठती है, तो विपक्ष का फर्ज है कि उसके बारे में आपसे पूछताछ करना। आपको हाउस चलाना है तो 267 का डिस्कशन देते। आप कहते इस वक्त नहीं तो इस वक्त, लेकिन हम चर्चा करेंगे। जो अमेरिका से रिपोर्ट आई है, जो वारंट जारी हुआ है, चर्चा करेंगे। आप पारदर्शिता लाइए, आप चर्चा कराइए। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कौन करप्ट है, नहीं है, लेकिन जब ये मामला आया है तो JPC बैठाने में जाता क्या है? जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी बैठाइए।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। That was Congress MP Ranjit Ranjan speaking to NDTV.
Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Tension continues to simmer in Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal district. This after violence erupted in West Uttar Pradesh's district over a survey of a 16th century mosque there. Remember, 3 people had died and over 30 policemen, they were injured in the violence. The court had, remember, ordered a survey of the Mughal era mosque there. And my colleague Shubhang joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Shubhang, what is the latest that you can tell us about as far as the entire situation is concerned in Sambhal?
Well, yes, Osama. Now, finally, the FIRs have been registered, and FIR has been registered regarding the riots at Sambhal police station now. Case registered on charges of planned conspiracy, inciting riot, and gathering crowd. Well, the conspiracy case registered against local SP, MP, Zia-ur-Rahman and MLA son Suhail Iqbal because of raising such slogans and inciting people for creating riots and all. Well, some videos posts were also caught by the police for inciting riots. Yesterday we saw that there was a huge brawl just outside the Jama Masjid area, and in fact when the team of administration and courts appointed team arrived at the Mughal era mosque to conduct the survey, then there were a huge crowd outside the Jama Masjid, and in fact they started pelting stones. And around 9:30 a.m. First set of stone pelting was done. Later on, police rescued all those, the survey team, and they were safely taken out of there. There were 3 entrances from the mosque and 3 different angles from where people were pelting stones upon the police officials. Well, now the situation is under control and the markets are, somehow open. Well, this is a Monday morning, and as we know that on Mondays, the Sambhal's markets are usually closed. This is a weekly day for these markets, but as we can see that today also now these markets have opened. People are allowed to, leave their houses. So many people have now left their houses because of the tensions that were escalating yesterday. But now the situation is under control and FIRs have been lodged.
All right, Shubhang Singh, thank you very much for getting us all the latest as far as the situation is concerned in Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal. Meanwhile, the Bombay High Court has dismissed pleas filed by Mihir Shah and his driver Rajrishi Bindawat challenging their arrest in relation to the BMW hit-and-run incident in Worli, in which a 45-year-old woman was killed. A bench of Justice Bharti Dangre and Justice Manjusha Deshpande, they have rejected the petition by accused who had claimed that the arrest was illegal. In fact, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us to get us more on this. Radhika, what has the court exactly said as far as this entire case is concerned?
That's right. The Bombay High Court dismissed the pleas filed by Mihir Shah as well as the driver. This is, of course, in connection to the Worli hit-and-run case in which both of them were arrested. They had challenged their arrest. They had called the arrest and detention illegal. So therefore, in the petition that was filed by the both of them, they had informed the court that both of them were not informed on the grounds of the arrest. So therefore, it is a violation of their fundamental right. It is in violation of law that the police did not inform them of the grounds of their arrest when they were detained. So this is what was contended in that particular petition that were filed by both of them. However, the court did not really take that into consideration. The court said that there was no requirement for these people to be informed of the grounds of their arrest, since there was evidence that showed of their involvement. Also stating that this would be a test case in terms of evaluating whether the accused needs to be told of grounds of their arrest if the evidence pointed towards their involvement. So yes, this plea was of course rejected by the Bombay High Court. So both of them will continue to be behind bars. They are in judicial custody at this point. Mihir Shah had earlier sought bail as well before the court, but that was also rejected. We know for a fact that this incident happened in July when Mihir Shah, under the influence of alcohol, was driving the BMW. His driver was seated beside him and he rammed into this vehicle, which was a two-wheeler, and killed a 45-year-old woman. In fact, before she died, she was dragged on to more than a kilometer. So this had created much outrage. Mihir Shah had immediately fled from the spot, and it was 2 days after that he was arrested. Of course, he'd been trying to sort of, trying for bail, as well as several other petitions being filed before the Bombay High Court, and this was in connection with his arrest, calling it illegal, and was seeking release from judicial custody as well. But the court not really buying the arguments of Mihir Shah and the driver, and therefore he will continue to be behind bars.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us the latest as far as this case is concerned. Moving on, the air quality index continued to fluctuate between the severe and very poor categories in Delhi. We at NDTV, we continue with our campaign against pollution. In fact, my colleague Shubhangi Mishra, she spoke to one of the top pulmonologists on precautions and why the rise in air pollution related health cases.
Joined with one of the most senior doctor, Dr. S.K. Chhabra. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. My very first question to you would be, are you seeing an increase in air pollution cases?
Well, this is a story that gets repeated every year, and this has been the case for almost 20 years, So we can break it down into two kind of scenarios. One, patients who have a pre-existing lung disease, like asthmatics, patients with chronic bronchitis. So these patients suffer more symptoms in this phase, and this usually lasts from November till end of February, where our AQI often exceeds 400, even touching 500.
Right, we saw, yeah.
So these patients have more symptoms. Sometimes they require emergency visits. They need to take more medicines. Same is also true for those with cardiac problems.
Right, right.
Patients may have more angina episodes, more evidence of heart attacks, even strokes. So it's a major problem both for lungs and the heart and brain. Plus, even if people don't have a pre-existing disease, even then they have symptoms like irritation in the throat, some irritability, cough, breathing difficulty. So these are affecting a large segment of the population, and especially the vulnerable section. That includes children below 5, elderly, pregnant women. So the implications are very wide if we consider the size of our population. So a huge number is exposed to these problems.
Right. Just a follow-up question, as you have just rightly mentioned, like the most impacted people, I would say, are the children, elderly and pregnant women.
Exactly.
What precaution exactly would you give to these people in terms of food, lifestyle, wearing mask, anything of that such?
Precautions, One is personal protection, right? That is what an individual can do.
Right.
And that requires a lot of change in behavior, and that is a very important aspect. You know, our population needs to get involved in this control activity. They need to realize that clean air is our fundamental right, even if it's not written anywhere.
That's right.
It's our fundamental right. So that awareness is required, and that comes from education, which program like this and through other channels this can be done. So personal protection begins with staying away from those areas, wearing masks, and a very important practice that needs to be followed is that one should not do any exercise outdoors when the air quality is bad. Because when we breathe, our respiratory rate increases, we breathe more air. So we are more exposed. See, we should plan our activities so that if one has to go out, like today it's better, the sun is out. So this is the time to go for a walk, not very early in the
So how
morning.
is your hospital prepping up for these patients? Do you have this special team who are monitoring especially pollution related cases?
We have a full-fledged department of pulmonary medicine, and our primary job is to look after these cases only.
Right, right.
So we are always geared up 24/7 to deal with any kind of emergencies. We do get patients in the outpatient with a bit of problems, and like I said, patient education is very important.
Right.
So we teach them how to cope with these problems so that problems don't get aggravated to that extent that they have to be hospitalized.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. Thank you for making out the time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Meanwhile, who will become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra? That is a big question that we are asking as the Game of Thrones continue in Maharashtra. The race to pick Maharashtra's next Chief Minister continues. It is BJP versus Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. Who will get the crown? That is the question. BJP MLAs, in fact, gathered at Devendra Fadnavis's house, and they are, in fact, pushing for Fadnavis's coronation. The Mahu leaders, they are set to meet the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi, a key huddle to take place in Delhi in order to decide the fate of Devendra Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, they are going to be meeting the Home Minister, and sources say that Ajit Pawar is set to support Devendra Fadnavis for the Chief Minister's face. BJP MLAs, they are pitching for Fadnavis as the next Chief Minister. Shiv Sena, in the meanwhile, they say that Shinde's welfare schemes, they were the key factor for the crucial win for the Mahayuti alliance. Shinde, who will get the crown, is the big question at the moment. BJP MLAs, they have in fact gathered at Devendra Fadnavis's house and are pushing for Fadnavis's coronation. The Mahayuti leaders, in fact, they are going to meet the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi, a key huddle to take place in Delhi in order to decide who is going to be the next Maharashtra Chief Minister. In fact, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and both the Deputy Chief Ministers, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, they will be in Delhi in order to meet the Union Home Minister. Sources say that Ajit Pawar is set to support Devendra Fadnavis for the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the
Well, the race to pick Maharashtra's next chief minister, it is heating up as the Game of Thrones continue in Maharashtra. BJP versus Shinde. Who will get the crown is the big question. The BJP MLAs, in the meanwhile, have gathered at Fadnavis's house, Devendra Fadnavis's house, and they are in fact pushing for his coronation. A key meeting is going to take place in Delhi. The Mahayuti leaders, they will be meeting Amit Shah, a key huddle to take place to decide on who is going to be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. And my colleague Sujata joins us to get us more on what is happening in Maharashtra. Sujata, the big question that everyone is asking, who is going to be the next chief minister?
Well, certainly, and talks for who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is underway between all the parties of the Mahayuti alliance. However, the question still remains intact and discussions though are underway, and the leaders state that there is no such of disagreements between any of the parties yet about the Chief Minister's face. At present, I am present here at Sagar Bungalow, which is the official residence of the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and if you see, security has been tightened because all of the key BJP leaders along with the MLAs who won the Vidhan Sabha elections are now gathering. They have begun to gather to meet Devendra Fadnavis and also congratulate him for the win. At present, if we see, it is not only the winning MLAs but also it was Rahul Narvekar and then Chandrasekhar Bawankule too was expected to come to meet the Deputy Chief Minister here, and yesterday too we saw the same crowd gathering here at the residence to meet him. Now what is expected within some time from now is Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar along with NCP State President Sunil Tatkare, who is likely to come and meet Devendra Fadnavis at his residence here. Now if we look back at the timeline, it is Ajit Pawar and his party who have clarified their statement stating that the NCP at this point supports the face as for the Chief Minister to the one who's got more number of MLAs, and it is very evident that BJP securing more than 122 seats this time is likely to get its Chief Ministerial post as per the sources, but
yet discussions with Eknath Shinde and his Shiv Sena is still pending, and it is likely that all the key leaders of the Mahu alliance will be moving forward to Delhi to get the decision done there. However, at present, key meetings are underway frequently since the last 2 days, and even today it is expected that the BJP might call all of its winning MLAs and have a discussion with them, because yesterday it was a Shiv Sena and the NCP who called a meeting of all its winning MLAs where they decided that the Shiv Sena is electing Eknath Shinde as its leader, whereas it is the NCP electing Ajit Pawar as its leader. So at present it is the BJP. Still crucial meetings are yet to begin, and after which a clear mandate will be out of who is going to be either a full 5-year term chief minister, or will it be a 2.5-year like it happened in the 2019 Vidhan Sabha election. So at present it is Devendra Fadnavis present here at his residence, and secondly Ajit Pawar and Sunil Tatkare expected in some time from now, and thirdly it is also that all the key leaders either this evening or maybe tomorrow, as per sources, might fly to Delhi to meet the top tier of the BJP to discuss of who exactly should be the chief minister post, because at this point it is also the RSS who worked for the elections, and of course this year it completes its 100th year. So the RSS too is of its view that they would need a chief minister who belongs to the RSS and who holds its ground to the same community. And because Devendra Fadnavis has always been aligned with the RSS, he has been a worker so far. So even the BJP leaders as well as all of the cadre of the party expects Devendra Fadnavis to be elected. Now what remains to be seen is whether the same decision is expected to be happening in Delhi or not, after which a final mandate will be out, and thereafter the oath-taking ceremony will happen in Maharashtra, in Mumbai.
Well, everyone's awaiting the answer to that big question, who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Sujata, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from there. Time for now to take a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, thumb painting done by school students for Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister's birthday.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From
Nifty Sensex turned positive, trade nearly 2% up after both indices record losses in the month of October. Sharp rebound in Adani stocks after last week. Adani Group stocks rally, rebound from last week. The Adani Group portfolio companies posted a record first half in the ongoing financial year, as well as trailing 12 months performance led by its incubating businesses with limited net exposure to Indian banks.
First day of winter session of Parliament, Prime Minister Modi targets opposition over recent poll results. PM Modi says people have rejected the opposition multiple times. Congress responds saying the recent poll results are not a referendum. Huge face-off over Constitution Day as government plans mega Constitution Day celebrations. Opposition writes to Lok Sabha Speaker, say leaders of oppositions must be invited for the event. Deliberations and discussions on Maharashtra Chief Minister's election to continue. Top contenders Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde likely to reach Delhi today to hold meetings with Amit Shah. Ahead of Delhi polls, politics peaks. BJP tries to puncture AAP's education model. Aam Aadmi Party says massive strides have been made in the education sector in Delhi. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We have some breaking news now coming in. We're learning Samajwadi Party MPs have met the Lok Sabha Speaker and flagged the Sambhal violence incident. Well, Samajwadi Party has alleged poll malpractices also in this meeting with the Lok Sabha Speaker. They have sought protection of MPs booked in the Sambhal case. We have Ishwarya now joining us on the broadcast. They are getting us more about this meeting that took place. Ishwarya, give us more details as to what happened.
Well, remember today Sambhal MP, who is a Samajwadi Party MP, Ziaur Rahman Bark, FIR has been registered against him as well. The Samajwadi Party had claimed that he was not even there during this incident broke up, and therefore the reason they blamed the police department. A detailed inquiry should be done as far as the entire incident is concerned, is something that Samajwadi Party had stated. And after the parliament got adjourned, it was Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav along with his MPs met the Lok Sabha Speaker about protection of the MPs and also regarding the updation of the entire incident. Remember, there was adjournment motion that was moved today by Samajwadi Party MPs as well regarding the Sambhal incident to be discussed inside the parliament, because they blame the police over the entire incident. They stated that the police have not taken prior action. In fact, the Samajwadi Party went on to say that the survey that needs to be done early in the morning without any prior notice, they went, and slogans were also chanted by these people who went to do a survey at a mosque. But certainly that was on the other side, it was the BJP MPs who stated that it was Samajwadi Party workers over there, and also several leaders who had instigated the entire mob, and the incident broke out. So a detailed report is something that they sought, and therefore the reason perhaps after the session got adjourned today, the first day of winter session, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav went on with the MPs of Samajwadi Party to the Lok Sabha Speaker and urged him to protect the MPs against whom the FIR was registered.
Right, and the matter is going to be raised by the opposition MPs, we believe, in the days to come as the winter session resumes. Well, at this point in time, we are learning now the Samajwadi Party has raised this matter with the Lok Sabha Speaker, and those are the details coming in. The situation continues to remain tense, and a political slugfest has erupted over the Sambhal incident. All right, thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll go back to Ishwarya as more developments take place. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. This is coming in from Maharashtra. Well, all eyes are now going to be on who becomes the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It's a fight between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Who gets the crown is the question, of course. Whether it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde would continue as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, that is something that remains to be seen. Now, what we are learning at the moment is that a series of meetings that are taking place today as well. Yesterday also, we've seen a slew of meetings that are taking place with Sena MLAs electing Shinde as their party leader. NCP leader Ajit Pawar was also elected by his party MLAs as the party leader yesterday. And today also a slew of meetings that are taking place. Now, BJP MLAs have gathered at Devendra Fadnavis's house, we are learning, and they are also seemingly pushing for Fadnavis's coronation. Mahayuti leaders are expected to meet Union Home Minister, senior BJP leader Amit Shah in Delhi today, and what we are learning at the moment, this important huddle in Delhi that's going to take place, this important meeting that's going to take place, here in this meeting, it will be decided as to who becomes the next Maharashtra Chief Minister. All right, my colleague Radhika is now joining us on the broadcast here. Radhika, we believe a meeting is taking place at Fadnavis's residence. BJP MLAs have already reached there.
That's right, multiple meetings taking place. In fact, there were separate meetings of all the parties yesterday as well. Today, of course, Devendra Fadnavis meeting several of the winning MLAs, and of course, government formation could also be discussed as part of the meeting. But the most important meeting that one should look forward to is the joint meeting of all the Mahayuti leaders, which hasn't taken place ever since our results were announced. Of course, there was joint press conference, but no joint meeting of all three leaders as far as the CM phase is concerned. We know that yesterday Shinde took meetings. There was a legislative party meeting. Shinde was appointed as the leader of the party, and then of course Ajit Pawar also being appointed as the leader of NCP as well. Devendra Fadnavis will also be appointed as the legislative party leader of the BJP once that meeting happens. But today there are separate meetings happening. Eknath Shinde also meeting some of his leaders. At the same time, Ajit Pawar is being welcomed by his karyakartas and leaders at his residence, and Devendra Fadnavis also holding discussions with many of his leaders. The important meeting, as I said, would be with Amit Shah as well. All three leaders likely to meet Amit Shah either today or tomorrow. JP Nadda could also be part of this meeting. This is where a decision on CM phase will be happening. Devendra Fadnavis, of course, the top front runner. He is somebody who enjoys a lot of clout as far as
Radhika, in just a bit. Ishwarya, if I could come to you now. When are we expecting this meeting to take place? Is it going to happen today itself in the evening, as Radhika is saying that this could happen tomorrow also? Any confirmation on that?
Because series of meetings are there in Mumbai, and therefore the reason perhaps availability of these leaders are to be noted, and a meeting is scheduled. That's for sure as far as Amit Shah's residence is concerned. At Amit Shah's residence, BJP President JP Nadda and the leaders from the Mahayuti Alliance will also be present there to finalize the name of the Chief Minister. In fact, we have been also told that by today evening, this meeting is scheduled, and by late night this can happen at Amit Shah's residence, is what the source is clearly indicating to us. There is absolutely no problem between the alliance. Of course, the leaders have been elected by different political parties. On one side it is Eknath Shinde, on one side Ajit Pawar, and the formula will remain same: one Chief Minister, two Deputy Chief Minister. But who will be the Chief Minister post will be decided in this particular meeting, where all these Mahayuti Alliance leaders will be participating. Most probably this will be by tonight.
All right, well, that's the latest coming in. Well, we are learning now Eknath Shinde, also Ajit Pawar are coming to Delhi to hold this meeting with Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and discussions on rotational chief ministership may also be held. Radhika, if I could come back to you. Is that a possibility? Well, that's what we are hearing. And also about the important role of Ajit Pawar also, as you've been mentioning here, as to who becomes the chief minister. Either it's going to be Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde, of course. But, of course, suggestions, opinions of Ajit Pawar is also something that's going to be taken into consideration.
That's right. Rotational chief ministership is something that could be considered, but not entirely certain if it will be unanimously considered. We know what transpired in 2019 when this whole rotational chief ministership promise was given. apparently that promise was given and it was not fulfilled, which is one of the reasons, or rather the most important reason why Uddhav Thackeray broke away from BJP, saying that he was promised of rotational chief ministership. Sena was promised, but that did not happen, and therefore he broke away. So will something similar happen? Will there be a 2.5-year division, 2.5 between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde? That remains to be seen. All that will be clear only after discussions with the top brass of the BJP in Delhi. But besides that, yes, Ajit Pawar is a crucial link here, because we know for a fact that BJP has won 132 seats, just a few numbers short of the majority. All they need is the support of perhaps just a few MLAs of Ajit Pawar. So therefore, in the extreme case scenario, there could be a possibility that if Eknath Shinde pushes for chief ministership, then it may not happen in all likelihood, as the bargaining chips is not in favor of Eknath Shinde, and Ajit Pawar could be supporting Devendra Fadnavis, and government formation can happen with just these two parties. So remains to be seen how the bargaining will happen in the days forward.
Absolutely. There's some big breaking news now coming in regard to the Maharashtra poll results. We are learning now, sources are telling NDTV that the oath on November 26th is not mandatory. Sources are telling NDTV that Eknath Shinde is likely to resign tomorrow, and the EC will notify the constitution of the new assembly, and Eknath Shinde will continue as the caretaker chief minister in the meantime. But also what we are learning at the moment, as per the information coming in, that there is no constitutional binding on having the swearing-in ceremony by November 26th. All right, my colleague Vasudha now joining us on the broadcast here. Vasudha, this is coming through sources we are learning now. There is no constitutional binding on having the swearing-in ceremony by November 26th. Tell us more about it.
That's right, Kitty. I'm coming to you from the Parliament, and the whole Parliament winter session is taking place under the shadow of this Mahayuti's big win. And what we understand is that there's no constitutional binding on the Chief Minister being sworn in. The Assembly date ends tomorrow. The Assembly is already in place. It's been notified, and that is what the mandate was. And of course, the Mahayuti allies are going to take some time to think over who the next Chief Minister is going to be, because remember that Mr. Shinde is the face of the Ladki Bahin Yojana. He's the sitting Chief Minister. But given that BJP has won 32 numbers on its own, it's just 13 MLAs short of majority. It's a remarkable, impressive performance, and BJP would also want its own CM to be in place. So these are certain tangles, these are certain deliberations which have to take place. And what I understand is that since EC's notification of assembly is more important, the swearing in of the Chief Minister is not a constitutional mandate. That's what the interpretation of the rules are as per people who are in the know of the situation. So they do have some time to finalize the CM phase.
So that means that this decision could be delayed further as to who becomes the next Chief Minister, whether it's going to be Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde. This is very much certain, Vasudha, so far as we know, as per the information, as per speculations also, as per information through sources also, we know either it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde. I mean, it's only up to the BJP or the Mahayuti whether there could be a surprise entry. But so far, that's the information that we have. But this is further going to delay the decision of the Mahayuti on deciding the chief ministership.
Of course, Kitty, you're right. It's going to be a difficult decision, and the BJP is going to be very mindful of the fact that Mr. Shinde is the Maratha face of the alliance, and it was his face that also in some ways won them Marathwada, which is also a crucial region for them, which is where the Maha Vikas Agadi made huge gains in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. He's also the face of the welfare Ladki Bahin Yojana. But remember that it was under Devendra Fadnavis that the first BJP government was formed in 2014, and he has also proved himself by winning 47 out of 62 seats. So he's, of course, one of the front contenders. The choice largely is between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. Also, there are other arrangements that need to be worked out. There's going to be one chief minister and two deputy chief ministers, because that was an arrangement in the past. But clearly now that the BJP has 132 members on its own, it would want people on its side. It would want to ensure that its allies are, sort of like happy and satisfied. But at the same time, it is going to call the shots. All that is going to take some time. time, which is why at least those in the know of the matter have told us that it's not constitutionally mandated to have the swearing-in ceremony by tomorrow, which in some ways makes them have the kind of time that they want to make this decision.
All right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. Let me go back to Radhika also. Radhika, that's the big breaking news that we are learning of at the moment, although through sources that there is no constitutional mandate as to the decision on the chief ministership, whether it has to be taken by November 26. What's going behind, the inside information that you have, regards to Ajit Pawar's decision to back Devendra Fadnavis also, as you've been telling us, and much more that's happening?
Yeah, what we are hearing is that Ajit Pawar in most likelihood will be backing Devendra Fadnavis. That's what we are hearing. We know for a fact that as Vasudha was pointing out, BJP has good numbers. Of course, all the three parties performed spectacularly well this time. The strike rate has been great, be it the BJP Sena or NCP for that matter. But BJP clearly just a few numbers short of a majority. It just needs support of a few more leaders from either Sena side or Ajit Pawar side to form the government. So, Ajit Pawar and Fadnavis groups could form the government without, say, Shinde Sena. Of course, I'm talking about extreme scenarios. In a scenario where Shinde could be adamant that he wants to be the chief minister and BJP not really keen on it. But that may not happen because we know that they are in sync in terms of multiple issues and they worked on multiple projects as well as promises, guarantees together. Right. One cannot say that Ladki Behan scheme is just the credit of Eknath Shinde. It is also Devendra Fadnavis under whose leadership Ladki Behan scheme happens. So the credit goes to both of them. So they've been working, in sync. But yes, you're right. Ajit Pawar, sources within Ajit Pawar camp continues to maintain that yes, they will be supporting Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister, as BJP has performed extremely well. And of course, he had sacrificed the last time. When Shinde became the chief minister, he played the second fiddle, but BJP and NCP doesn't want to do that this time. Fadnavis wouldn't want to do that this time, so he deserves this post is the larger reaction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking. The meetings go on today. Well, we are learning this important meeting is expected to take place with Union Home Minister Amit Shah today. It could be delayed. It could happen tomorrow also. However, there is no confirmation yet on that. And we'll get you more on that. Well, NCP MP Praful Patel has also said that all alliance partners of the Mahayuti are on the same page. There is no problem between the alliance partners and we will go ahead with the same formula. We've had this conversation with Praful Patel in which he said that there is a possibility of one chief minister, two deputy chief ministers of Maharashtra once again.
Well, joining with me, senior leader of NCP, Praful Patel. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us after the bumper victory in the state of Maharashtra. Now, can you put a pause on all those speculations that are going on the rounds about the chief minister's face not being decided amongst the three alliance partners?
See, we have comprehensively won Maharashtra as the NDA Mahayuti, and there is no difference between the three parties. We worked excellently. We had a little setback in the Lok Sabha for various other reasons, but this time all the three parties, all the workers worked with each other hand in hand, and we won the elections. We won the confidence of the people of Maharashtra, and this is a spectacular victory, unprecedented. That's why it puts much more responsibility on us to behave and act responsibly. I don't see any problem. The issue of formation of government will be resolved in the next few days.
Sir, Prime Minister today also spoke and attacked the Congress party specifically. They stated that a lot of the Congress leaders, the senior leaders, do not give opportunities to the new young MPs inside this.
Well, now, I have not heard the speech, so I don't want to say that. But I can also tell you, as a Congress party, in Maharashtra at least I have seen, it has self-imploded because, they just don't have the right leadership. They don't know the pulse of the people, and they are living in some kind of a la-la land and believing that, they were leading the pack to form the government. In fact, कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री ये formula हमारे लिए नहीं था, उनके लिए था जो काल्पनिक चुनाव अभी हुआ नहीं था, चुनाव के पहले ही उन्होंने अपने मुख्यमंत्री की बंदरबाट शुरू कर दी थी। तो ये तो हास्यास्पद बात है। वक्त और बताएगा कि ये और कहाँ जाएंगे।
Formula will be the same, one chief minister.
हमारे सरकार जो आज है उसमें एक मुख्यमंत्री, 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो स्वाभाविक है कि 3 पार्टी होने से ये फॉर्मूला लगभग हमारा आगे भी कायम रहेगा।
We have some breaking news now coming in. We are learning the Supreme Court has today dismissed a batch of petitions challenging the inclusion of the words socialist and secular in the preamble to the Constitution as per the 42nd Amendment passed in 1976. Well, the Supreme Court bench comprising of the Chief Justice of India observed that the amendment power of the Parliament extends to the preamble as well. Well, what we are learning so far is that the court has asked as to why the matter is being brought to it now. My colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us on the broadcast here. Sunil, give us more details as to what happened in the court on this matter.
Well, the Chief Justice of India and his brother Judge Justice Sanjay were all set actually on Friday to dismiss the petition, but they weren't being permitted at that time because the petitioners kept arguing, saying that this was passed during emergency in 1976 when the Parliament was in suspended animation, and all those other issues where it was on, an extension, and the word socialist and secular. This is a petition of Balram Singh, Subramanian Swamy, among others, who appeared before the Supreme Court and tried to argue, but the Chief Justice of India has said, why rake it up now, post the petitions, and made it clear that as of now, socialist and secular are very much part of the preamble, and it is clearly, as per Article 368, a very, very strong ground for it to remain there. It's left to the government as a policy to take a decision whenever it would deem fit, and has made it clear that as of now, they're not ready to rake up this issue, even though complimenting those who argued and saying that you tried very well, but it has been dismissed.
So much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, big developments that are taking place. Well, the Supreme Court has clearly dismissed these batch of petitions. That means the matter is not going to be entertained in the top court now. All right, we are shifting our focus now to some news coming in from the world of sports. We're learning India has won the Perth test and India has demolished Australia in this test match. India beat Australia by 295 runs. It's a huge margin, and India's quest for glory is down under. India lead the series 1-0 with this win in the Perth test. My colleague Osama also joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on this big win for India. Osama, go ahead.
Well, Kitty, it's a monumental victory for Team India because Australia have never, ever lost at Perth before. And this is the first time that India has handed them a loss at this particular stadium. So a big, big day for Team India. And remember, as India continues its quest for the upcoming World Test Championship final, a victory here to start off this series, it is a great deal for Team India, and it was led brilliantly by Jasprit Bumrah, who led from the front, taking wickets in both the innings and leading by example there. But you also have to take a look at the contributions that came in from a certain Yashasvi Jaiswal. Remember, he was bowled, he was out for a duck in the first innings. A lot of pressure, a lot of talks about whether he's going to be in form, whether he's going to cope up with the situation in Australia or not. And then he comes in batting in the second innings and then scores a big, big 100. And what the jargon that a lot of people use is a big daddy 100. He doesn't score small hundreds. He scores hundreds that are over 150 and close to 200. So that is what Yashasvi Jaiswal did. And then Virat Kohli doing what he does best in Australia, reaching his 7th century there in Australia. Is just behind the legendary Jack Hobbs, who has 9. And he is, in fact, he, in fact, has the most number of centuries by an Indian in Australia. So, all in all, great news for Team India as India start their quest with a 1-0 victory.
Team on the other side, Australia is all done and dusted on the first test match, of course, and India now leads the series with 1-0. What does it really mean going ahead for the Indian team?
Yes, Kitty, what it basically means is that India is basically looking at this series in order to make it to the final of the World Test Championship. We need to win this series 4-0. And winning by a margin of 4-0 in Australia against Australia, it is a huge, huge task for any team, let alone the best test team in the world, India. Remember, India also lost the series versus New Zealand at home, 3-0. So that would have been playing a lot on their minds as well. But the way they have started in this particular series, it also goes on to show that that is a one-off loss that India suffered against New Zealand at home. And they decided to start afresh when they came to Australia, and the kind of work that they have put in, it is a positive sign for Team India and all the Indian fans who are hoping that India goes on to win this series and win it by a margin where it doesn't really affect other victories, other teams' victories doesn't affect their chances of reaching the World Test Championship final. So, all in all, a 1-0 victory, 1-0 lead in this particular series at this point of time. There are other tests, 4 tests to go, and India will be hoping that it wins at least 4 test matches. Huge task, a big task for Team India, but we'll be hoping for that scene.
Absolutely. And a word about the Indian team bowling unit as well.
Well, when you look at this bowling unit, it is an inexperienced bowling unit that came into Australia against Australia on these pitches. Everyone thought that the likes of Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood, they are going to be dominating for Australia, and India will be lagging behind. They will be shattered there in these conditions. But the way Jasprit Bumrah has turned up, it basically goes on to show that he is, without a doubt, the best bowler in the world in all formats. He has done it in T20s, he has done it in ODIs, and he continues to do that when it comes to Test cricket as well. He led from the front, he took a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Again, coming back in the second innings, he started off by taking crucial wickets right at the top of the innings. And in fact, you also have to talk about the other bowlers. Mohammad Siraj, he has shown a lot of character. He has shown that he has had a level head on his shoulders because everyone who has been watching Test cricket and who has been following Mohammad Siraj's career, they know that he's a little inconsistent when it comes to bowling these long spells in Test cricket, but the way that he has bowled, it also goes on to show that there is a sense of unity in this particular unit
and
as
also,
far as
Osama,
the bowling unit is concerned.
Well, Osama, also I want to ask you about Mohammad Shami as well. I mean, what about him? Is India...
Well, Mohammad Shami, Kitty, Mohammad Shami, he's still recovering from that injury. He played against, he played in the Ranji Trophy right now. And he started well. He did well. He came back and took 4 wickets. So, people are also looking at another option in Mohammad Shami. If at all he's needed, he might be flown off to Australia for the next test. But at the moment, everyone's still monitoring that situation, whether Mohammad Shami is fit enough to go and perform in Australia or not. But when you look at the current bowling unit, you have the likes of Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj leading from the front. You then have Harshit Rana and Nitish Reddy, who have done the job of the 3rd and the 4th pacer in these conditions. So this is actually great news for Team India as far as their bowling unit is concerned.
All right, Osama, if I could also ask you, you've been following the match all along. Couple of key moments, according to you, that actually turned the match.
Well, when you talk about this match in entirety, some of the key moments, is in the first innings when Rishabh Pant and Nitish Reddy, they came together to bat. Remember, India were 75 with the loss of 5 or 6 wickets. And everyone thought that Australia is going to run them over and we are going to be bowled out for less than 100. But these two, they basically came and came with a partnership, and they in fact they basically counterattacked Australia in those conditions, and that basically gave us the confidence that look, if we manage to score say 150 or 200 in the first innings, it will be difficult for Australia to come and then try and beat us in the first innings, and that is exactly what happened. Australia, when they came back, came to bat in the first innings. Jasprit Bumrah, like I said, led from the front and took a 5-wicket haul, and that basically put India in command right at the top.
Absolutely. All right. Well, India has registered a big 295-run win over Australia, and it's no small feat because India has achieved this feat on Australian soil, and that is, of course, a big achievement. And well, we do hope that this winning spree continues for the rest of the matches as well. Thank you so much, Osama, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's what we are looking at this point in time. We have more news now that's coming in. It's day one of the winter session of the Parliament, and amid ruckus by the opposition MPs, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha proceedings were adjourned for the day. The House will meet again on Wednesday, as there will be no sitting of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on November 26 to commemorate Constitution Day. Well, before entering the House, Prime Minister Modi today attacked the opposition and said that the opposition has been blinded by self-centered agenda. He said that for political gain, a handful of people were constantly trying to control the parliament by creating disorder, and their aim was only to stall the House. Listen in.
हर पीढ़ी का काम है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को तैयार करे, लेकिन 80-80, 90-90 बार जनता ने जिनको लगातार नकार दिया है, वे न संसद में चर्चा होने देते हैं, न लोकतंत्र की भावना का सम्मान करते हैं, न ही वह लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का कोई महत्व समझते हैं, उनका उसके प्रति कोई दायित्व है वो कोई समझ पाते हैं, और उसका परिणाम है वो जनता की उम्मीदों पर कभी भी खरे नहीं उतरते हैं, और परिणाम स्वरूप जनता को बार बार उनको रिजेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है.
All right, we've also spoken to Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram. Listen in.
Well, joining with me, senior Congress leader Karthi Chidambaram. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. Prime Minister, on the first day of the winter session of Parliament, stressed upon the smooth functioning of Parliament. He stated that some people are self-centric and they want to stall the Parliament. How do you respond?
I agree with the Prime Minister. We must have smooth running of Parliament, but in Parliament also, the opposition must also have the space to raise issues of national concern. While we give adjournment motions, not one adjournment motion is admitted. So if the government, while it has its numbers, must allow the opposition to have its say while they can have their way. But we must give us space also to raise issues of importance which we deem fit.
So he attacked the Congress party as well. He stated that now 70-80 times the Congress leadership had been defeated. It is now new people who wanted to bring their discussions in the Parliament. They should be given space.
See, if the Prime Minister is alluding to the results of a day before yesterday, I hope he noticed the results in Jharkhand, and hope he noticed the results of the by-elections in Karnataka, and hope he noted the results of the by-elections in Madhya Pradesh. It's been a mixed bag. We have won some, they have won some. There's no national trend. Each state votes differently. There are different issues in different states. There are different political grammars in different states, and people vote differently. In fact, there were 2 by-elections for Lok Sabha seats, and in both the seats, the Congress party has won. So can I say that is again a rejection of the government of the day, because we won both those by-elections in Nanded and in Wayanad. So there is no national trend. There are all state-specific issues, constituency-specific issues, which seem to have determined this election.
Shifting our focus now amid this clash over Constitution Day, with NDA versus opposition fight over the Constitution Day. Now the government is planning mega celebrations tomorrow, but the opposition now has said that leaders of opposition, I beg your pardon, must also be included in these celebrations. India Bloc leaders have written to the Speaker saying that LOP should also be allowed to speak at the event. tomorrow. All right, my colleague Aishwarya joining us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, India bloc leaders have written to the speaker. We're learning what are they demanding now, other than saying that they also need to be allowed to speak at the event?
Well, the government is planning for a mega celebration tomorrow on to commemorate the 75th anniversary of adoption of Constitution, and this will just not be a one-day celebration. It will go throughout the year to spread the ideas of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. That's something that the government is focusing on. But tomorrow, inside the Parliament complex at the old Samvidhan Sadan, a mega event has also been planned. The opposition MPs during this event had stated that there should be a chance that should be given to the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi as well during this mega event. As per the government sources, they have stated that they have only planned the scheduled address of Lok Sabha Speaker, who will be welcoming the entire dignitaries who will be attending this. Later, there would be an address from the Vice President of India, and later 15 minutes of address will be of the President Draupadi Murmu. There is no time that has been given to the Prime Minister and to the Leader of Opposition both, and therefore the reason perhaps it is a 1 hour long plan that had already been mentioned. But of course the opposition parties were stressing upon that why not a person sitting on a constitutional position, leader of opposition had not given a time. This is something that has been done in the previous programs that had been organized.
We have Akhilesh Yadav speaking on the Sambhal incident. Let's dip into that.
जियाउल इस्लाम वहाँ थे, हमारे विधायक वहाँ थे, सांसद थे क्या वहाँ? जियाउर रहमान। कोई बता दे, वो बेंगलोर में थे, वो अपने कार्यक्रमों में थे, संभल में नहीं थे। और ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में आपको नहीं पता, आप में से सब उत्तर प्रदेश के लोग हैं। अगर प्रेस के लोग भी सच दिखा दें तो उन पे भी कार्रवाई हो जाती है। और मैंने अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था कि बीजेपी के नेता ने कपड़े उतार करके प्रेस को मारा था, पूरे कपड़े उतार दिए थे। क्या कार्रवाई हुई बताइए आप? क्या प्रेस के लोग सुरक्षित हैं यूपी में? और अपना चुनाव जो लूटा है उसको छिपाने के लिए इन्होंने, सरकार ने जानबूझ करके किया है। कुछ लोग तो ये कहते हैं कि साबरमती फिल्म देख करके उन्हें लगा कि उन्हें भी बड़ा नेता बनना है, इसलिए ये सब कुछ कराया गया है।
सदन में इसको उठाएंगे।
मैं हमारे सभी सांसद और तमाम विपक्ष के लोग इस सवाल को उठाना चाहते थे, लेकिन सदन में नहीं उठने का मौका दिया। कल भी नहीं मिलने का मौका, जब मिलेगा तब ये सवाल उठाया जाएगा और हमारा डेलीगेशन भी जाएगा। वहाँ के लोगों के दुख दर्द परेशानी, और फिर सरकार के हाथ में सब कुछ है। अज्ञात में नाम डाल दिए। मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, कानपुर में जब दंगा हुआ था, अज्ञात में नाम लिख करके बड़े पैमाने पर पुलिस ने अन्याय किया था। पुलिस ने लूटा था पैसा और पुलिस अधिकारी को उन्हें हटाना पड़ा था, और यही आरोप था उन पर कि उन्होंने पैसा ज्यादा लूट लिया। अब बोल दिया, इसके बाद क्या बोलेंगे? लोगों ने वोट नहीं डाला, तंत्र से ही उन्होंने वोट डाल दिया और तंत्र से ही रिकॉर्ड बना करके जीत हासिल कर ली।
आज आप लोग इस मामले को लेकर आदित्यनाथ जी की तरफ इशारा है आपका?
सरकार करा रही है। और आपको बहराइच का नहीं पता, उन्हीं के विधायक ने बीजेपी के अपने कैडर के ऊपर एफआईआर लगाई, और एफआईआर में देखिए धाराएं क्या लगी हैं। जब बीजेपी का विधायक कह रहा है, बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता नेताओं पे आरोप लगा रहा, और बाकायदा पीस कमेटियां बनती हैं, बाकायदा चीजें बातचीत से हल होती हैं। क्या जिलाधिकारी कप्तान ने कोई बातचीत की? जब उसका पक्ष तैयार था सर्वे के लिए, सर्वे आप कर लीजिए, आप रिपोर्ट लगा दीजिए। आप किसी की बात ही नहीं सुनना चाहते हैं कोर्ट में, आप अपनी मनमानी करना चाहते हैं। तो आखिरकार कौन निर्देश दे रहा है मनमानी के लिए? आखिरकार कहाँ ऐसी ताकत है जिसके आगे सब झुक रहे हैं और अन्याय कर रहे हैं? ये लगातार अन्याय उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है। ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि अपनी नाकामी छिपाना चाहते हैं, और सबसे ज्यादा कमजोर जो लोग हैं उनकी तरफ ही जाना चाहते हैं। धन्यवाद। इसी तो उन पे एफआईआर दर्ज क्यों हो गई, या उनका नाम क्यों डाल दिया गया? मैं इसी संबंध में मिला हूँ, और अज्ञात में हजारों नाम डाल दिए। इसलिए डालेंगे दबाव बना लें, और पुलिस तो जानते हो कैसे काम करती है यूपी की। चलिए बहुत धन्यवाद हमें रास्ता दिखाओ.
Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav saying that the SP delegation is planning to go to Sambhal to protest against this incident, and also Sambhal SP and DM should be suspended. Remember, Samajwadi Party MP and an MLA's son from the party was booked in connection with the clashes that took place in Sambhal. The situation continues to remain tense there. Prohibitory orders have been imposed, schools have been shut, also mobile internet has been suspended, with large gatherings also banned in UP Sambhal after the incident took place in the area. All right. We have more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. We're learning now Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are now trading charges, with the BJP saying that Aam Aadmi Party has been regularly flaunting its education model, and the Aam Aadmi Party's education model is a flop show in the national capital. Also Delhi BJP chief Vijayendra Gupta has said that the model that's about 16,000, more than 16,000 crore worth was created for the children, but nearly 1 lakh students have failed. Listen in.
We are being joined by leader of opposition in Delhi, Mr. Vijayendra Gupta. Sir, आज आपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, उस दौरान आपने बताया कि आम आदमी पार्टी का जो शिक्षा मॉडल है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से काम नहीं कर रहा है. क्या कुछ कहेंगे आप इसके ऊपर?
देखिए, पूरा शिक्षा मॉडल फ्लॉप शो है. 1 लाख बच्चे 9th में फेल हो रहे हैं और अराउंड 50,000 11th में फेल किए जा रहे हैं, और उनमें से 10 लाख से ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट्स को ये अब तक आउट ऑफ स्कूल कर चुके हैं. ये सिर्फ एक आई वॉश है. इनके पूरे सिस्टम में लगातार डिटोरिएट हो रहा है. ये 29 प्रतिभा विद्यालय बंद करने जा रहे हैं. इसी तरह से जो इन्होंने डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर स्कूल ऑफ स्पेशलाइज्ड एक्सीलेंस खोले थे, उनमें बच्चे छोड़ के जा रहे हैं. टीचर्स की उसमें अरेंजमेंट नहीं है. 39 स्कूल अब तक इन्होंने खोले हैं, जिसमें सिर्फ 8,026 बच्चे एनरोल्ड हैं. एवरेज 200, जबकि अंडर यूटिलाइजेशन है. उसमें 2,500 की कैपेसिटी के वो बड़े स्कूल्स हैं. वो जो प्रतिभा विद्यालय थे वो 6th क्लास से थे, तो पूरा एक स्कूल था, सेटअप था. अब ये सिर्फ 9 से हैं, और जो बच्चे यहाँ आ जाते हैं वो देखते हैं कि यहाँ पर कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है जो बताया जा रहा है, तो वो स्कूल छोड़ के जा रहे हैं.
सर, आप क्या कहेंगे बीजेपी इसको लेकर के? आपने बताया कि दरियापुर
हम लोग दरियापुर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से इस सरकार के खिलाफ हम एक अभियान छेड़ेंगे, पोल खोल अभियान शिक्षा का, और उसकी शुरुआत 28 नवंबर से धरना लगाकर ग्रामीण लोगों के साथ की जाएगी.
थैंक यू सो मच.
There's a government briefing now coming in ahead of the Constitution Day. Let's step in.
वे PPT प्रस्तुत करें.
Honorable ministers and our friends from the media. As my colleague just mentioned, Government of India has decided to commemorate the 75 years of the adoption of the Constitution of India in a big way. Next.
We'll be back to the government briefing in just a bit. Meanwhile, we're learning that the government is planning huge celebrations for tomorrow on the Constitution Day. And there is a BJP versus opposition face-off also going on about the events now that have been planned for tomorrow. We'll get you all of that in just a bit. It's time for a short break. Yeah.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber
Welcome back after the break. The Bombay High Court today dismissed pleas by Mihir Shah and his driver Rajshri Bindawa challenging their arrest in connection with the BMW hit-and-run incident in Worli, in which a 45-year-old woman was killed. A bench of Justices Bharti Dangre and Justice Manjusha Deshpande rejected the petition by the accused, who had claimed that the arrest was illegal.
That's right. The Bombay High Court dismissed the pleas filed by Mihir Shah as well as the driver. This is, of course, in connection to the Worli hit-and-run case in which both of them were arrested. They had challenged their arrest. They had called the arrest and detention illegal. So therefore, in the petition that was filed by the both of them, they had informed the court that both of them were not informed on the grounds of the arrest. So therefore, it is a violation of their fundamental right. It is in violation of law that the police did not inform them of the grounds of their arrest when they were detained. So this is what was contended in that particular petition that was filed by both of them. However, the court did not really take that into consideration. The court said that there was no requirement for these people to be informed of the grounds of their arrest, since there was evidence that showed of their involvement. Also stating that this would be a test case in terms of evaluating whether the accused needs to be told of grounds of their arrest if the evidence pointed towards their involvement. So yes, this plea was, of course, rejected by the Bombay High Court. So both of them will continue to be behind bars. They are in judicial custody at this point. Mihir Shah had earlier sought bail as well before the court, but that was also rejected. We know for a fact that this incident happened in July when Mihir Shah, under the influence of alcohol, was driving the BMW. His driver was seated beside him and he rammed into this vehicle, which was a two-wheeler, and killed a 45-year-old woman. In fact, before she died, she was dragged on to more than a kilometer. So this had created much outrage. Mihir Shah had immediately fled from the spot, and it was 2 days after that he was arrested. Of course, he'd been trying to sort of, trying for bail, as well as several other big petitions being filed before the Bombay High Court, and this was in connection with his arrest, calling it illegal, and was seeking release from judicial custody as well. But the court not really buying the arguments of Mihir Shah and the driver, and therefore he will continue to be behind bars.
All right, shifting our focus now, Indian stock markets rallied this morning. 2 consecutive days of gains in Nifty and Sensex has helped it turn positive on a monthly basis. This comes after both the indices recorded losses in the month of October. Indian stock markets rallied this morning after the BJP-led NDA secured a massive victory in the assembly elections in Maharashtra, which houses the country's financial capital, Mumbai. Now, all 13 major sectors have logged gains. The broader, more domestically focused small and mid caps rose about 2% each.
Of course, markets buoyant today, and a few pockets which are doing relatively well in trade. I want to quickly mark them out. One is, of course, the Nifty Bank, which is up 2%, driving, therefore, markets higher. Mind you, the Fin Nifty also doing very, very well. Fin Nifty largely comprising 40% of the Nifty, and therefore, any traction there obviously reflects on the Nifty as well. Outside of that, in the broader markets, the Nifty Realty Index is doing very well, understandably so. More stability in the largest, or rather the financial hub, financial capital of the country, clearly indicating positivity for the real estate pack, because it will likely mean that real estate deals which have been closed will continue. There will be momentum there. Infra deals which have been closed will continue. There will be momentum there as well.
Well, shares of most Adani Group companies also staged a strong recovery, rebounding from a steep decline the previous week as the equity markets experienced a broad rally. In a relief for investors, the shares of Adani Group firms extended their recovery with gains of up to 6%.
And that also percolating on the Adani Group of stocks, which saw a bit of a muted performance last week. But this week, you're seeing good rebound across the board where the Adani portfolio is concerned. Why is that so? Because the fundamentals there remain solid. You've seen 17% kind of EBITDA growth, which is earnings before interest, depreciation, and taxes. That growth has come through on a year-on-year basis. In fact, when you're looking at free cash flow as well, which is the common metric that investors generally judge companies by, it's grown at 30% compounded annually over the last 5 years. And therefore, there is some bit of robustness where cash flows and visibility of cash flows is concerned.
All right, so the Adani Group portfolio companies posted a record first half in the ongoing financial year as well as trailing 12 months performance, led by its incubating businesses with limited net exposure to Indian banks. As per the company's statement, its net exposure to Indian banking was recorded at $11 billion, or 42% of the company's current debt mix. My colleague Harsh Satya gets us more.
That has been one concern, likely concern that the street has had. But brushing that off, the Adani Group has put out a release suggesting that till FY34, the debt repayments that are going to happen every single year are largely going to be covered by the current year cash flow itself. So the current year cash flow, even where there is zero growth for the next 10 years, should be adequate to cover year on year the debt repayments which are going out. So there's a lot of comfort with regard to debt repayments as well. And therefore, you're seeing that kind of strong performance from Adani Group stocks in trade today.
All right, shifting our focus now. Well, it's International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and a pledge for men to respect and protect women is turning into a movement. The idea to bring about an attitudinal change among men is quite early. Popular star Revati and singer Uni Krishnan are promoting this initiative called PEN, which means woman in Tamil. Listen in.
And the pledge is very simple. It says, I pledge to oppose all forms of violence against women. I promise to respect, support, and listen to women in my community. Together we can create a world where everyone feels safe and valued. I think that is very important, to be valued. So everybody, every male takes a pledge, and every woman asks their male friends or male companions to take the same pledge. If every man respects and safeguards the women around them in the community, or at least supports them and lets them, gives them the space to speak, automatically the world will become a very safe place world will become a space where there is gender equality.
And also promote fairness, treat sons and daughters equally in terms of opportunities, discipline and praise. Avoid favoritism or imposing different expectations based on gender. These small, consistent actions can help create a home environment where respect and equality are the norm, providing a strong foundation for boys to carry these values into the broader world. Teach boundaries and consent from an early age. Teach boys to respect personal space and listen when someone says no. Model this behavior within the family, such as asking for permission or checking in on comfort levels.
And the pledge is very simple. It says, I pledge to oppose all forms of violence against women. I promise to respect, support, and listen to women in my community. Together we can create a world where everyone feels safe and valued. I think that is very important, to be valued. So everybody, every male takes a pledge, and every woman asks their male friends or male companions to take the same pledge.
All right, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Modi targets opposition over recent poll results ahead of the first day of winter session of Parliament. Face-off over Constitution Day as government plans mega Constitution Day celebrations. Opposition writes to the Lok Sabha Speaker. Deliberations and discussions on Maharashtra Chief Minister's elections to continue today. Ahead of polls, politics peaks in Delhi. BJP tries to puncture AAP's education model. AAP says massive strides made in education in Delhi.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzzing. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World,